The Shinde camp has extended its stay in Guwahati for 2 more days. And this is another trouble coming in for Maha Vikas Aghadi, because unless and until they come to Mumbai, the tables are difficult to turn. Sena has called a meeting of the Yuva Sena, all the office bearers, national executive. This very crucial meeting is going to happen at 5:30 p.m. today, and we will be getting you live updates in terms of what happens, because then here in that 5:30 meeting, Shiv Sena, which is the Uddhav Sena, will be discussing the next course of action and what to do next as far as saving the Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned, saving the government in Maharashtra is concerned. Also, it is all going to be coming in down to numbers at the end of the day. Right now, it looks like Eknath Shinde has the numbers, but once they come back to Maharashtra, that is Mumbai, the table can turn. The tables can turn, and now Eknath Shinde has extended his stay in Guwahati with all those rebel MLAs as well. We're getting some breaking news coming in. The Prime Minister Modi has left for Germany to attend G7 summit. Prime Minister is going to be meeting Indian diaspora in Germany, addressing event in Munich on the COVID crisis, climate, energy, Ukraine crisis, all of that on the agenda for the Prime Minister. So that is the latest that is coming in. Prime Minister in Germany to meet Indian diaspora. A lot on the agenda. COVID crisis, post-COVID recovery on the agenda, multiple bilateral meetings also with many leaders, climate crisis, energy, Ukraine, all that is on the agenda for the Prime Minister. All right, these are the visuals that are coming in. The Prime Minister has landed in Germany. We're getting you all the very latest details of the Prime Minister's welcome in Germany right there. Officials shaking hands, welcoming the Prime Minister. Certain members of the Indian diaspora are present right there as well. He's going to be meeting with 12 leaders in Germany. And then after Germany, he's going to be heading to the United Arab Emirates. So there you go, visuals of the Prime Minister landing in Germany. Exclusively, we have these visuals that are coming in. Rousing welcome for the Prime Minister on the sidelines of the G7 summit. You can see all the action right there and how he's being welcomed. He's landed in Germany at the moment for the G7 summit. He's going to be meeting the Indian diaspora as well. Geeta Mohan is now joining us. Geeta, very importantly, the Prime Minister is at the G7 summit and in the middle of the Ukraine crisis as well, and the impact of it around the world that we're seeing. How crucial is this meeting, and what is the possible outcome of these meetings?
Well, a very important meeting that that India has been invited as a guest for, the G7 grouping that meets annually and always has guest nations. This time around it's Argentina, Indonesia, Senegal, South Africa and India. So making it to this very important meeting, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be focusing on, while the conversations on the sidelines will focus on food security owing to Russia-Ukraine crisis. Apart from food security, there will be talk on environment, energy, climate, health, counterterrorism, gender equality, and democracy. There are 2 sessions that Prime Minister Modi will be a part of as a guest nation. And then he is, before going to Schloss Elmau, which is where the summit is going to be held, he's also going to interact with the Indian diaspora in Munich. So again, this has become a very important part of the diplomatic toolkit when it comes to India and India's foreign policy, engaging Indians who are living in countries that the Prime Minister visits. And so he is going to begin with the engagement with the Indian diaspora. And after his Germany visit, he'll be going to UAE, but that's the second leg of the visit. For now, focus remaining on G7 leaders and the bilaterals that will take place on the sidelines.
If you could give us a sense of the kind of bilaterals India is likely to engage in?
Well, as of now, there are no confirmations per se of which are the leaders that he is going to meet, because we do know that he's already had a very important bilateral with Biden. But we know Trudeau is going to be there. Macron is going to be there after having won after having been re-elected president, although he's lost a majority. So there could be a bilateral with the French side. The UK is going to be there. So there are a lot of bilaterals that could take place on the sidelines. But as of now, Chetty, no information or confirmation about which are the bilaterals that have been confirmed yet.
All right, so that confirmation is still to come in. And Geeta Mohan is our foreign affairs editor. To give us a little bit of perspective, Geeta, you mentioned this is crucial. And the reason why you say this is so crucial, if you could elucidate that further.
It is very important because it comes at a time when we are seeing a huge shift in how global blocks are working. We're looking at the G7. This is coming right after the BRICS that India attended. So India has been a part of the BRICS summit where where Prime Minister Modi just met with Russia and the Chinese leadership, although it was a virtual meeting. And now he's meeting the Western leaders. In fact, before that, he was also meeting the European leaders. So there is a lot of engagement when it comes to India on how India is viewing and looking at all these aspects and how India sits at the center of what has become one of the biggest problems today, and that is food security. Wheat, because of the Russia-Ukraine crisis, has become a scarce food product, and India certainly without impacting domestic global prices or domestic needs and supplies, is looking at becoming one of the key exporters when it comes to food, and how to ensure that vulnerable countries, that is what Foreign Secretary Quatra said before the Prime Minister began his journey, where he said that we are looking at providing food to vulnerable countries without impacting the domestic supplies. So that certainly is going to be a very important part of the conversations, because in the coming days, Chetty, we've been talking about this. It's not the energy security that is going to be of a grave concern right now. In the immediate offing, it is the food security that is of a huge concern. Also, in about 3 months, winters will set in Europe, and that's when one will have to see how they react to whether if they are going to continue taking Russian gas, not take Russian gas, or can they actually survive without Russian gas.
So that's a very important part on the agenda, Geeta, as you rightly mentioned. There is also one thing on the agenda, which is post-COVID recovery. What are you picking up on that front?
COVID and global economic recovery, in the largest sense of the word, are going to be very important aspects, because when Prime Minister Modi spoke with leaders, whether it is the recent BRICS summit or even the other engagements in the recent past, COVID recovery, and speaking of how to really ensure that the global economic system actually revives despite the kind of jolts it has suffered in the recent past owing to COVID, is something that is going to be part of the discussions. And in that part of the discussion, Chetty, one very important aspect will come about and has been coming about, whether it is the Quad, I2U2, the Indo-Pacific realm and the blocks. It is the supply chain resilience. That one country or the world cannot depend on one country to be the key supplier of most of the medical equipment, or be the manufacturing hub of most of the electronic items. And China was that. So supply chain resilience is something that will be discussed. And India is a country that these countries are looking to becoming the next big manufacturing hub, or a key peg in terms of the supply chains.
That's very interesting.
That certainly is going to be a part of the conversation.
That's extremely interesting. And Geeta, after this, after the G7 summit that is in Germany, the Prime Minister is going to be headed to United Arab Emirates as well on 28th of June. What's on the agenda?
Well, that's, again, a very interesting meeting of his fourth as Prime Minister. That, Chetty, speaks volumes of how the kind of engagement India has had with West Asia, particularly with one of the key West Asian countries, that is the United Arab Emirates. There is no specific issue on the agenda. The ruler of UAE passed away not so long ago, and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan has become the new president and ruler of Abu Dhabi. You know that the ruler of Abu Dhabi technically is the ruler of the UAE as well. And so Zayed Al Nahyan has now become the president of UAE. So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on his way back, there are always stopovers that the Prime Minister has if it's a long journey, and quite a few times it is in this part of the world. So, the stopover this time is a very critical and a crucial one, where he will be paying condolences for the passing away of the old ruler, but also a congratulatory message for Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for having taken over as the president of UAE. The engagements are only going to be more enhanced given the kind of cooperation we've seen in the recent past with UAE.
All right,
So
Geeta Mohan, the National Affairs Editor, with all those details right there. Apologies about that interruption, but big breaking news coming in, cutting straight across to it. Huge development, viewers. Breaking news. Shinde's key meeting with rebels at 12 noon. Now the meeting is over. The disqualification notice of 16 MLAs. Eknath Shinde has sought legal opinion on the disqualification notice. Shinde held talks with the legal team last night. So this is a big one. Big one. What happens if 16 MLAs indeed get disqualified, and the entire number game then ends up changing, and hence he sought a legal opinion now on the disqualification notice that has been sent out to 16 MLAs. This is a key meeting that is going to take place at 12 noon, and I promise you viewers, all the inside track of this meeting will be first here on India Today. We've got our sources, we've got everything in place to get you information as we go along the way. His key meeting with his rebels, that is the Shinde Sena rebels, is at 12 noon today. Stand by, we'll be getting you all the details from that meeting, and very, very crucial meetings, because see, these kind of meetings change the course of what can happen, because this is a meeting over the disqualification notice of 16 MLAs. Now the disqualification of 16 MLAs can change the number game as well. Shinde sought legal opinion on the disqualification notice at the moment, and he held talks with his legal team last evening as well. You know, we'll break this down in terms of numbers also for you. We should break this down in terms of numbers, because if 16 MLAs indeed get disqualified following this particular notice, what do the numbers really look like? And can the table turn in that regard? And there is a possibility it can. So now Eknath Shinde in a bit of a huddle right there, meeting his lawyers. He met with his legal team last evening. His legal team has guided him as to how to go about this entire situation. And now after that, he is going to be meeting all his aides, which is the camp, his faction, the Shinde Sena faction. 12 noon is when he's going to be meeting all of them. Of course, they're all holed up in that Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, and at Guwahati there will be this particular meeting of the rebel MLAs along with Eknath Shinde. This is a very crucial meeting called over the disqualification notice that is coming of 16 MLAs, and he sought legal opinion on the disqualification notice. He held talks with his legal team last night as well. So this is a rather crucial development. And you know, this is just a big development, but there are some other developments that can give you perspective that are related to the Maharashtra political crisis as well. So I would request our producers to bring that up on your screens as well. Let's get you the top developments. The rebel Shinde camp has extended its stay in Assam's Guwahati. The Shiv Sena group has extended its hotel booking for 2 more days. They will now be putting up in Guwahati until 30th of June. Questions arising on why this delay. Delaying return to Mumbai, that is the big headline here. Development number 2. Sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and BJP's Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last evening to discuss the possible government formation in Maharashtra. And according to sources, Shinde came to Vadodara on a special flight from Guwahati last night. Let's get you the third important top development amidst this entire ongoing political tussle in Maharashtra. Mumbai police has imposed Section 144 in the city. The prohibitory order is going to remain in force till 10th of July. Top development number 4, viewers, on your screens. After the National Executive Committee meeting, Shiv Sena has called a meeting of its youth wing. national executives at the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai at 5:30 p.m. All the office bearers have now been asked to attend this meeting. And the fifth top development, to give you better perspective, Eknath Shinde made an emotional appeal to the Shiv Seniks. He said Shiv Sena workers must understand that he wants to free them from the clutches of the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Particularly, of course, he means the NCP and the Congress. And this battle is for the betterment of the party workers. And this is what he said in his emotional appeal. The Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena tussle has now turned ugly. Violence has broken out as angry Shiv Sena workers have taken to the streets. Angry Seniks vandalized rebel MLA's offices. They burnt effigies as well. Take a look at this complete report.
Violence, vandalism, arson and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Seniks, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Seniks are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office, was vandalized by Shiv Seniks in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Seniks were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे. ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए.
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Seniks vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में है, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए. लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं. यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है. आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो. तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए. मैंने क्या कहा कि आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है. मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है. वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो. ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए.
Union Minister Ramdas Athavale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए. और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है. जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है.
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the war path, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau report India Today.
Pallavi Saha is joining us live from Guwahati. First up, Pallavi, very good morning, and let's get a sense in terms of what is happening in Guwahati right now. Number one, there is a very crucial meeting at 12 noon. And number two, this is going to be on the disqualification notice sent out to 16 MLAs. And how does that then change the lay of the land in case the MLAs indeed end up getting disqualified?
Good morning, Chaiti, to you as well. There is a meeting. There is a meeting today at Hotel Radisson Blu of the Eknath Shinde faction at 12 in the afternoon, where they will be, of course, discussing their future course of action as far as the disqualification notices are concerned. Yesterday, when Rubel MLA, who's been anointed the spokesperson of this faction, Deepak Kesarkar, spoke with the media over a video conference, he said that one, as far as the disqualification notices are concerned to 16 Rebel MLAs, they will be responding to the same because they've been given the option to send in their written responses by Monday, Monday 5:30 p.m. So they will be, of course, seeking legal advice in order to best reply to those notices and how to formulate those replies as well. But secondly, what he did mention is that as far as the Deputy Speaker's decision initially to replace the leader of the Legislative Party of the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde, with Ajay Chaudhary as per the demand of the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction is concerned. That is a decision that they're going to court to challenge. So that is something that they will be taking to the court. As far as the disqualification notices are concerned, they will be filing their responses, possibly filing their responses, but they do realize that there will possibly be a move by the Deputy Speaker, they anticipate, to disqualify maybe all 16 or possibly some of them possibly saying that the responses are not satisfactory, etc. And in that case, they will have to again legally challenge the same as well. So working all of those, plans ahead, they're working on contingencies and how to go forward, Chaiti.
Absolutely. So plans ahead being planned at the moment. If you could get us a sense in terms of Eknath Shinde's legal consultation with the lawyers yesterday, and what have the lawyers guided him as far as the disqualification notice is concerned, in case you have any information on that front?
Well, as of now, we're not very clear whether he's going to, and the faction is going to go ahead and challenge these summons orders directly, or will they submit their responses as per procedure and then, of course, see what sort of action Deputy Speaker takes against them. Yesterday, of course, Deepak Kesarkar indicated in that press conference that he addressed virtually that they will be sending in their responses. Obviously, he did cite the fact that the time given to them was very short. They received those notices only last evening, and they have only 48 hours because the deadline ends at Monday, tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. for them to submit in their responses. The only saving grace and the sigh of relief that they had was that it didn't ask them to appear in person in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, so they can file their written responses, email them, and of course dispatch the hard copy. So that is the only, some amount of relief that they had. But he did say that it was a very short period of time. So they are hectically currently consulting lawyers and seeking legal advice as to how best to respond to those disqualification notices.
All right, leave it at that. Pallavi, continue to be with us. Pallavi Saha getting us the very latest in terms of what is going on as far as Shinde Sena camp is concerned. India Today is a mega scoop on Rebel Shinde's visit to Gujarat. Eknath Shinde reportedly met BJP leader and former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. Shinde first went to Delhi, took a charter flight to Gujarat at 1 a.m. last night. At almost the same time, sources tell India Today that Fadnavis was also seen going towards the airport. Fadnavis and Shinde allegedly met around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. in Vadodara. From Gujarat, Shinde took a flight back to Guwahati and reached the state about 6:45 a.m. It is possible that Mumbai and Delhi were the bases of the private jets, and hence they had to fly back home via these routes. Paras is now joining us live. Paras, there is this big scoop that we're getting. Source-based information tells us that Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde have had a midnight meeting. Do we have any more information as far as this is concerned from our top sources who are tracking this development for us?
Yes, as we see the situation in Maharashtra, we had seen Devendra Fadnavis after so many days. On that day, he went to Vadodara, and after that, he has done a meeting with Eknath Shinde, as we are picking up right now. But the situation from Mumbai that we are getting, BJP is involved in all this situation which has been created, but from a very indirect way. We had seen Mohit Kamboj when rebels were taken to Guwahati. At that time, we had seen Mohit Kamboj in the plane. So there is something happening in Bharatiya Janata Party also. But right now, the main thing for Bharatiya Janata Party should be that if they are confident about Eknath Shinde, that Eknath Shinde will support them. So there are some of the things which are happening. So probably the meeting should be regarding this situation only, that what all MLAs do you have? You are confident about the thing that we are going to get support from you after this situation will get over. So right now, the major thing for Bharatiya Janata Party and Eknath Shinde is that they are just meeting and the discussion is on as Shiv Sena is struggling, Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi Sarkar is struggling because of the numbers, because Eknath Shinde have more
looks
than
very
38
distant in
and
this entire
he's claiming that he
thing.
has more than
They are
50
distancing themselves from this entire game, because Eknath Shinde on one side has the support of the rebel MLAs, but when they go to Mumbai, the tables might just turn. And now with the disqualification notice as well, the numbers game is all something that they need to work around. And hence Fadnavis somewhere and the BJP seems to be on the fence as far as rushing into this entire huddle is concerned. Paras?
I'm unable to hear you. Can you please repeat your question?
I'm going to repeat the question for you. I'm saying that the BJP looks like it's distancing itself from the Shinde Sena for the moment and not going on all guns blazing with the kind of support that Shinde Sena has, because with the disqualification notice also coming in, plus the fact that when they come back to Mumbai, the numbers might change, the tables perhaps can also turn.
Yeah, of course, tables can turn, but BJP has distanced themselves. But there are indirect ways that we are seeing from last so many days. We are at Sagar Bungalow for last 3-4 days, and there are a continuous meeting that has been attended by Maharashtra MLAs and the senior leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party at Devendra Fadnavis Bungalow. So there may be some strategy or some planning which has been planned around this situation which is in Maharashtra right now. But no leader from Bharatiya Janata Party is been allowed to speak anything about this situation. They are just saying that we are just waiting for the situation to clear down. We are not allowed to speak anything, and they are not speaking. I was there at the Sagar Bungalow for last 3 days, and I had saw this situation where MLAs and the senior leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party visited for 8 hours. The meeting went around 7 to 8 hours every day from last 3-4 days. So there are some situation. BJP is not in a direct thing right now, but indirectly there must be some plan for Eknath Shinde.
Yes, absolutely. Paras, continue to be with us right there. Do we have Dev Kotak also with us at the moment? This is how everything really panned out. 24 June, 10:30 p.m. Shinde is flown from Guwahati to the national capital in Delhi, and then from Delhi he's gone right here in the state of Gujarat, and that was a chartered flight, as we already reported that he took. Then 24 June 9 p.m. Fadnavis flew from Mumbai to Vadodara via Indore. 25th June 5:45 a.m. Fadnavis returned from Vadodara to Mumbai, and then you had Shinde also, who went back to Delhi, because that, as we reported, was the base. We'll bring that on your screens in just about a bit as well. And then eventually he went back to Guwahati as well. All right, is this end game Uddhav or not? The numbers will do the talking eventually. Sources have revealed that Shinde met Fadnavis in Vadodara as well late last night. We're getting you the inside scoop, every twist, every turn. You saw the numbers on your screens as well. Sena rebels have floated this new group with Eknath Shinde. It's the new Shiv Sena faction that has formed. Uddhav Thackeray has also moved the EC against the misuse of Balasaheb Thackeray's name as well. There's a full-blown war over Bala Saheb's legacy. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray said that no one should use Bala Saheb Thackeray's name after the rebel group led by Eknath Shinde announced that they would name their group Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. Uddhav gave out a stern warning and said that Shinde should seek votes at the behest of his father and not Bala Saheb Thackeray. Here's a report.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war is now personal. The fight is for Bal Thakeray's name and legacy. At the Shiv Sena executive meet, Uddhav had a clear message for Eknath Shinde and the rebels.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. काढा बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही. मी तर नालायकच आहे. माझा फोटो लावूच नका. पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
The message from Shiv Sena is clear. Uddhav Thackeray is only inheritor of Bala Saheb's legacy. The party is also going to move the election commission to stop the Shinde faction from misusing Bala Saheb's name.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Bala Saheb Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे. शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं. आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते.
The Sena roar has been triggered after India Today's exclusive political news break. India Today was the first to report that Shinde and the rebels are going to form a separate faction and will name it Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, rebel MLA Deepak Kesarkar claimed that Shinde had sent a letter to the deputy speaker seeking recognition as a separate party.
हम लोग अभी भी शिवसेना में हैं. जो एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग फैली जा रही है कि हम लोगों ने शिवसेना छोड़ी है, ऐसी कोई भी बात नहीं है. हम सिर्फ अपना गट अलग कर रहे हैं, और जो बाला साहब की विचारधारा है कि हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं, इसके बारे में हमने हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख जी को बार-बार विनती की थी.
Dropping a massive hint, rebel MLA Deepak Kesarkar also asserted that rebel camp has only two options now, either to support the NCP or join hands with the BJP.
आपका ये शिवसेना बाला साहेब नाम का जो कोई गुट बनेगा, जिसको मान्यता शायद मिल भी जाए, वो गुट अपने आप को उनको मर्ज करना पड़ेगा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में. तो या तो वो नहीं है, हो सकती है, या आपकी कोई और, या नहीं है. अच्छा,
ऐसे बिल्कुल नहीं है. ऐसा कुछ प्राविधान नहीं है. वो तो अलग गट करके आप बैठ सकते हैं, और वैसे हम लोग बैठेंगे. आज जो सिर्फ चल रहा है प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, और ऐसे कोई भी नहीं है. जो भी प्रोविजंस होंगे कायदे की, उसके हम लोग अमल बजावनी करेंगे.
This comes after Maharashtra Deputy Speaker rejected the no confidence motion moved against him by the Shinde camp. 16 rebels have also been served disqualification notices. They have been asked to respond by June 27th, 5 p.m. Uddhav has declared he's the rightful heir of Bala Saheb's legacy, but Shinde remains defiant.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी, उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के, उनको आना पड़ेगा, और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी.
The real question remains unanswered. Who is the real Shiv Sena? Bureau Report, India Today.
You know, in situations like this, it always comes down to the numbers. The numbers speak for themselves. Of course, there are many other factors involved as well, but the numbers show you what the strength really looks like. Now, this is a losing number game at the moment, as of this moment, as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. Lots can change. That's politics for you. Right now, they are in Guwahati. Remember, they've not come back to Mumbai. Once they come back to Mumbai, you never know what changes. Let me walk you through what the numbers are looking like. Shiv Sena is at 17. BJP is at 106. NCP 55 and 40 for Congress. Now, the rebels are 38 plus 9 other rebels, and the majority mark is at 144. Total strength of the House is 285. So at this point of time, Sena rebels plus other rebels, they've obviously, if you count that alongside with the BJP, there is Uddhav Thackeray, who looks like he is in the losing spot for the moment. It's politics for you. You never know. Things change very fast. Maharashtra is marred by political uncertainty. The Maha Vikas Aghadi government is working at a record speed as the possibility of the government's ouster is looming large. Here's more.
The political uncertainty in Maharashtra has surprisingly resulted in bureaucratic efficiency. Maha Vikas Aghadi netas are working at record speed. Be it long pending files or sanctioning funds for development projects, the state coffers are working round the clock. Eknath Shinde-led rebellion hit the state of Maharashtra on June 21st. 4 days later, the Aghadi government has cleared over 280 development work-related orders, a record speed since the inception of the government. From rebels to Maha Vikas Aghadi partners, everybody is leaving nothing to chance. Gulab Rao Patil, the Water Supply and Sanitation Minister for Maharashtra, who joined the Shinde faction, cleared 84 work orders before flying to Guwahati. The highest number of project orders have been issued by ministers under NCP. There's no clarity on who will emerge on top when the political storm settles. Maha Vikas Aghadi is bracing for the worst, hastily putting things in order in case the eviction bugle sounds. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, counting of votes for Lok Sabha by-polls in Azamgarh, Rampur and Sangrur and 4 states, 7 assembly seats kickstarts under multi-tier security cover.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Karan Johar's upcoming film Jug Jug Jio has been creating a lot of buzz. A writer named Vishal A. Singh claimed that Karan Johar's Dharma Productions copied his script titled Bani Rani. In a series of tweets, the writer shared his email copy sent to Dharma Productions. One of his tweets read, and I quote, "Had registered a story Bani Rani with SwaIndia.org in January 2020. I had officially mailed Dharma Movies in February 2020 for an opportunity to co-produce with them. I even got a reply from them. And then they have taken my story and made Jug Jug Jio. Not fair, Karan Johar." The film has been sued for copyright infringement by Ranchi-based writer Vishal Singh. A court in Ranchi has now ordered the screening of the film ahead of its release. After the screening, it will be decided whether the film violates the Copyright Act or not. Karan Johar and his team have not reacted to this yet. Directed by Raj Mehta, Jug Jug Jio is slated to release in theatres on June 24th, with film stars Varun Dhawan, Anil Kapoor, Kiara Advani and Neetu Kapoor.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Germany. Indian diaspora has welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Munich. The Prime Minister is going to be addressing an event in Munich on COVID crisis, post-COVID recovery too, on climate, on energy, Ukraine crisis as well. All of that is on the agenda. That address is going to take place and we'll cut live to that when that happens. But right now, just take a look at the visuals that are coming in. Prime Minister Modi in Germany, and he's been flocked and surrounded by the Indian diaspora. He's right there in Munich. And look at the rousing welcome that the Prime Minister of India is getting in Germany, in Munich especially. Live visuals coming in at the moment. The rousing welcome on your screens right now. Listen to what's going on. These are the visuals first up on India Today.
काफी उत्साह वहां पर लोगों में देखा जा रहा है और पीछे आप देख सकते हैं एक तस्वीर वहां पर
sloganeering going on in Munich as the Prime Minister has landed there for the G7 summit. The Prime Minister is getting a rousing welcome there. He's going to be holding meetings with G7 guest countries, exchange views on many issues. The issues on the agenda are COVID, climate, energy crisis, the Ukraine crisis, all of that on the agenda. He's also going to be traveling to UAE, on his way back to India. He's going to be making a pit stop to UAE where he's got something important on the agenda right there as well. The Prime Minister is going to be exchanging views with G7 countries, G7 partner countries, guest international organizations on topical issues like the environment, energy, climate, food security, health, counterterrorism, gender equality, democracy. These are the visuals that are coming in live from Munich at the moment, where the Prime Minister is getting a rousing welcome by the Indian diaspora. In fact, there was sloganeering going on, people screaming Bharat Mata Ki Jai proudly as he landed in Munich. Let's play that out for our viewers once. Let's play that out, the kind of rousing welcome he's getting. Geeta Mohan is joining us. She's a foreign affairs editor. Geeta, of course, the optics look fantastic. Indian diaspora is really giving him a rousing welcome along with Germans right there in Munich. And you can see the Prime Minister enjoying the support. People sloganeering, saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Just bringing our viewers back to the G7 summit, if you could, for the ones who have just tuned in, if you could just walk them through all that's on the agenda.
Well, Chetty, interesting visuals over there, but we've seen this love and appreciation for India and India's standing these days. Every time Prime Minister Modi goes abroad, and Munich is a place where he's been in the past as well. You can see visuals and photographs of his meeting with his mother not so long ago, and there are people, Indians, who are holding up that photograph as well. But look at the time. It's early in the morning that Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in Munich, and you still have Indians waiting
Apologies
outside
about the
hotel.
interruption. I'm coming back to you, Geeta, but there is some interaction going on with Prime Minister Modi as he's interacting with small little kids right there in Munich. Let's try and listen into what's going on. He's exchanging
तो बिल्कुल काफी उत्साह भारतीय समुदाय के लोगों में देखा जाता है जब कभी भी प्रधानमंत्री विदेशों में होते हैं, और आज अभी कुछ देर पहले प्रधानमंत्री म्यूनिक पहुंचे हैं। म्यूनिक में वो अपने होटल पर इस वक्त पहुंचे हैं, तो हमने आपको दिखाया कि किस तरह से
Alright, he's interacting with small children right there who are very excited to see the Prime Minister, of course. Apologies about that interruption. Geeta, continue.
Well, so the visuals that you see of the Indian diaspora, Chetty, they're very early in the morning. He landed at about 5 a.m. and so they are at the hotel quite early in the morning, waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and then you can see that rousing welcome. We've seen this every time Prime Minister Modi visits countries abroad, and is the case this time around here as well. Also, a lot of children early in the morning, they must have waited for a while because of all the security clearances and screening. They must have waited quite a while inside the hotel also for Prime Minister Modi. And you see, Prime Minister Modi does this. He not only interacts with the Indian diaspora, but takes time out to especially interact with the children. You saw him signing autographs for children who'd come with drawings and some very pro-India or patriotic messages on paper, and so he signed autographs for them, which he's been doing for a while. But he just does take time out to speak with, interact with little kids, which is what he's doing over here as well at the hotel in Germany. It is an important visit, and it kickstarts with the interaction. Not this one. This is a welcome by the Indian diaspora at the hotel in Munich. But he will be having an interaction later this afternoon with the Indian diaspora. It will be about evening here in India, but around 3 p.m. in Munich. So that's when he will be addressing the Indian diaspora. So that's going to be an important event. Again, we have seen the kind of conversations and engagements he's had in the past. Every time he goes abroad, and in similar fashion, this has become a very important part of the Indian foreign policy toolkit, the diplomatic
All right,
toolkit.
Geeta, we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. We're getting some breaking news coming in at the moment, cutting straight across to it. Breaking news coming in, counting underway at Sangrur Lok Sabha constituency. Akali Dal Amritsar's Maan leads by 2,061 votes. Maan leads over Aam Aadmi Party's Gurmel by 2,061 votes. Apt to face a popularity test now in Punjab. So you can see that how Akali Dal's Amritsar's Maan leads by 2,061 votes. Maan is leading over Aam Aadmi Party's Gurmel by 2,061 votes. Is a true test for the Aam Aadmi Party. So you can see that the Aam Aadmi Party currently not in the lead at the moment, but the counting is underway at the moment, so you never know what happens later. Sangrur Lok Sabha constituency counting has truly begun. It's a popularity test for the Aam Aadmi Party, especially after that vacuum sweep right there in Punjab in the last assembly polls, and this time around in the by-polls, what really happens on the back of all that is transpired in Punjab, including the Sidhu Moosewala murder, etc. We'll get you more details as we go along the way. We're getting more breaking news coming in. Counting of votes in Rampur, Azamgarh underway. SP's Asim Raza is leading with 767 votes in Rampur. Asim Raza, Samajwadi Party candidate from Rampur, has said, and I quote, "We are confident we are winning the election. The administration tried hard to stop our voters. They scared people away from booths. This is why the turnout was low. It may hamper the margin, but we will still win this election." So Asim Raza very confident right there of winning this particular election. Counting of votes in Rampur, Azamgarh underway. Samajwadi Party's Asim Raza in the lead at the moment, 767 votes in Rampur.
कमीशन की गाइडलाइंस के अनुरूप पूरी प्रक्रिया चल रही है और जो भी 3 लेयर्ड सिक्योरिटी की कमीशन की गाइडलाइंस है उसके अनुरूप कार्रवाई की जा रही है। किसी भी प्रकार की कोई समस्या यहाँ नहीं है, बिल्कुल सुचारू रूप से मतगणना चल रही है। जो भी व्यक्ति अंदर जाएगा गेट पे जाने से पहले उसकी डीएफएमडी और एचएचएमडी के माध्यम से फ्रिस्किंग की जाएगी। बिना प्रॉपर सिक्योरिटी चेक किए हुए हम अंदर किसी को नहीं भेज सकते हैं। कुछ गेट को लेकर कंफ्यूजन था, उसको सॉर्ट आउट करा दिया गया है। अब किसी प्रकार की कोई समस्या नहीं है और आप देख रहे हैं सुचारू रूप से ये कार्रवाई चल रही है। मैं लोगों से ये अनुरोध करूंगा कि किसी भी प्रकार की अफवाह पे कोई भरोसा न करें। सीसीटीवी कवरेज में पूरा एरिया है, सारी प्रक्रिया सीसीटीवी कवरेज में है, तो किसी भी प्रकार से किसी अफवाह पे ध्यान न दें, शांतिपूर्ण तरीके।
Let's bring Samarth Srivastava on this story. Samarth, we spoke about Samajwadi Party's Asim Raza leading with 767 votes in Rampur, but you've got counting going on in Azamgarh as well. If you could just encapsulate all the latest developments.
See, at one hand, Asim Raza is leading in Rampur, while it's the different story happening in Azamgarh, which is also called the Garh of Samajwadi Party. Because here, the BJP's Nirawa, Akka Dinesh Lal Yadav, is leading with around 2,000 votes. And on number 2, it is Samajwadi Party's Dharmendra Yadav. So it's a tough fight going on between Dharmendra Yadav and Nirawa, while at times that particular BSP candidate is also coming on number 2. But Nirawa is leading so far since the counting is on from 8 a.m. in Azamgarh. But what I can show you, the visuals out here are tight security out here at the counting side. As you can see, the triple layer security of Uttar Pradesh police. And what are the visuals I'm trying to show you? This is the entry point, and this is one place where Samajwadi Party candidate Dharmendra Yadav had a scuffle with the cops of UP police. But after 15 minutes, it got things better. Things got better with SSP of Azamgarh coming in, while SSP, while speaking to India Today TV, said there was nothing like that and there was a confusion regarding the entry by the Samajwadi Party candidate. But Dharmendra Yadav has leveled allegations of EVM tampering also. So it's going to be happening because it is just the start of counting in Azamgarh, and politics seems to be happening around this particular city, though the city is known for Mulayam Singh Yadav's name when it comes to Samajwadi Party. But it's going to be very crucial because it's not going to be a very easy task for Samajwadi Party to get through this time. In 2014, it was Mulayam Singh Yadav who was the MP from here, while in 2019, Akhilesh Yadav was the MP. Now, it's going to be very, very crucial. Will Dharmendra Yadav will continue the stronghold of Samajwadi Party in Azamgarh, or Nirawa or BJP will take away this particular thing, while the Budu Jamali of BSP is also giving a tough fight out here. So it's going to be a tough fight, and you can see a nail-biter contest, at least in Azamgarh. If not,
it's absolutely a nail-biting contest, like you rightly mentioned. We'll continue tracking these developments. For now, I'm compelled to end the show. For now, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. But stay with us. In just moments from now, Preeti Chaudhary and I will be joining you with the top headlines and the latest political developments. Stay with us on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed.
My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching.
Do you litter? Well, humans do have a habit of littering possibly everywhere, but here's something that will shock you. Human trash was found on Mars. Yes, we aren't kidding. NASA's Perseverance rover is on a mission to explore Mars planet, and while exploring, it found a piece of human trash. NASA shared images on Twitter where it can be clearly seen that a shiny litter is stuck between the rocks. It was indeed a surprise to find it in that region. So far, the Perseverance rover had no luck in finding life on Mars planet. But does finding this piece of trash really mean something? The rover actually stumbled on a piece of thermal blanket, which NASA thinks might have come from the rover's descent stage. The thermal blanket protects the rover from extreme temperatures. It is possible that the thermal blanket belongs to the rover's descent stage. But what NASA finds out is that the descent crashed 2 kilometers away from the location. So how did that piece of thermal blanket get there? The Perseverance team thought that it could have been blown away from the wind. NASA's Perseverance rover was sent to explore the red planet to find ancient signs of living. It landed on Mars in 2021 and since then has been collecting rocks, exploring the planet and sending back vital information to NASA.
You are watching
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Pancherghat Tire. अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी. Powered by NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे.
You are watching India Today.
Warm welcome viewers. We're going to be tracking the by polls that are taking place in many cities across many states. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Maha-political turmoil enters day 6 and emotional Shinde appeal to Shiv Sainik says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Maha-Vikas Aghadi. Yuva Sena executives meet today. Top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra BJP chief Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara. Dead of the night, void of cameras, raising suspense. Counting of votes for Lok Sabha by polls in Azamgarh, Rampur and Sangrur and 4 states, 7 assembly seats kickstarts under multi-tier security cover. And Prime Minister Modi will hold meetings with over 12 world leaders during his visit to Germany for the G7 summit, focus on global economy, post-COVID recovery and Ukraine crisis. All right, viewers. Prime Minister Modi has landed for Germany to attend the G7 summit. He got a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora after landing in Munich. Streets of Germany echoed with Modi, Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai. He will be holding meetings with over 12 world leaders during his visit to Germany and will have over 15 hectic engagements. During the meet, the G7 leaders are expected to focus on the Ukraine crisis that has triggered geopolitical turmoil besides fueling a global food and energy crisis. Official sources said Modi will have multiple bilateral meetings in addition to attending the G7, a group of the world's 7 richest nations, during his stay in Germany. He will be meeting members of the Indian diaspora from across Europe during his 2-day visit. Modi is attending the G7 summit following an invitation by the German Chancellor. The summit is being hosted by Germany in its capacity as the chair of G7. After attending the G7 meeting in Germany, the Prime Minister will be traveling to UAE on the June 28th.
So the Prime Minister is getting a rousing welcome right there in Germany. We're getting you those visuals as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the G7 summit. And after attending the G7 summit, the Prime Minister is also going to be traveling to the UAE on 28th of June. He's there. Lots on the agenda of the Prime Minister. Geeta Mohan will be joining us in just moments from now to bring us up to speed with the latest on the Prime Minister's agenda at the G7 meeting. Multiple bilaterals been planned in Germany. It's going to be a rather crucial one as the Prime Minister is attending the G7 summit following an invitation by the German Chancellor. The summit is being hosted by Germany in its capacity as the chair of G7. Just look at the rousing welcome that the Prime Minister is getting by the Indian diaspora right there in Munich. He landed a little while back, visuals of which are on your screens. There is chanting going on for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, why don't we listen in to the rousing welcome that the Prime Minister has got in Germany. All right, Sanjay Rao's reaction coming in.
बीट शब्द लिहितोय तो का विचारा कोणाला हे पहा की तुम्हाला इथे जेव्हा ते येतील तेव्हा कळेल नक्की बंडखोरी कुठे होणार आहे. अस्वस्थता हा शब्द खूप म्हणजे सौम्य आहे. बंडखोरा सुद्धा बंडखोरी होऊ शकते.
बार बार जो ये कहा जा रहा है उनकी तरफ से, हर एक विधायक जो आ रहे हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि एनसीपी जो है वो शिवसेना को धीरे धीरे खत्म करना चाहती है और हम ये नहीं होने देंगे, इसलिए हम बाहर आए.
थोड़े पागल लोग किस नशा में है मुझे मालूम नहीं. उसको खाने में अफू चरस गांजा दे रहे क्या मुझे मालूम नहीं. हाँ, 2.5 साल से सत्ता में है, मंत्री बनकर बैठे हैं सब. हाँ, सब मलाईदार पोर्टफोलियो लेकर बैठे हैं. अब अचानक उनको साक्षात्कार हो गया क्या. चलिए सर,
शिवसेना ने लेटर लिखा है इलेक्शन कमीशन को.
सब कुछ होगा.
नाम ना यूज किया जाए.
सब कुछ होगा. नाम लेने की नौबत उन पर आ रही है बाला साहब ठाकरे और शिवसेना की. आप छोड़ गए हैं ना, तो अपने बाप का नाम दे दो. सभी ने जो जितने हैं अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो. आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर. कोई दिल्ली में है, कोई नागपुर में है, कोई मुंबई में है. हमारा बाप सिर्फ बाला साहब ठाकरे है एक, और हम उनके प्रति हमारी निष्ठा और लॉयल्टी है. हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे. आप 10 बार बाप बदल रहे हो. कभी बड़ौदा में जाते हो, कभी सूरत में जाते हो, कभी गुवाहाटी में जाते हो, कभी दिल्ली में जाते हो. ये बाप बदलने की जो प्रोसेस है वो हमारे पार्टी में नहीं चलती.
अंतर्गत वादावाद असल्याचं समोर येत आहे.
इलेक्शन कमिशनला की नाव यूज करू नये बाळासाहेब.
बरोबर आहे ना. बरोबर आहे. कशा लोकांना गुमराह करताय. खरी शिवसेना, खोटी शिवसेना, जे बाहेर फुटले जाऊन गेले त्यांची शिवसेना असू शकत नाही.
Left cannot be called Shivseniks. Shivsena is ours, is what he says.
राजीनामे द्या. मी नारायण राणेंना मानतो. त्यांच्याबरोबर जे लोक गेले, ठीक आहे, त्यांचा गट लहान होता, त्यांनी राजीनामे दिले, ते निवडणुकीला सामोरे गेले. निवडणुकांना सामोरे जा. मध्य प्रदेशमध्ये ज्योतिराव शिंदे यांचे लोक फुटले 22, राजीनामा दिला, निवडणुकीत सामोरे गेले, जिंकून आले, त्यांनी सरकार बनवलं. तुमच्यामध्ये जर हिंमत असेल तर तुम्ही राजीनामे द्यायचे, किती असू द्या, 54च्या 54 असू द्या, राजीनामे द्यायचे आणि आपापल्या मतदारसंघात जाऊन निवडणुका लढवण्याची हिंमत दाखवा. हे माझं ओपन चॅलेंज आहे.
It's my open challenge. Come here and face us. We are the real Shivsena. What are you scared of?
शिवसेनेच्या हिंदुत्वाच्या तिथे आसाममध्ये पूर आलाय. रेडिएशन हॉटेलच्या बाहेर एवढा पूर आला, इतना बाढ़ है रेडिएशन के बाहर भी.
There is floods going on in Assam, and there you're worried about breaking this government.
चल रही है सब.
And there you are sitting there and partying inside Radisson Blue Hotel.
क्या है, आपको सब जो वीडियो सामने आ रहे हैं ना, आप देख लीजिए क्या हो रहा है उधर.
सर, आप लोगों को भरोसा अभी भी सरकार आप लोग बचा लेंगे?
डेफिनेटली ये सरकार है, वो सरकार रहेगी. इसीलिए तो मुंबई में आने की हिम्मत नहीं जुटा रहे ना वो लोग. अगर आपके पास 50 लोगों का गुट है, आपकी पार्टी है, आप पार्टी बनाई है, तो भाई आइए मुंबई में, हम स्वागत करने के लिए तैयार है. मैं खुद जाऊंगा एयरपोर्ट पर. अगर एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं तो हमें बताइए, हम बोलेंगे हाँ, एक शिवसैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया. उस वक्त नहीं बनाया था. 2019 में एक शिवसैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने को विरोध किया था बीजेपी ने और देवेंद्र जी ने. और आज भी वो ये 40 लोगों को गुलाम बनाकर रखना चाहते हैं और बाला साहेब ठाकरे की शिवसेना, मराठी मानुष की शिवसेना खत्म करना चाहते हैं महाराष्ट्र से.
सर, आपको गुवाहाटी में आना पड़ेगा. चौपाटी में
आइए. चौपाटी में गुवाहाटी में क्या है, चौपाटी में आइए ना. विधान भवन के सामने ही चौपाटी है. आइए चौपाटी में, यहाँ भी मजा करेंगे.
सर, अंतर्गत वादावाद जे आहे आमदारांचे ते समोर येते.
दरवाजे उघडेच आहेत, उघडे ठेवले होते.
Our doors are open. Come back to Mumbai. Come back to Chapati.
आत्ता माझं 5 मिनिटापूर्वी काही आमदारांशी बोलणं, त्यांची इच्छा येण्याची, ज्यांनी इच्छा व्यक्त केली आहे त्यांच्यासाठी दरवाजे, खिडक्या, पट्टी सगळं काय उघड आहे आणि ते येतील, मला खात्री आहे.
अंतर्गत वादावाद असल्याचं देखील समोर येतं.
चंद्रकांत खैरेंना पण त्याचे फोन आलेले आहेत. तिकडे एकमेकावरती हल्ले झाले आणि कपडे फाडले तरी मला आश्चर्य वाटणार नाही, कारण जबरदस्तीने आमदारांना डांबून ठेवलंय. जबरदस्तीने डांबून ठेवले आमदार.
They've been taken under duress. They've not gone on their own will. He's talking about the MLAs in the Shinde camp.
त्या हॉटेलमध्ये मी माहिती घेतली मगाशी, 340 खोल्या आहेत. 18 माळ्याचं हॉटेल आहे, त्यातले 3 माळे यांच्याकडे आहेत. मी कालपासून त्यांना मेल पाठवते हॉटेलला की आम्हाला 40 रूम तिथे हवे, देत आहे का. आणि मी ती जे त्यांचे पर्यटन मंत्री आहेत आणि मुख्यमंत्री आहेत हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा, त्यांनाही माझा मेल गेला आहे की आपण म्हणत्या पर्यटनाला या गुवाहाटीमध्ये राजस्थान ब्लूमध्ये आम्हाला यायचं आहे. तिथे 340 रूम्स आहेत.
340 rooms in Radisson Blue Hotel, and why don't they let us go there?
अजून रिप्लाई येत नाहीये.
They've not responded to what I've asked.
किस तरह का मेल किया है? मैंने कहा है कि आपने निमंत्रण दिया है हमारे लोगों को, सबको, कि आप गुवाहाटी में आइए. मैं तो बहुत बार गया हूँ, उस होटल में रह चुका हूँ, बहुत अच्छा होटल है. किसी एमएलए ने कहा है कि क्या झाड़ी है, क्या 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 बोलता है, क्या होटल है, क्या पानी है, क्या पहाड़ है. फिर महाराष्ट्र में क्या स्मशान है क्या?
सर, आपने
महाराष्ट्र में स्मशान है.
आपने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात कही कि 5 लोगों से आपकी बात हुई.
आप भी हो गई
और उन लोगों को आना है, क्या कहेंगे सर?
आ जाएंगे, आने के बाद कूद कर आ जाएंगे. आप देखो, इसलिए तो गुवाहाटी नहीं छोड़ रहे. आप 30 तारीख तक बढ़ाया है वहाँ का उनका स्टे. क्यों? आप आइए ना यार, महाराष्ट्र है आपका, वहाँ भी झाड़ी है, फूल है, हाँ, निसर्ग है, पत्थर है, पानी है. तो महाराष्ट्र में क्या है? आप
क्या बोल रहे हैं कि उनको जबरदस्ती वहाँ पर रखा गया?
डेफिनेटली छूटना है वहाँ से. इसलिए तो मैंने कहा कि हमें वहाँ 20 कमरे दीजिए, हम वहाँ रहना चाहते हैं, लोगों से बात करना चाहते हैं, तो हमें क्यों रोका रहा है?
वो भी अभी इस्तीफा दे रहा है। जिला कैडर जो है, जिला प्रमुख हो, उनको भी फोन करके धमकाया जा रहा है, किसी को बताया जा रहा है।
दे दीजिए, इतने भी आप धमकाइए, इशारे करिए, कुछ होगा नहीं। शिवसेना जो है बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की, उद्धव ठाकरे जी की एक सुपर पावर है। किसी को लगता है कि महाशक्ति है कोई दिल्ली में, नहीं, ये शिवसेना महाशक्ति।
अभी भी सुपर पावर बची है क्या? जब 40 विधायक चले गए हैं,
जाना याची इच्छा आहे, आमच्याही संपर्कात आहे।
Oh, the MLAs are in touch with us. Don't worry about it. They're very much in touch with us.
सर, बिना इन विधायक करना
Let's cut across to my colleague Dev Kota, who's joining us from Mumbai. All of this coming at the back of Devendra Fadnavis meeting Eknath Shinde. What came out of that? But the posturing in Mumbai has already begun. What is interesting is, and I will want to get in my colleague Dev. They have two big points that Sanjay Raut, who's been giving many sound bites through the course of the day, every day, has said today. Number one, that he's in touch with 5 MLAs. Number two, that they have requested to book 20 rooms inside that same hotel where these rebel MLAs are staying in Guwahati, and they've been denied the same. Dev, can you hear me? Dev, can you hear me?
Yes. Well, like you said, that Sanjay Raut has, Sanjay Raut has been making some really important points. This shows the kind of aggressive stand that the Shiv Sena wants to take to avoid any kind of further poaching. Also, Sanjay Raut, speaking and displaying the emotion of the Shiv Sena, where they aggressively plan to take on the issue. Earlier, they were a bit reluctant and the mood was a bit somber, but now they have decided to fight it out and in a ruthless manner, also sort of avoid any kind of further poaching. However, the main target and priority continues to remain Eknath Shinde, of course, but Sanjay Raut mentioning not just in this press conference, but in other statements that have been issued to the press, also saying that please come back, we are willing to hold a discussion and talk with you. So of course it is going to be a long drawn legal and technical battle. He also took a jibe through his tweet saying that hiding is not going to serve any purpose, referring to the MLAs who moved first from Mumbai to Surat in Gujarat at the Le Méridien Hotel, and then later at the Radisson Blu they flew to Assam in Guwahati, which is where the rebel camp MLAs are believed to have been camped at the moment. Also, we know that as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, in order to strengthen their image and a part of the damage control plan, senior functionaries have said that there will be several rallies and meetings that will be held in order to mobilize and gather support. So these are the kind of details that we have at this point in time.
Dev, stay with me. Let's cut across right now to my colleague Polumi Saha, who's joining us from Guwahati, right outside the resort where these MLAs are holed up. Polumi, from Mumbai, you have Sanjay Raut, who's said that we are in touch with those 5 who are holed up behind you. And also interesting, the Shiv Sena wants 20 rooms. The Uddhav faction wants 20 rooms in that resort in Guwahati, which they are being denied. Of course, that was just posturing. What are you picking up, Polumi, from the meeting between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde?
Well, Preeti, it was no surprise, that we learnt, of course, through the course of the day that Eknath Shinde yesterday, that is, of course, that Eknath Shinde had, in fact, met with Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara 2 nights ago. And this was in the dead of the night when, obviously, they couldn't be tracked by the media. And they met at a prominent hotel, is what our colleague, of course, on the ground told us in the city of Vadodara. Remember that the Shinde camp is, of course, mounting this rebellion on the back of the BJP, of course, telling them that as far as this rebellion is concerned, they have the support in that sense, because obviously nobody can say that the BJP is not a stakeholder in this entire process as it's happening. But obviously the BJP has kept extremely silent about it, and the BJP has chosen, as they say, to adopt a wait and watch mode. But with this meeting, it becomes very apparent that it's more than just a wait and watch mode. The rebellion may have come from the inside, in the sense that they have been possibly frustrated with Uddhav Thackeray's style of functioning, or as they claim, the NCP's interference in their party, as well as, of course, in governance as well, where basically they believe that their top leadership of the party was sidelining them in order to accommodate NCP and Congress and their party leaders and workers. But the fact is, now it's absolutely clear that there was some sort of backing from the Bharatiya Janata Party. At least they must have received some sort of, moral support, if you may, from the BJP to mount this rebellion. So as far as what transpired in that meeting is concerned, we don't know how this is going to proceed forward. But initially, we were, of course, told by our sources within the camp as well, that the idea is to, of course, bring in the numbers, have 2/3 majority, and then, of course, with the BJP, go ahead and, in fact, present those numbers to the governor and compel the governor to call for a trust vote in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, where the Uddhav Thackeray-led MVikas Aghadi government will have to, in fact, prove its strength on the floor of the House, and in that case it might fail, which is what they anticipate, because they have the numbers, and that would then clear the way for them to go ahead with the BJP, which has been their stated intention, as to go back to the BJP fold, go back to the NDA fold, and ally with the BJP as opposed to NCP and Congress. Preeti.
You know, we're going to keep coming back to Polami. Do stay on with us, but it's turning out to be a maha-political thriller of sorts, especially on this Sunday, a Sunday political thriller, which is building up for the last 4-5 days. The Shinde Sena to organize rallies in Maharashtra. Shinde's camp key huddle at 12 noon. Sena's youth wing to hold national executive meet. Shinde supporters to gather outside Thane residence. It's interesting, and I want to bring in back our reporters into this conversation. Now, there is clearly an attempt, Polami, because there is a threat which has been, in not so many words, issued by the likes of Sanjay Raut, that they should come in and face the people. So instead of coming in, there seems to be a thrust for a show of strength and support in Maharashtra itself. Most of these, you are from Maharashtra, you've been covering the politics there as well. Most of these protests which are planned by Eknath Shinde will be limited to Thane and Kalyan. All right, we're going to try and cut across to my colleague Polami, but that's the latest that is coming in. The Shinde Sena, without being in Maharashtra, Mumbai, has decided to hold various protests in Maharashtra, basically to bolster support and perception that the real Shiv Sena is the Shinde Sena. Because viewers, there's a lot of posturing, a lot of rhetoric that is going on right now. Meanwhile, viewers, while by-polls are going on in important constituencies in UP, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh's chopper, has made an emergency landing in Varanasi after a bird hit. The Chief Minister is fine, everything is well, but this emergency landing was made in Varanasi by Yogi Adityanath's chopper. This happened on a bird hit. Yogi Adityanath is touring areas, especially at a time when key constituencies like Rampur, Azamgarh are going in for elections. As we speak, what's interesting is that Azamgarh, which has been seen as the backyard of Samajwadi Party, is now being led in terms of by-polls. At least the leads seem to suggest it's Nirawa from the Bharatiya Janata Party that is leading in Azamgarh. But in midst of all of this, viewers, what we are getting in is that Yogi Adityanath's chopper was forced to make an emergency landing, and this after a bird hit was reported. The Chief Minister, everyone is well. No untoward incident happened. It was all avoided.
All right, so emergency landing being made right there. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, all fine at the moment, but Yogi Adityanath's chopper has made an emergency landing in Varanasi. Initial information just trickling in. It was a bird hit, so he's fine. The landing was made in time. It was Yogi Adityanath's chopper that has made an emergency landing. This was a bird hit. That's what we know at the moment. Yogi Adityanath is fine for the moment, but we'll get more information on what really happened over there, or if there is something more than just a bird hit right there. Yogi Adityanath's chopper making an emergency landing in Varanasi after a bird hit. We'll get our reporters patched on the story, get you all the top developments. The Chief Minister was leaving. What information is just coming in that he was leaving for Lucknow from police line in Varanasi by chopper. But the chopper has made an emergency landing in Varanasi in time. Our reporters will be joining you in just moments from now on this big story we're tracking. Breaking news this Sunday morning on Yogi Adityanath's chopper making an emergency landing in Varanasi after a bird hit. Samarth Srivastava now joining us for the latest. Samarth, what we're picking up at the moment is that there is an emergency landing of Yogi Adityanath's chopper. It's a bird hit. How is Yogi Adityanath doing, and is he safe and sound?
See, he's completely fine. He had to go for leave for Lucknow because he had a schedule done in Varanasi. But what we got to know, a bird hit the particular chopper, which we saw, and after which the officials present there took a decision and in a way requested CM Yogi Adityanath to return back. And after that, a state plane will be coming from Lucknow because CM is completely fine, because to avoid any such big incident happening, because a bird got hit in that particular chopper from which CM Yogi was about to leave from Varanasi to Lucknow. So in a way, to stop any hindrance in the flight, so fast. That's why the officers took a call and requested the CM of Uttar Pradesh to return back to the Circuit House, after which Chief Minister returned back.
There's news also coming in right now. It's just trickling in that the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will now go to Lucknow by state plane, and the administration is making preparations for it. What are we picking up on that front?
Well, exactly. State plane will come from Lucknow, from which CM Yogi Adityanath will leave for Lucknow, because Varanasi, he was here yesterday for the preparations regarding Prime Minister Narendra Modi's arrival, and because now it was the time for him to return back to Lucknow, but due to the hindrance after which a bird got hit to the chopper of CM Yogi Adityanath, that particular chopper was landed again in the police line to Varanasi, and CM Yogi, who was all set to leave for Lucknow, was requested to return back to the Circuit House where he was staying in Varanasi.
Okay.
And now they are waiting for the state plane to come. Yeah.
Okay, absolutely, Samarth. So the good news here is that the Chief Minister is safe and sound, and it was a bird hit, and there was an emergency landing made in the nick of time. Thank you, Samarth, for joining us with the very latest developments on this story. All right, we're slipping into a very short commercial break, but our rolling coverage continues on the other side of the short commercial break. Preeti and I will be joining you with all the very latest developments related to Maharashtra and much, much more. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Udayan Mukherjee.
Do you want to hear dead people? Well, you might in the near future through Alexa. Amazon is all set to go a notch higher in the tech world with the introduction of its latest feature of Alexa. During Amazon's Global Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Conference, Alexa AI gave an unusual demo by mimicking the voice of a dead relative to a child. Yes, you heard it right. Through the use of artificial intelligence and recent advancements in text-to-speech technology, Alexa will be able to mimic someone's voice using less than a minute of recording. The AI may not eliminate the loss of your loved ones, but it can definitely make their memories last longer. While this may be comforting for some people grieving, a lot of netizens are feeling uneasy about the whole idea. Especially Twitterati is quite apprehensive and using hashtags like creepy and morbid for this new Alexa feature.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us on India Today. Time now to see all the latest updates related to the Maharashtra political crisis. Let's bring you all the top developments, beginning with development number 1. The rebel Shinde camp has extended its stay in Assam's Guwahati, and the Shiv Sena group has extended its hotel booking by 2 days. They will now be putting up in Guwahati till 30th of June, and this is a very interesting development because they have extended their stay and unwilling to now to come to Maharashtra immediately. This shows how the Shinde camp is in a huddle at this point. Sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and BJP's Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last night. This is in Gujarat, to discuss possible government formation in Maharashtra. That's the top development number 2. And according to sources, Shinde came to Vadodara on a special flight from Guwahati last night. Let's bring you the top development number 3 to give you perspective on what's going on in Maharashtra. According to sources, Eknath Shinde will be holding a very crucial meeting with his rebel MLAs. This is going to happen in an hour and a half from now. It's 10:30 by the watch. 12 noon is when this meeting is going to take place. The meeting is going to be over the disqualification notice. This is disqualification notice sent out to 16 MLAs in the Shinde Sena camp. Shinde has sought a legal opinion now on this disqualification notice. Let's bring you the next top development on the Maharashtra political turmoil on your screens right now. After the National Executive Committee meeting, Shiv Sena has called for a meeting of its youth wing, that is the Yuva Sena National Executives, at the Shiv Sena Bhavan at 5:30 p.m. this evening. All the office bearers have been asked to attend this meeting. The fifth top development, Eknath Shinde made an emotional speech to Shiv Senics. He said Shiv Sena workers must understand that he wants to free the party from the clutches of MVA government. And when he says that, he particularly means the Congress and the NCP. And the battle is now for the betterment of party workers, according to Eknath Shinde. The Maharashtra political drama has entered day 6 of the turmoil. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are currently defiant. Amidst this political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut launched an all-out attack on Eknath Shinde. He also dared him to come to Mumbai. While attacking Shinde and the rebel MLAs, Raut said, make a party after your party's name, go seek votes after your father's name. This is coming in after rebel Shinde reached out to Shiv Sena workers too. In an outreach, Shinde said that he's fighting for Bala Sahib's Hindutva and that he wants to free Shiv Sena of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Meanwhile, the Shinde camp has extended their stay in Guwahati for 2 more days, as we already mentioned, and that is more trouble brewing for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, or probably trouble for Shinde camp, given the fact that they could have come back, but they are not. So this questions arising on whether they are confident or not, given the fact that they have extended their stay in Guwahati. The Shinde camp is also going to be holding key meetings shortly. This is going to be over the crucial disqualification notice that has been issued against them by the Deputy Speaker. Listen into some reactions coming in at this point of time.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं घुसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर क्या हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
Sanjay Raut there daring the rebel MLAs to come into Mumbai, where he says Mumbai mein to aana padega na, jab aayenge tab dekhenge. But what's interesting is, viewers, what's happening right now in Guwahati, in the Eknath Shinde camp, because they've decided to extend their stay in Guwahati. They are not coming to Mumbai or Maharashtra, but now to posture that this is the real Shiv Sena, which is the Eknath faction. They want to now move ahead with a show of strength of Shiv Senics in Maharashtra, even though the Eknath Shinde faction is sitting all the way in Guwahati. Multiple protests against the Uddhav faction by supporters of Eknath Shinde are being planned right now in the state of Maharashtra. This would be limited to the areas around and in Thane, because Eknath Shinde has massive support where Thane is concerned. Thane is a highly influential area in terms of politics of the NCR, the bordering regions of Mumbai. On the other hand, Kalyan will be the other area where these protests will be planned and executed successfully, because Eknath Shinde's son is the MP from Kalyan. In the midst of all of this, you have the Shiv Sena, which is going to be holding their national executive today. They've dug in their heels and resorting now, after a fair amount of appeals, to the old form of muscular Shiv Sena politics, daring Eknath Shinde and his camp to come to Mumbai and face the repercussions.
The Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena tussle has turned ugly. Violence has broken out as angry Shiv Sena workers have taken to the streets. Angry Senics vandalized rebel MLA's offices. They even ended up burning effigies. Take a look at this full report coming in.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office, was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Senics were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे। ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए।
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of Rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Senics vandalized hoardings of Rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of Rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में हैं, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए। लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं। यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है, आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो, तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए। मैंने क्या कहा कल कि आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है। मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है। वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो। ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए।
Union Minister Ramdas Athawale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the warpath, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, viewers, Eknath Shinde camp has sought now 7 days to respond to summons. The Shinde camp will ask for more time as per our right. That's the word coming in from Guwahati. Shinde has sought legal advice over disqualification of MLAs. 16 of his MLAs have been disqualified by the Deputy Speaker, which comes from the NCP. The Shinde's camp key huddle at 12 noon. Now, Shinde supporters to gather outside Thane residents, his own residence in Thane, Shinde Sena to organize rallies in Maharashtra. So there is pressure that is going to be put by Eknath Shinde from his core areas of strength, which lie in Thane, in Kalyan, and this pressure mounted here by his supporters there to show that the real Shiv Sena is his now, that he not just has the party MLAs in terms of sheer girth of strength, but he also has the flag-bearing cadre who is going to protest in his favor, who is going to go to these rallies in his favor. So a lot of posturing, viewers, going on, muscle flexing, political muscle flexing, going on from both ends, because you just heard Sanjay Raut, who's went ahead and said that they will have to come back and face the people, especially the cadre. It remains to be seen, because at least till now, Sanjay Raut, the Uddhav camp, maintains that the cadre of the Shiv Sena, the flag-bearing man and woman who's been campaigning on the streets of the Shiv Sena, still is loyal and holds his allegiance or her allegiance to Uddhav Thackeray and not Eknath Shinde. But on the other front, there's legal trouble mounting for the Eknath Shinde faction, and that's come over the disqualification of its 16 MLAs, those considered closest to Eknath Shinde, which includes him, the disqualification of them by the Deputy Speaker. Now, summons have been issued. As per what Eknath Shinde says, it is his right, and he has sought a 7-day time to respond to those summons. In midst of all of this, Eknath Shinde went and met Devendra Fadnavis to get in a larger in terms of possibly morale boosting, where he is concerned, where his men are concerned. What remains to be seen is now the BJP, after the meeting with Eknath Shinde, going to take a larger role in this political turmoil that has plunged the state of Maharashtra in. So, is the BJP now going to come out and take a larger role in all of this? Will they now, instead of just being in the background, possibly come out and make a public expression or show a public expression of support to the Eknath Shinde faction? It remains to be seen, but the way things have ensued, especially with the meeting between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, it seems to suggest that's the way things are going. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde has sought for more time. He says it's his legal right. So in that context, viewers, this seems to be going in for a long haul in terms of it's not going to get sorted anytime soon, because if he has sought for more time with what we are seeing, I want to cut across right now to my colleague Dev Kotak, who's joining us live with the latest details coming in. Dev, in the light of the disqualification, Eknath Shinde has now sought more time. He wants 7 days as per protocol to respond to the summons that have been sent to him. But at the back of that, now there seems to be massive amounts of posturing in the state of Maharashtra. If the Uddhav faction says, you come to Maharashtra, come to Mumbai and we'll show you, they need to come and face the people. Eknath Shinde saying that the people lie with him. There will be protests against Uddhav Thackeray. There will be rallies which will take place. Interesting, because now even the cadre has come into question. Are we going to see most of these protests take place in Thane, in Kalyan?
Yes, essentially because that happens to be the stronghold of Eknath Shinde, who is leading the rebel faction of MLAs who are currently staying in Guwahati. Also, what we're given to understand, the fact is that because of the kind of prohibitory orders in Section 144 in the state of Maharashtra, and especially those adjoining areas of Kalyan and Thane, which happened to be Eknath Shinde's base come stronghold, but the police have maintained a vigil and a sort of high alert to prevent any kind of untoward incidents or even gathering by protesters, because currently no sloganeering or no pasting of posters that promote negativity or sort of go against any leaders in any way, given the kind of political situation that exists. So of course we might just see a massive display of strength where supporters will gather and take part in various slogans. But however, if we are expecting protests as such, it wouldn't be the right thing to say at this point in time, because like I mentioned, that Section 144 is in full effect and force. So the cops are going to maintain a very tight vigil, not allowing any kind of such activities that may prompt them to take action or even remotely sort of go against the kind of prevailing situation in the state of Maharashtra, especially given the kind of delicate political situation that exists at this point in time. So these are the kind of details that we have. Of course, also the police had said no carrying of sticks, stones or any kind of weapons is allowed, no pasting of posters or sloganeering, no anti comments that sort of destabilize the morale of the leaders in any way. So these are the kind of measures that have been put into place and are in full effect at this point in time. So even if we see protests or gathering of people in Kalyan, Thane and the adjoining areas, it is going to be highly subdued and will take place in an extremely mild form and manner.
Interesting, because Section 144 is at play, and viewers, as we see it earlier on, would this have been an eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation where the flag-bearing cadre of the Shiv Sena is concerned, because there is this Uddhav camp and there is this Eknath Shinde camp, and both of them believe that the Shiv Sena, the original Shiv Sena, Bal Thackeray Shiv Sena, lies with them. I want to cut across also to Ritvik Bhalekar, who's joining us from Mumbai. Ritwik, you know, the national executive of the Shiv Sena has been called right after 12 noon, where Eknath Shinde is going to get into a huddle in Guwahati. But as of now, Eknath Shinde, with the summons that have gone to him regarding the 16 MLAs being suspended, he's asked for 7 more days as well. Now, what are you getting in from the Shiv Sena camp, which is the Uddhav faction, where the national executive is concerned?
After Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly has issued notice to all the 16 MLAs, and they have been called by the Deputy Speaker to put forward what their version is, and they have been called by 5:30 p.m. On Monday. So what Shiv Sena is trying to do, they are trying to prolong the whole procedure and take more time. They want to make the MLAs, the rebel MLAs who are in Shinde camp, who are staying in Radisson Hotel, they want to disturb them. They are also claiming that nearly 15 to 20 rebel MLAs are still in touch with us. They are calling us and they are saying that they were not aware that they need to join any other party. They need to show the merger. They've been told while going to Guwahati that they will form a new group, and that too they will be intact in Shiv Sena. The party was going to be hijacked. That was the plan which Eknath Shinde told them. But now what we are learning from Shiv Sena's camp, that they are trying to make it a long legal battle, and they are trying to buy some more time so that the things fall in place, and if they could try and convince more and more MLAs to come back. And that's what we saw when Sanjay Raut, who just spoke to media, he said that he challenges every MLA to come in Mumbai, talk to them, and he also challenged them that they should resign from their constituency, and he has also dared them that try and re-elect what Narayan Rane did when he did that rebellion. All the MLAs resigned from party, and they came forward and they was again trying to re-elect. But this is not the situation now, and many of the MLAs, 3 of them were ministers, what Sanjay Raut claims, are trying to come back to Mumbai, and that's what they're trying to do right now.
All right, Ritwik, stay on with me. I want to bring in my colleague Paulumi Saha into this conversation as well. Paulumi joins us from Guwahati. You know, Paulumi, there was an attempt to possibly posture in Maharashtra the Eknath Shinde faction that, okay, the flag-bearing cadre is with us, we will hold protests, we will hold rallies in Kalyan, in Thane area, but there's Section 144, so that might not really go down. But what can we expect right now? There's a key huddle at 12 noon by the Eknath Shinde faction. What can be expected? Because the Shiv Sena Uddhav faction would have us believe that most of these MLAs, when they were taken to Guwahati, were told that, listen, it's a coup where we are going to take over the Shiv Sena. But that right now, at least in the near present future, doesn't seem possible.
Well, Preeti, just to give you an overview of the situation, there are 2 or 3 different things that are happening at the same time, and they are, of course, planning their next course of action as per these 2 or 3 different things. So, on the first aspect of a meeting specifically at 12 noon, they're meeting all the time. They're constantly in huddles. There's no one specific time. They have some top leaders over there, some senior leaders, some close confidants of Eknath Shinde that are constantly in huddles right now, seeking legal advice as to their next course of action. We just spoke to one of those senior leaders inside the rebel camp, and what we've learned is, 1, they're going to seek more time to respond to the summons which has been issued by the Deputy Speaker's office to 16 rebel MLAs yesterday. That notice came yesterday. They have only 48 hours to respond to it, which is Monday, the 5:30 p.m. They said that as per our right, we need at least 7 days time, and that's protocol. We should be given 7 days the time, and that is what we're going to seek to, in fact, file that response. And after that, at the appropriate time, based on what the response is from the Deputy Speaker's office, we will file our response. Secondly, what they're going to do is, on the decision of the Deputy Speaker to remove Eknath Shinde as the leader of the Legislative Party on the request of the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, they're going to move court. It could be as as early as tomorrow itself, but they're already seeking legal advice on the same, and they're definitely going to challenge that decision in court, because their contention is that we have 2/3 of the MLAs of the legislative party over here with us at the Radisson Hotel, so we decide who's the leader of the legislative party. How can a minority group, which is smaller in number than us, decide who is the leader of the 55-strong legislative party of the Shiv Sena? That is what they say. Also, what we're learning is that because of the Shiv Sainiks from the Uddhav Thackeray-led camp who are out on the streets of Maharashtra right now, vandalizing some of the rebel MLA's properties, sloganeering, chanting slogans in favor of Uddhav Thackeray and creating an environment, the Eknath Shinde supporters are going to take to the streets as well. They are going to, hit the streets running from Monday onwards. So they'll be out on the streets as well in order to raise the pitch as far as Eknath Shinde's game plan is concerned. Also, very interestingly, what has happened is, and this could take this entire saga to the next level, is that Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has just been discharged from hospital. He was at Reliance Hospital in Mumbai recovering from COVID-19. He's back, he's well, and he is back in his office. So this could mean that the Shinde camp could possibly approach the governor as well to prove their numbers. That is a likelihood. Again, we're seeking a confirmation on it, but we're being told that that could be in another direction. They could be moving in on. So these are the various different fronts: the legal front, the battle on the streets, and then of course the governor house, Preeti.
Well, ultimately it's going to come down to a floor test. How much this battle is prolonged, whether it be on the streets or legally. It would be fought on the floor of the State Assembly, where a floor test is concerned, and that is what Paulomi said. What could take what we are seeing to the next level is the fact that the governor of Maharashtra is now no longer in hospital. Mr. Koshyari is all right. He was admitted to the hospital with COVID. He's now being discharged, and all eyes on the governor of Maharashtra. Will the Shinde camp approach him and say, we have the numbers? Then what is the big question? A quick break. Do stay with us. Continuous coverage. We get you the ringside view of the vantage position as this political thriller unfolds this Sunday afternoon. Up next is my colleague Shiv.
You are watching India Today.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Facial recognition is a biometric technology used to authenticate or identify an individual from a photograph or a facial image. The technique makes it possible to authenticate identity to check that an individual is who he or she claims to be. The image is compared to an existing image in a database. A person can also be identified in a group, place, image or database. From a still or from video, software generates an image based on the face's unique traits, the base of the ears, the distance between the two pupils, the shape of the nose, eyebrows and mouth, and the even skin grain. Hair and clothes are not taken into account. The next step is to compare the face print with images in the database. To reduce the margin of error, the quality of the image must be good. The face must be well lit, full face at a correct distance from the lens. Originally used to fight crime, facial recognition now has more mundane uses such as accessing bank accounts and social media platforms. But there are worries it could also present a threat to privacy and individual liberties. The technology also raises questions about the use of databases.
If we can't ban assault weapons, as we should, we must at least raise the age to be able to purchase one to 21.
For the first time in 28 years, US Senate passed a gun violence bill. This historic move comes right after the US saw raging incidents of gun violence. The measure would toughen background checks for youngest gun buyers and keep firearms away from more domestic violence offenders. The bipartisan bill was easily approved by the Senate given the frequency of gun violence in the US. The measure would toughen background checks for the youngest gun buyers. $15 billion in federal funding for mental health programs and school security upgrades. And implement red flag laws to remove firearms from people considered a threat. People convicted of domestic abuse who are current or former romantic partners of the victim would be prohibited from acquiring firearms. For years, a robust gun control law was thwarted. Now, it's a significant
You are watching India Today.
And we're continuing with our non-stop relentless coverage of the unfolding drama between Mumbai and Guwahati. Endgame Udhav is being protracted with a huge number of political movements between Vadodara, Mumbai and Guwahati. And now the very latest is that Eknath Shinde, the rebel band leader of the Shiv Sena, who has been camping for the last decades in Guwahati, has sought 7 days to respond to the summons. We'll come right back to that. Prime Minister Modi's Man Ki Baat has just begun. Let's listen while the Prime Minister is
बहुत से संदेश मिले हैं। मैं इसके लिए आपका बहुत आभारी हूं। इस कार्यक्रम में हम सभी की कोशिश रहती है कि एक दूसरे के प्रेरणादायी प्रयासों की चर्चा करें, जन आंदोलन से परिवर्तन की गाथा पूरे देश को बताएं। इसी कड़ी में मैं आज आपसे देश के एक ऐसे जन आंदोलन की चर्चा करना चाहता हूं जिसका देश के हर नागरिक के जीवन में बहुत महत्व है। लेकिन उससे पहले मैं आज की पीढ़ी के नौजवानों से 24-25 साल के युवाओं से एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं और सवाल बहुत गंभीर है और मेरे सवाल पर जरूर सोचिए। क्या आपको पता है कि आपके माता पिता जब आपकी उम्र के थे तो एक बार उनसे जीवन का भी अधिकार छीन लिया गया था? आप सोच रहे होंगे कि ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? ये तो असंभव है। लेकिन मेरे नौजवान साथियों, हमारे देश में एक बार ऐसा हुआ था। ये बरसों पहले 1975 की बात है। जून का वही समय था जब इमरजेंसी लगाई गई थी, आपातकाल लागू किया गया था। उसमें देश के नागरिकों से सारे अधिकार छीन लिए गए थे। उसमें से एक अधिकार संविधान के आर्टिकल 21 के तहत सभी भारतीयों को मिला, राइट टू लाइफ एंड पर्सनल लिबर्टी भी था। उस समय भारत के लोकतंत्र को कुचल देने का प्रयास किया गया था। देश की अदालतें, हर संवैधानिक संस्था, प्रेस, सब पर नियंत्रण लगा दिया गया था। सेंसरशिप की ये हालत थी कि बिना स्वीकृति कुछ भी छापा नहीं जा सकता था। मुझे याद है, तब मशहूर गायक किशोर कुमार जी ने सरकार की वाहवाही करने से इनकार किया तो उन पर बैन लगा दिया गया। रेडियो पर से उनकी एंट्री ही हटा दी गई। लेकिन बहुत कोशिशों, हजारों गिरफ्तारियों और लाखों लोगों पर अत्याचार के बाद भी भारत के लोगों का लोकतंत्र से विश्वास डिगा नहीं, रत्ती भर नहीं डिगा। भारत के हम लोगों में सदियों से जो लोकतंत्र के संस्कार चले आ रहे हैं, जो लोकतांत्रिक भावना हमारी रग रग में है, आखिरकार जीत उसी की हुई। भारत के लोगों ने लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से ही इमरजेंसी को हटाकर वापस लोकतंत्र की स्थापना की। तानाशाही की मानसिकता को, तानाशाही वृत्ति प्रवृत्ति को लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से पराजित करने का ऐसा उदाहरण पूरी दुनिया में मिलना मुश्किल है। इमरजेंसी के दौरान देशवासियों के संघर्ष का गवाह रहने का, साझेदार रहने का सौभाग्य मुझे भी मिला था, लोकतंत्र के एक सैनिक के रूप में। आज जब देश अपनी आजादी के 75 वर्ष का पर्व मना रहा है, अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है, तो आपातकाल के उस भयावह दौर को भी हमें कभी भी भूलना नहीं चाहिए। आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी भूलना नहीं चाहिए। अमृत महोत्सव सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी से मुक्ति की विजय गाथा ही नहीं, बल्कि आजादी के बाद के 75 वर्षों की यात्रा भी समेटे हुए हैं। इतिहास के हर अहम पड़ाव से सीखते हुए ही हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम में से शायद ही कोई ऐसा हो जिसने अपने जीवन में आकाश से जुड़ी कल्पनाएं न की हो। बचपन में हर किसी को आकाश के चांद, तारे, उनकी कहानियां आकर्षित करती हैं। युवाओं के लिए आकाश छूना सपनों को साकार करने का पर्याय होता है। आज हमारा भारत जब इतने सारे क्षेत्रों में सफलता का आकाश छू रहा है, तो आकाश या अंतरिक्ष इससे अछूता कैसे रह सकता है। बीते कुछ समय में हमारे देश में स्पेस सेक्टर से जुड़े कई बड़े काम हुए हैं। देश की इन्हीं उपलब्धियों में से एक है इन स्पेस नाम की एजेंसी का निर्माण। एक ऐसी एजेंसी जो स्पेस सेक्टर में भारत के प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए नए अवसरों को प्रमोट कर रही है। इस शुरुआत ने हमारे देश के युवाओं को विशेष रूप से आकर्षित किया है। मुझे बहुत से नौजवानों के इससे जुड़े संदेश भी मिले हैं। कुछ दिन पहले जब मैं इन स्पेस के हेडक्वार्टर के लोकार्पण के लिए गया था, तो मैंने कई युवा स्टार्टअप्स के आइडियाज और उत्साह को देखा। मैंने उनसे काफी देर तक बातचीत भी की। आप भी जब इनके बारे में जानेंगे तो हैरान हुए बिना नहीं रह पाएंगे। जैसे कि स्पेस स्टार्टअप्स की संख्या और स्पीड को ही ले लीजिए। आज से कुछ साल पहले तक हमारे देश में स्पेस सेक्टर में स्टार्टअप के बारे में कोई सोचता तक नहीं था। आज इनकी संख्या 100 से भी ज्यादा है। ये सभी स्टार्टअप्स ऐसे ऐसे आइडिया पर काम कर रहे हैं जिनके बारे में पहले या तो सोचा ही नहीं जाता था या फिर प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए असंभव माना जाता था। उदाहरण के लिए चेन्नई और हैदराबाद के 2 स्टार्टअप्स हैं, अग्निकुल और स्काई रूट। ये स्टार्टअप ऐसे लॉन्च व्हीकल विकसित कर रही हैं जो अंतरिक्ष में छोटे पेलोड्स लेकर जाएंगे। इससे स्पेस लॉन्चिंग की कीमत बहुत कम होने का अनुमान है। ऐसे ही हैदराबाद का एक और स्टार्टअप ध्रुव स्पेस सैटेलाइट डिप्लॉयर और सैटेलाइट के लिए हाई टेक्नोलॉजी सोलर पैनल्स पर काम कर रहा है। मैं एक और स्पेस स्टार्टअप दिगंतरा के तनवीर अहमद से भी मिला था, जो स्पेस के कचरे को मैप करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। मैंने उन्हें एक चैलेंज भी दिया है कि वो ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी पर काम करें जिससे स्पेस के कचरे का समाधान निकाला जा सके। दिगंतरा और ध्रुव स्पेस दोनों ही 30 जून को इसरो के लॉन्च व्हीकल से अपना पहला लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं। इसी तरह बेंगलुरु के एक स्पेस स्टार्टअप एस्ट्रोम की फाउंडर नेहा भी एक कमाल के आइडिया पर काम कर रही है। ये स्टार्टअप ऐसे फ्लैट एंटीना बना रहा है जो न केवल छोटे होंगे बल्कि उनकी कॉस्ट भी काफी कम होगी। इस टेक्नोलॉजी की डिमांड पूरी दुनिया में हो सकती है। साथियों, इन स्पेस के कार्यक्रम में मैं महसाना की स्कूल स्टूडेंट बेटी तन्वी पटेल से भी मिला था। वो एक बहुत ही छोटी सैटेलाइट पर काम कर रही है जो अगले कुछ महीनों में स्पेस में लॉन्च होने जा रही है। तन्वी ने मुझे गुजराती में बड़ी सरलता से अपने काम के बारे में बताया था। तन्वी की तरह ही देश के करीब 750 स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स अमृत महोत्सव में ऐसे ही 75 सैटेलाइट पर काम कर रहे हैं। और भी खुशी की बात है कि इनमें से ज्यादातर स्टूडेंट्स देश के छोटे शहरों से हैं। साथियों, ये वही युवा हैं जिनके मन में आज से कुछ साल पहले स्पेस सेक्टर की छवि किसी सीक्रेट मिशन जैसी होती थी, लेकिन देश ने स्पेस रिफॉर्म्स किए और वही युवा अब अपनी सैटेलाइट लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। जब देश का युवा आकाश छूने को तैयार है तो फिर हमारा देश कैसे पीछे रह सकता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में अब एक ऐसे विषय की बात जिसे सुनकर आपका मन प्रफुल्लित भी होगा और आपको प्रेरणा भी मिलेगी। बीते दिनों हमारे ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल विजेता नीरज चोपड़ा फिर से सुर्खियों में छाए रहे। ओलंपिक के बाद भी वो एक के बाद एक सफलता के नए नए कीर्तिमान स्थापित कर रहे हैं। फिनलैंड में नीरज ने पावो नुर्मी गेम्स में सिल्वर जीता। यही नहीं, उन्होंने अपने ही जेवलिन थ्रो के रिकॉर्ड को भी तोड़ दिया। क्वार्टोन गेम्स में नीरज ने एक बार फिर गोल्ड जीतकर देश का गौरव बढ़ाया। ये गोल्ड उन्होंने ऐसे हालातों में जीता जब वहां का मौसम भी बहुत खराब था। यही हौसला आज के युवा की पहचान है। स्टार्टअप से लेकर स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड तक भारत के युवा नए नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहे हैं। अभी हाल में ही आयोजित हुए खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स में भी हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने कई रिकॉर्ड बनाए। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि इन खेलों में कुल 12 रिकॉर्ड टूटे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, 11 रिकॉर्ड्स महिला खिलाड़ियों के नाम दर्ज हुए हैं। मणिपुर की एम मार्टिना देवी ने वेट लिफ्टिंग में 8 रिकॉर्ड्स बनाए हैं। इसी तरह संजना, सोनाक्षी और भावना ने भी अलग अलग रिकॉर्ड्स बनाए हैं। अपनी मेहनत से इन खिलाड़ियों ने बता दिया है कि आने वाले समय में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खेलों में भारत की साख कितनी बढ़ने वाली है। मैं इन सभी खिलाड़ियों को बधाई भी देता हूं और भविष्य के लिए शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। साथियों, खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स की एक और खास बात रही है। इस बार भी कई ऐसी प्रतिभाएं उभर कर सामने आई हैं जो बहुत साधारण परिवारों से हैं। इन खिलाड़ियों ने अपने जीवन में काफी संघर्ष किया और सफलता के इस मुकाम तक पहुंचे हैं। इनकी सफलता में इनके परिवार और माता पिता की भी बड़ी भूमिका है। 70 किलोमीटर साइकिलिंग में गोल्ड जीतने वाले श्रीनगर के आदिल अल्ताफ के पिता टेलरिंग का काम करते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने अपने बेटे के सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी। आज आदिल ने अपने पिता और पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर का सिर गर्व से ऊंचा किया है। वेट लिफ्टिंग में गोल्ड जीतने वाले चेन्नई के एल धनुष के पिता भी एक साधारण कारपेंटर है। सांगली की बेटी काजोल सरगार, उनके पिता चाय बेचने का काम करते हैं। काजोल अपने पिता के काम में हाथ भी बटाती थी और वेट लिफ्टिंग की प्रैक्टिस भी करती थी। उनकी और उनके परिवार की मेहनत रंग लाई और काजोल ने वेट लिफ्टिंग में खूब वाहवाही बटोरी है। ठीक इसी प्रकार का करिश्मा रोहतक की तनु ने भी किया है। तनु के पिता राजवीर सिंह रोहतक में एक स्कूल के बस ड्राइवर है। तनु ने कुश्ती में स्वर्ण पदक जीतकर अपना और अपने परिवार का, अपने पापा का सपना सच करके दिखाया है। साथियों, खेल जगत में अब भारतीय खिलाड़ियों का दबदबा तो बढ़ ही रहा है, साथ ही भारतीय खेलों की भी नई पहचान बन रही है। जैसे कि इस बार खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स में ओलंपिक में शामिल होने वाली स्पर्धाओं के अलावा 5 स्वदेशी खेल भी शामिल हुए थे। ये 5 खेल है गतका, थांग ता, योगासन, कलरियापट्टू और मलखम। साथियों, भारत में एक ऐसे खेल का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय टूर्नामेंट होने जा रहा है जिस खेल का जन्म सदियों पहले हमारे ही देश में हुआ था, भारत में हुआ था। ये आयोजन है 28 जुलाई से शुरू हो रहे शतरंज ओलंपियाड का। इस बार शतरंज ओलंपियाड में 180 से भी ज्यादा देश हिस्सा ले रहे हैं। खेल और फिटनेस की हमारी आज की चर्चा एक और नाम के बिना पूरी नहीं हो सकती। ये नाम है तेलंगाना की माउंटेनियर पूर्णा मालावत का। पूर्णा ने 7 समिट्स चैलेंज को पूरा कर कामयाबी का एक और परचम लहराया है। 7 समिट्स चैलेंज यानी दुनिया की 7 सबसे कठिन और ऊंची पहाड़ियों पर चढ़ने की चुनौती। पूर्णा ने अपने बुलंद हौसलों के साथ नॉर्थ अमेरिका की सबसे ऊंची चोटी माउंट देनाली की चढ़ाई पूरी कर देश को गौरवान्वित किया है। पूर्णा भारत की वही बेटी हैं जिन्होंने महज 13 साल की उम्र में माउंट एवरेस्ट पर जीत हासिल करने का अद्भुत कारनामा कर दिखाया था। साथियों, जब बात खेलों की हो रही है तो मैं आज भारत की सर्वाधिक प्रतिभाशाली क्रिकेटरों में उनमें से एक मिताली राज की भी चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। उन्होंने इसी महीने क्रिकेट से संन्यास की घोषणा की है, जिसने कई खेल प्रेमियों को भावुक कर दिया है। मिताली महज एक साधारण खिलाड़ी नहीं रही है, बल्कि अनेक खिलाड़ियों के लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत भी रही है। मैं मिताली को उनके भविष्य के लिए ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम मन की बात में वेस्ट टू वेल्थ से जुड़े सफल प्रयासों की चर्चा करते रहे हैं। ऐसा ही एक उदाहरण है मिजोरम की राजधानी आइजवाल का। आइजवाल में एक खूबसूरत नदी है चीटे लुई, जो बरसों की उपेक्षा के चलते गंदगी और कचरे के ढेर में बदल गई। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में इस नदी को बचाने के लिए प्रयास शुरू हुए हैं। इसके लिए स्थानीय एजेंसियां, स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं और स्थानीय लोग मिलकर सेव चीटे लुई एक्शन प्लान भी चला रहे हैं। नदी की सफाई के इस अभियान ने वेस्ट से वेल्थ क्रिएशन का अवसर भी बना दिया है। दरअसल इस नदी में और इसके किनारों पर बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में प्लास्टिक और पॉलीथीन का कचरा भरा हुआ था। नदी को बचाने के लिए काम कर रही संस्था ने इसी पॉलीथीन से सड़क बनाने का फैसला लिया। यानी जो कचरा नदी से निकला, उससे मिजोरम के एक गांव में राज्य की पहली प्लास्टिक रोड बनाई गई। यानी स्वच्छता भी और विकास भी। साथियों, ऐसा ही एक प्रयास पुडुचेरी के युवाओं ने भी अपनी स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं के जरिए शुरू किया है। पुडुचेरी समंदर के किनारे बसा है। वहां के बीचेज और समुद्री खूबसूरती देखने बड़ी संख्या में लोग आते हैं। लेकिन पुडुचेरी के समंदर तट पर भी प्लास्टिक से होने वाली गंदगी बढ़ रही थी। इसलिए अपने समंदर बीचेस और इकोलॉजी को बचाने के लिए यहां लोगों ने रिसाइकलिंग फॉर लाइफ अभियान शुरू किया है। आज पुडुचेरी के कराईकल में हजारों किलो कचरा हर दिन कलेक्ट किया जाता है और उसे सेग्रीगेट किया जाता है। इसमें जो ऑर्गेनिक कचरा होता है उससे खाद बनाई जाती है। बाकी दूसरी चीजों को अलग करके रिसाइकल कर लिया जाता है। इस तरह के प्रयास प्रेरणादायी तो है ही, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक के खिलाफ भारत के अभियान को भी गति देते हैं। साथियों, इस समय जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो हिमाचल प्रदेश में एक अनोखी साइकिलिंग रैली भी चल रही है। मैं इस बारे में भी आपको बताना चाहता हूं। स्वच्छता का संदेश लेकर साइकिल सवारों का एक समूह शिमला से मंडी तक निकला है। पहाड़ी रास्तों पर करीब 250 किलोमीटर की ये दूरी ये लोग साइकिल चलाते हुए ही पूरी करेंगे। इस समूह में बच्चे भी और बुजुर्ग भी हैं। हमारा पर्यावरण स्वच्छ रहे, हमारे पहाड़, नदियां, समंदर स्वच्छ रहे तो स्वास्थ्य भी उतना ही बेहतर होता जाता है। आप मुझे इस तरह के प्रयासों के बारे में जरूर लिखते रहिए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे देश में मानसून का लगातार विस्तार हो रहा है। अनेक राज्यों में बारिश बढ़ रही है। ये समय जल और जल संरक्षण की दिशा में विशेष प्रयास करने का भी है। हमारे देश में तो सदियों से ये जिम्मेदारी समाज ही मिलकर उठाता रहा है। आपको याद होगा, मन की बात में हमने एक बार स्टेप वेल्स, इन बावड़ियों की विरासत पर चर्चा की थी। बावड़ी उन बड़े कुओं को कहते हैं जिन तक सीढ़ियों से उतरकर पहुंचते हैं। राजस्थान के उदयपुर में ऐसी ही सैकड़ों साल पुरानी एक बावड़ी है, सुल्तान की बावड़ी। इसे राव सुल्तान सिंह ने बनवाया था, लेकिन उपेक्षा के कारण धीरे धीरे ये जगह वीरान होती गई और कूड़े कचरे के ढेर में तब्दील हो गई है। एक दिन कुछ युवा ऐसे ही घूमते हुए इस बावड़ी तक पहुंचे और इसकी स्थिति देखकर बहुत दुखी हुए। इन युवाओं ने उसी क्षण सुल्तान की बावड़ी की तस्वीर और तकदीर बदलने का संकल्प लिया। उन्होंने अपने इस मिशन को नाम दिया सुल्तान से सूरतान। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि ये सूरतान क्या है। दरअसल अपने प्रयासों से इन युवाओं ने ना सिर्फ बावड़ी का कायाकल्प किया, बल्कि इसे संगीत के सुर और तान से भी जोड़ दिया है। सुल्तान की बावड़ी की सफाई के बाद, उसे सजाने के बाद वहां सुर और संगीत का कार्यक्रम होता है। इस बदलाव की इतनी चर्चा है कि विदेश से भी कई लोग इसे देखने आने लगे हैं। इस सफल प्रयास की सबसे खास बात यह है कि अभियान शुरू करने वाले युवा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं। संयोग से अब से कुछ दिन बाद 1 जुलाई को चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट डे है। मैं देश के सभी सीएस को अग्रिम बधाई देता हूं। हम अपने जल स्रोतों को संगीत और अन्य सामाजिक कार्यक्रमों से जोड़कर उनके प्रति इसी तरह जागरूकता का भाव पैदा कर सकते हैं। जल संरक्षण तो वास्तव में जीवन संरक्षण है। आपने देखा होगा आजकल कितने ही नदी महोत्सव होने लगे हैं। आपके शहरों में भी इस तरह के जो भी जल स्रोत हैं, वहां कुछ न कुछ आयोजन अवश्य करें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे उपनिषदों का एक जीवन मंत्र है, चरैवेति चरैवेति चरैवेति। आपने भी इस मंत्र को जरूर सुना होगा। इसका अर्थ है चलते रहो, चलते रहो। ये मंत्र हमारे देश में इतना लोकप्रिय इसलिए है क्योंकि सतत चलते रहना, गतिशील बने रहना, ये हमारे स्वभाव का हिस्सा है। एक राष्ट्र के रूप में हम हजारों सालों की विकास यात्रा करते हुए यहां तक पहुंचे हैं। एक समाज के रूप में हम हमेशा नए विचारों, नए बदलावों को स्वीकार करके आगे बढ़ते आए हैं। इसके पीछे हमारी सांस्कृतिक गतिशीलता और यात्राओं का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। इसलिए तो हमारे ऋषियों मुनियों ने तीर्थ यात्रा जैसी धार्मिक जिम्मेदारियां हमें सौंपी थी। अलग अलग तीर्थ यात्राओं पर तो हम सब जाते ही हैं। आपने देखा है कि इस बार 4 धाम यात्रा में किस तरह बड़ी संख्या में श्रद्धालु शामिल हुए। हमारे देश में समय समय पर अलग अलग देव यात्राएं भी निकलती हैं। देव यात्राएं यानी जिसमें केवल श्रद्धालु ही नहीं बल्कि हमारे भगवान भी यात्रा पर निकलते हैं। अभी कुछ ही दिनों में 1 जुलाई से भगवान जगन्नाथ की प्रसिद्ध यात्रा शुरू होने जा रही है। उड़ीसा में पुरी की यात्रा से तो हर देशवासी परिचित है। लोगों का प्रयास रहता है कि इस अवसर पर पुरी जाने का सौभाग्य मिले। दूसरे राज्यों में भी जगन्नाथ यात्रा खूब धूमधाम से निकाली जाती है। भगवान जगन्नाथ यात्रा आषाढ़ महीने की द्वितीया से शुरू होती है। हमारे ग्रंथों में आषाढ़स्य द्वितीय दिवसे रथ यात्रा, इस तरह संस्कृत श्लोकों में वर्णन मिलता है। गुजरात के अहमदाबाद में भी हर वर्ष आषाढ़ द्वितीया से रथ यात्रा चलती है। मैं गुजरात में था तो मुझे भी हर वर्ष इस यात्रा में सेवा का सौभाग्य मिलता था। आषाढ़ द्वितीया, जिसे आषाढ़ी बीज भी कहते हैं, इस दिन से ही कच्छ का नववर्ष भी शुरू होता है। मैं मेरे सभी कच्छी भाइयों बहनों को नववर्ष की शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। मेरे लिए इसलिए भी ये दिन बहुत खास है। मुझे याद है, आषाढ़ द्वितीया से एक दिन पहले, यानी आषाढ़ की पहली तिथि को हमने गुजरात में एक संस्कृत उत्सव की शुरुआत की थी, जिसमें संस्कृत भाषा में गीत, संगीत और सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम होते हैं। इस आयोजन का नाम है आषाढ़स्य प्रथम दिवसे। उत्सव को यह खास नाम देने के पीछे भी एक वजह है। दरअसल संस्कृत के महान कवि कालिदास ने आषाढ़ महीने से ही वर्षा के आगमन पर मेघदूतम लिखा था। मेघदूतम में एक श्लोक है, आषाढ़स्य प्रथम दिवसे मेघम आश्लिष्ट सानुम, यानी आषाढ़ के पहले दिन पर्वत शिखरों से लिपटे हुए बादल। यही श्लोक इस आयोजन का आधार बना। साथियों, अहमदाबाद हो या पुरी, भगवान जगन्नाथ अपनी इस यात्रा के जरिए हमें कई गहरे मानवीय संदेश भी देते हैं। भगवान जगन्नाथ जगत के स्वामी तो है ही, लेकिन उनकी यात्रा में गरीबों, वंचितों की विशेष भागीदारी होती है। भगवान भी समाज के हर वर्ग और व्यक्ति के साथ चलते हैं। ऐसे ही हमारे देश में जितनी भी यात्राएं होती हैं, सब में गरीब, अमीर, ऊंच, नीच, ऐसे कोई भेदभाव नजर नहीं आते हैं। सारे भेदभाव से ऊपर उठकर यात्रा ही सर्वोपरि होती है। जैसे कि महाराष्ट्र में पंढरपुर की यात्रा के बारे में आपने जरूर सुना होगा। पंढरपुर की यात्रा में कोई भी न बड़ा होता है न छोटा होता है, हर कोई वारकरी होता है, भगवान विठल का सेवक होता है। अभी 4 दिन बाद ही 30 जून से अमरनाथ यात्रा भी शुरू होने जा रही है। पूरे देश से श्रद्धालु अमरनाथ यात्रा के लिए जम्मू कश्मीर पहुंचते हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर के स्थानीय लोग उतनी ही श्रद्धा से इस यात्रा की जिम्मेदारी उठाते हैं और तीर्थयात्रियों का सहयोग करते हैं। साथियों, दक्षिण में ऐसा ही महत्व सबरीमाला यात्रा का भी है। सबरीमाला की पहाड़ियों पर भगवान अयप्पा के दर्शन करने के लिए ये यात्रा तब से चल रही है जब यह रास्ता पूरी तरह जंगलों से घिरा रहता था। आज भी लोग जब इन यात्राओं में जाते हैं तो उसे धार्मिक अनुष्ठानों से लेकर रुकने ठहरने की व्यवस्था तक गरीबों के लिए कितने अवसर पैदा होते हैं। यानी ये यात्राएं प्रत्यक्ष रूप से हमें गरीबों की सेवा का अवसर देती हैं और गरीब के लिए उतनी ही हितकारी होती हैं। इसलिए तो देश भी अब आध्यात्मिक यात्राओं में श्रद्धालुओं के लिए सुविधाएं बढ़ाने के लिए इतने सारे प्रयास कर रहा है। आप भी ऐसी किसी यात्रा पर जाएंगे तो आपको अध्यात्म के साथ साथ एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के भी दर्शन होंगे। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमेशा की तरह इस बार भी मन की बात के जरिए आप सभी से जुड़ने का ये अनुभव बहुत ही सुखद रहा। हमने देशवासियों की सफलताओं और उपलब्धियों की चर्चा की। इस सब के बीच हमें कोरोना के खिलाफ सावधानी को भी ध्यान रखना है। हालांकि संतोष की बात है कि आज देश के पास वैक्सीन का व्यापक सुरक्षा कवच मौजूद है। हम 200 करोड़ वैक्सीन डोज के करीब पहुंच गए हैं। देश में तेजी से प्रिकॉशन डोज भी लगाई जा रही है। अगर आपकी सेकंड डोज के बाद प्रिकॉशन डोज का समय हो गया है तो आप ये तीसरा डोज जरूर लें। अपने परिवार के लोगों को, खासकर बुजुर्गों को भी प्रिकॉशन डोज लगवाएं। हमें हाथों की सफाई और मास्क जैसी जरूरी सावधानी भी बरतनी ही है। हमें बारिश के मौसम में आसपास गंदगी से होने वाली बीमारियों से भी आगाह रहना है। आप सब सजग रहिए, स्वस्थ रहिए और ऐसी ही ऊर्जा से आगे बढ़ते रहिए। अगले महीने हम एक बार फिर मिलेंगे। तब तक के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
And that was the Prime Minister's 90th Mann Ki Baat. Remember, Prime Minister Modi is currently in Germany as a special invitee to the G7 summit that India has the status of this year. Very quick break. On the other side, we're diving straight back into our top unfolding political drama. The Shinde Sena is still camping in Guwahati and has sought more time to present itself before the Deputy Speaker. Things are escalating even though it's the weekend, and we're going to get you that full update on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India.
Thanks for staying with India Today's non-stop coverage of the entire Shiv Sena controversy, the huge split. Whether it's going to end in endgame for Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray remains to be seen. But nearly a week since India Today broke what is turning out to be the biggest political story of 2022, now Shiv Sena protests have erupted outside the Samna newspaper office. Remember, Samna is a newspaper that is owned by the Shiv Sena. It's run by Sanjay Raut. Massive protests and sloganeering against Eknath Shinde, seen as a traitor by the Uddhav Sena, have begun outside the Samna office. Shinde supporters, meanwhile, have hit the streets of the city of Aurangabad in Maharashtra. Protests and counter-protests rocking Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde posters have been blackened by angry Uddhav supporting Shiv Sainik. Uddhav Sena camp organizes a bike rally against Shinde. So the Shiv Sena, which is doing what it is best known for, mobilizing for street agitation, only this time there are two different Senas going head to head against each other. One is the traditional Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray that has begun agitating against Eknath Shinde, who, remember, is still in Guwahati at this point. I want to go across to India Today's Dave Kotak, who's going to be live with us in just a moment on all these protests that have broken out. The images that you're seeing are from outside the Samna office, where Uddhav supporters have decided to take matters into their own hands. Remember, this entire situation has unfolded, spiraled, escalated, gotten worse, gotten very personal, gotten very ugly. There has been vandalism against, the acts of vandalism on the offices of the MLAs who are in the rebel Shinde faction. But I want you to listen, viewer, for a moment to some of the slogans that are taking place on the ground. Just listen into some of the audio coming in. India Today's Dave Kotak, who's tracking this unfolding story very, very closely. He's on the ground in Mumbai. Dave, outside the Samna office, in Aurangabad as well, it's a war of protests between the two Senas. What's happening right now?
Yes, absolutely. It's a massive display of strength and support that the party cadres are showing. Of course, we clearly know that with the rebels action of the MLAs, the camp has been split into two. But however, the Shiv Sainiks continue to remain undivided. Of course, they owe their allegiance and their loyalty to the respective leaders. One is from Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and the other is Eknath Shinde, who is currently camped along with the other rebel MLAs in Assam, in Guwahati. We are just hoping that these people, these supporters who are here on the ground, they don't clash against each other, because of course there have also been prohibitory orders in section 144, which is in full force, and Mumbai police is obviously keeping an eye out for any kind of nefarious elements that might just create trouble in terms of a law and order situation in the state. But however, they have just realized at this point in time, and there is heavy sloganeering that's happening. And of course, we will continue to monitor the latest developments and keep bringing the kind of updates as and when they trickle in for all our viewers. So, these are the kind of updates and the developments and also the information that we have for now.
What about Section 144, Dave? I thought Section 144 had been imposed in Mumbai. Does that not apply outside the Samna office?
Yes, absolutely. I don't know why it is not being imposed very strictly outside there. But Section 144 is clearly not just for areas in Kalyan and Thane, which happen to be strongholds of Eknath Shinde, but also it is applicable for the entire metropolitan in the entire city. Of course, we know that Mumbai Police has issued a list of to-dos and don'ts. Clearly, one of them being not engaging in sloganeering, but of course that seems to have very little effect on the supporters who have mobilized and gathered outside, outside this particular venue, protesting at this point in time. Of course, it was one of the other things was also disallowing usage of weapons or carrying sticks and stones. That could result in any kind of violence later. But of course, like I mentioned earlier, we don't know why the police is not heavily cracking down and imposing the Section 144. Of course, it is applicable out there as well. But we will have to see later during the day if this increases, then we can expect the police also to try and step in and intervene in this matter.
Okay, Dave, stay with me. The images that we're showing you on your screens right now are of a pro-Uddhav Sena rally by Shiv Seniks in Mumbai. So there are three separate protests, viewer, that are taking place right now. There are two protests taking place in Mumbai. One is this bike rally protest. The other is outside the Samna office. And the third protest is a rival protest. It's the Shinde faction protest that's taking place in Aurangabad. Interesting to see that pro-Shinde protests haven't been taking place in Mumbai just yet, probably out of nervousness over how the existing entrenched Shiv Sena might actually react. But these are live images coming in from Mumbai at this point of time. Let's just listen to some sound in. On your screen right now, and these are live pictures that we were showing you. Let's go back to that four window. I want to go back to those four images that we were showing on our screen from Mumbai, Thane, Aurangabad and Pune. Four locations in Maharashtra where rival protests are taking place at this point of time. In Aurangabad and in Thane, the Shinde Sena is protesting. There is in Mumbai and Pune, this is what Maharashtra is like this morning. Since this entire political blockbuster began, last Tuesday when India Today broke the story first, it's been 5.5 days and it has shown no signs of stopping. The Eknath Shinde faction sitting in Guwahati, Assam, and all the way across from the other end of the country has sought another 7 days' time before they present themselves before the deputy speaker. Hectic negotiations are currently on among the rebel MLAs. The Uddhav Sena decided that muscle flexing is going to be the only way out. They've played the emotional card, they've played the threat. Now it's about showing strength on the ground and that do this in a more evocative way perhaps than the Shiv Sena. They know how to mobilize, they know how to get their cadres on the ground in a really big way, and that's perhaps the strategy that the Shiv Sena has decided to use this weekend, considering that as far as numbers go, all else has failed. I noticed that the Shinde Sena protests are taking place only in Thane and Aurangabad. Why are there no pro-Shinde protests in Mumbai? Is there nervousness about doing it too direct in Mumbai?
Unlike other parts of Maharashtra, Mumbai has not witnessed as much violence. But like I said, that it is a lot more stricter and in full force out here because the police are keeping a close eye out and vigil. So, of course, despite the fact that Shiv Sena's base is Bombay, they hail originally from here and operate out of the heart of the city in Dadar, where the Sena Bhavan is situated. Despite the fact that the government has been so unstable, it has not really witnessed any form of violence as such. Because Uddhav Thackeray also strategically and at all points in time in his address, some way or the other, has been instructing his party workers and the cadres to maintain in a certain sense, maintain calmness and keep an eye out on the developments rather than just protesting by vandalizing things. He has said that no form of violence should take place. So, in a way, it is very controlled matter. Of course, the protests are extremely aggressive in a certain sense, but there has been no form of violence. Thankfully, public property has not been affected or been damaged in any sense. So, these are the kind of details that we have. Of course, like you said, the other pockets like Pune or in Aurangabad had sort of also witnessed violent incidents where party offices have also been damaged by these workers and stuff like that. So these are the kind of details that we have also got in the past few days where offices have been ransacked or property has been damaged. So, these are the kind of things that have actually taken place. But in Mumbai, hardly there has been as good as zero incidents of vandalism or torching of
Stay with me, Dev. I want to go across to Mustafa as well. He's tracking these protests as well. He's outside Sharad Pawar's house. That's one of the power centers in this unfolding political thriller. He joins me live. Mustafa, protests breaking out in at least 4 different cities of Maharashtra, including the state capital, Mumbai. Sharad Pawar, has been holding non-stop meetings over the last few days. Take us through, in light of the protests that are taking place right now and in light of what's happening in Guwahati, what does today look like in Mumbai politically? What kind of meetings are we expecting to see? Just list that for us, Mustafa.
Well, Shiv, from here on, the timing of everything will be very important. Today is Sunday, Vidhan Bhavan will be shut, so there is not much expected to happen. But remember, the 16 MLAs of the Shiv Sena who have been given disqualification notice, they have to appear by tomorrow. And if they don't appear, then there can be a decision of disqualification taken. Meanwhile, if you look at the other side, Bhagat Singh Koshai, the governor of Maharashtra, is back at Raj Bhavan. So is it likely that Eknath Shinde will come and meet Bhagat Singh Koshai, saying that the Mahavikas Aghadi government is in the minority, as I have the 2/3 MLAs of the Shiv Sena. So there are a lot of political happenings which are due to happen, and Sharad Pawar, we are told, is analyzing the same, and he is due to leave for Delhi soon, and he'll be arriving in Delhi this afternoon. Further discussions may take place there, but yes, it seems like the time is of essence as of now, because these protests are taking place is one thing, but these are MLAs who have to be available for the people, so it can not be much later than that the constituents also start raising questions, where are our MLAs? So that is an unease which we are hearing from our sources is developing in the Shiv Sena MLAs who are in Guwahati, because everybody is looking at a long legal battle, and that is something which everybody wants to avoid as soon as possible. If you have to change the government, you have to be done quickly. Eknath Shinde has not staked the claim as of now, so whether he'll be doing it tomorrow, that's one thing. What happens in a disqualification hearing at Vidhan Bhavan is the second important thing. Back to you.
Mustafa, is Uddhav Thackeray likely to come out and make his presence felt with the Shiv Senics today at some point? We know he's done it a couple of times over the last couple of days, but this show of strength is also very symbolic. Any chance that he will be coming out, addressing them again, anything like that?
Well, as of now, there are no pre-planned events scheduled. As you rightly said, that since last 2 days, he has been addressing a lot of public meetings, which he has not been doing in his regular time as a chief minister also. So he has been addressing the workers a lot. Even Aditya Thackeray is having planned rallies. While we speak, a bike rally is taking place from Samna office, where Sanjay Raut operates, to the Sena Bhavan. So these are things which are happening. They are trying to get together the cadre as much as possible. But also the concern is whether this Shiv Sena cadre is turning turning violent, and incidents of stone peltings are starting to be reported. That's one. And secondly, we were in Thane yesterday, which is the main stronghold of Eknath Shinde, where their workers were also very aggressive. They were asking Eknath Shinde's son Shrikant Shinde, if you give us just tell us once and we will also start replying violently. So these are things. It's a law and order is another bigger concern for the Maharashtra police. As much as this political drama drags on, there can be law and order issues. But Uddhav Thackeray as of now doesn't have any planned meeting. But see, as for last few days, he has been taking every available opportunity, coming on public platform, talking to Shiv Sainiks as to what has happened and what can happen. Back to you.
Okay, Mustafa, the images, things are escalating. It's a few minutes to noon right now. The Shiv Sainiks have decided that a show of strength is going to be the calling card today. The Shiv Sena is well versed in flexing this kind of muscle. They've got huge cadres. Many of them are very angry. Things are pretty much on edge. That's the reason also why the Mumbai police was forced to impose Section 144 in Mumbai. But let's just listen in to some of these protests right now. Let's listen in. Let's get some audio in.
सर्व शिवसैनिक
As the Shiv Sena, shows off its muscle on the streets in an intimidatory gesture pointed at Eknath Shinde, who is sitting in Guwahati now for 5 days and running. There are some crucial developments in Mumbai that I want to turn your attention to. But take a very break here. The face of Bal Thackeray is on many posters today in Mumbai. He's no longer there, but the fight over his legacy only escalating and intensifying. How is it going to play out? Who's most could be decided in the next 48 hours? Big twist in Mumbai. Come right back for that breaking.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
It's a super Sunday, big political developments from Mumbai. Gonna get you straight into them. First, the headlines this morning. Political turmoil enters day 6. Protests and counter-protests rock several parts of Maharashtra. India Today, the only channel reporting on every single one of those from the ground with our own cameras. An emotional Eknath Shinde, the rebel leader, appeals to Shiv Sainik, says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Mahavikas Aghadi. Meanwhile, top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra BJP chief Devendra Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara. Dead of night, void of cameras, huge suspense over the BJP's role and what this end game is going to look like. Counting of votes for Lok Sabha by-poll in Azamgarh, Rampur and Sangrur in Punjab. 4 states, 7 assembly seats underway with multi-tier security cover. Samajwadi Party leads both seats in UP, while Shiromani Akali Dal Amritsar's chief leads from Sangrur. And a rousing welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he arrives in Germany for the G7 summit. Modi will hold meetings with over 12 world leaders to focus on the global economy, post-COVID recovery and the Ukraine crisis. Things have become visibly more volatile on the ground in Maharashtra on day 6 of this big political thriller in at least 4 different towns and cities of Maharashtra. Protests have broken out and we'll get you all those images. India Today is reporting them firsthand from the ground. But the big breaking unfolding story that we're continuing to update minute on minute, because this is a shape-shifting story, viewer, and we're constantly updating it from our bureaus both in Assam as well as in Maharashtra. The latest now is that the Shinde camp, the Eknath Shinde camp, has sought 7 days to respond to the summons from the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly. The Shinde camp has said asking for more time is our right. Shinde has sought legal advice over the attempt to disqualify at least 16 of the rebel MLAs who are camping with him in Guwahati, Assam. He says that he's in constant touch with his legal team as well. Dave Kotak and Mustafa Sheikh are with us live for more on this. Mustafa, quickly to you first. The Deputy Speaker has summoned Eknath Shinde and his MLAs. He's shot back saying, I need at least 7 more days, and is in touch with his legal team. Any word from the Assembly Deputy Speaker about this demand for 7 days?
The Deputy Speaker is yet to decide on the demand which has been made by Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs. Remember, there are total 16 MLAs against whom the disqualification process has been started, and in this process they have been asked to appear physically by Monday, which is tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see whether the Deputy Speaker takes a decision today on Sunday or decides on Monday is something we'll have to wait and see. But it's true that Eknath Shinde is discussing this case with constitutional experts and taking advice as to how things can progress. You remember, now they have sought for 7 days, but earlier they had also moved in a no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker. He had rejected that motion, and then physically 2 MLAs from independent MLAs went and gave that letter of no confidence motion against Deputy Speaker, saying that you cannot decide on disqualification of MLAs if your own chair is under concern. So that is something, that's the whole point. If you look at this entire event, it doesn't look like it will go down so easily. The change in power will happen, but the cases can go up to Supreme Court, because there are a lot of constitutional legal bindings which are involved on both the sides. Shiv Sena may have 2/3 of the Eknath Shinde camp may have 2/3 of the MLAs with him, but they still cannot form the government unless they join some of the other existing political parties. That's what the Uddhav Thackeray camp is saying, while the Eknath Shinde camp is saying that under Article 10 paragraph 2 they are allowed to be as an independent party. And yesterday we heard about Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. That's the party they want to be on. So there are a lot of legalities which are still to be solved. There's no clarity. Even if Mahavikas Aghadi is in minority, how will BJP and Eknath Shinde camp government move forward is something which is still not clear. Back to you.
Dave, what are you hearing about the Eknath Shinde camp? We're going to get Polomi in from Guwahati in just a moment as well, because she's our woman on the ground outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, where the rebel MLA, the Shinde Sena as we christened them, has spent the last 5 days in 5-star luxury, but there is no word on what their next step is going to be, and now they want 7 more days. But Dave, are these protests on the ground likely to increase today? Are they going to increase? Is today's main feature going to be visible protests on the ground?
Yes, absolutely. We are likely to see the protests getting intensifying as the whole movement and the rallying for support for Shiv Sena, especially with the Uddhav Thackeray camp. We are likely to see more of it, and it is definitely going to increase as the day progresses. Of course, we know, like I had mentioned this previously also a few minutes ago, that the support is only increasing. More Shiv Sainiks are expected to come. Of course, this is evident from the fact that in the last 3 to 4 days, the kind of firefighting measures that have been taken. So, of course, the party cadres are also taking due note of that and are standing by in full support of their leader. So, every time, a video appeal is made for Sainiks to come out and show their support, they are always there, be it the Yuva Sena or be it the old guard of the party, the members who have supported the Shiv Sena since Bala Sahib Thakeray's time. So these people who owe their allegiance to the Thackeray family, and more so Uddhav Thackeray at this point in time, who is going through a state of crisis, we are only likely to see more and more of these party cadres join in for these protests and show their support. Of course, we know that massive crowds turn up, to sort of show their support for Shiv Sena and their party leader. Like I mentioned, that the party is going through one of its most difficult times, and it's a political turmoil come crisis of a sort. So,
Stay with me, Dave. We've got more breaking coming in. We've got more breaking news coming in. The latest that we're hearing right now is that there's a crucial Sharad Pawar party meeting that has just concluded amidst this entire Maharashtra crisis. It's day 5 of the crisis since India Today broke it last Tuesday. Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil are currently at Silver Oaks, that is Sharad Pawar's residence in Mumbai. The NCP chief, that is Sharad Pawar, is likely to travel to Delhi in a very short while from now. Remember, he was in Delhi when this entire crisis broke out. He had come down to Mumbai because of the huge implications of the possibility of the government that he's part of, collapsing in Mumbai. So he needed to go down there and show support to Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena. And now, after a crucial MCP meeting, we're hearing that Sharad Pawar is going to be flying back to Delhi in a short while from now. I want to bring in Mustafa Sheikh, who happens to be outside. These are images from after that meeting. He is outside Silver Oaks, that's Sharad Pawar's residence. Mustafa, can you tell us anything about the meeting? What happened? Praful Patel, Jayant Patil, Sharad Pawar were all in that meeting, and Sharad Pawar is apparently flying back to Delhi shortly. What can you tell us, Mustafa?
Yes, that's what we are hearing, that Sharad Pawar in some time will be moving out from Silver Oak. The place where we are standing right behind us is the Silver Oak estate. Some time ago, Jayant Patil, Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel have left from here after having a meeting. The meeting was essentially to discuss what can happen next, because what we are hearing that there can be a legal battle. Remember, the Deputy Speaker, Nirhari Zirwal, is from the NCP. So that the Deputy Speaker, as we know, is going to play a very crucial role, and hence maybe that's why Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Raut this morning had tweeted a photo of the Deputy Speaker. So somewhere, this entire proceedings is going to be politically motivated. What the Eknath Shinde camp is trying is to get the CLP leader removed. Current CLP leader appointed by Uddhav Thackeray is Ajay Chaudhary. Earlier it was Eknath Shinde. So they want that somehow CLP leader is Eknath Shinde, and that's why the Eknath Shinde camp, after discussing with the legal experts, can also move court and tell the court that we have the 2/3 of the MLA. How can the party chief change CLP leader? So that is that would be the most crucial step for the Eknath Shinde camp as of now. Because remember, if they have to go through a flow test and Eknath Shinde is the CLP leader, he can issue a whip to vote in favor of the alliance which he wants. So that is something which the Eknath Shinde camp is focusing on. That's what's also discussed at the Silver Oak meeting. Back to you.
Very interesting. I want to bring Polomi in. She's in Guwahati, right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, where the Shinde Sena has currently been camping for the last 5 days. Polomi, after that fly-by-night meeting in Vadodara with Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde and others, the level of mystery over what's going to happen next has hit fever pitch now. Sharad Pawar has just held a crucial meeting. He's flying back to Delhi apparently. Eknath Shinde and his camp have asked for 7 more days, adding even more uncertainty over what the next few days is actually going to look like. There are protests taking place in Mumbai right now. What is your understanding of Eknath Shinde? Is he playing for time? Is he waiting for this to go into the legal, into the legal domain? What is the strategy as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned? Because that whole idea of them not having a plan to grab power or take power, that is definitely debunked now.
Well, Shiv, there are a couple of points over here that I'd like to make, and this battle is being fought by the Eknath Shinde camp on at least 3 different fronts, as I was explaining earlier as well. One is the legal front, because they are in a bind with the disqualification notices which have been in fact moved against them by the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, and the subsequent summons which have been issued to 16 rebel MLAs. What they've decided is that they will seek more time, 7 days time. They've not yet sought it. We are waiting for official word on whether they've gone ahead and notified the Deputy Speaker's office about it, but that is their plan of action. They say we can't be given just 2 days time in order to revert with our replies. We're going to seek more time. So while they do that, they're of course seeking legal advice on the same right now. They will of course, given the appropriate amount of time as per their request, they will of course file their written responses as well. Secondly, what they're going to do, it's possible as soon as tomorrow, it's possible, Shiv, that they could move a court. They could move, we're trying to find out a certain which court, probably even the apex court, they could move a court against the decision of the Deputy Speaker to appoint Ajay Chaudhary in place of Eknath Shinde as leader of the Legislative Party on the request of the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, because their argument is when 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena of a group of 55 is present over here with Eknath Shinde, how is the minority group deciding who should be the leader of the Legislative Party, because maximum members, maximum legislators are currently with Eknath Shinde, so he should be and he should continue as the leader of the Legislative Party. Then of course comes
from the camp that you're reporting on right now, big development. It's a counter strike by Eknath Shinde after facing a demand for the disqualification of the MLAs under the Shinde Sena. Shinde has now hit back and filed an official procedure seeking the disqualification of the MLAs who are still loyal to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. It's a strike versus counter-strike strategy that is taking place, and we've got the inside track on the legal strategy that appears to be at play. I'm not going to sit here and say we know exactly what everyone is doing, but I can tell you that we've got the best sense. With India today, India's #1 political team has the best sense of what this cloak and dagger is really looking like. Things are changing by the minute. Strategies are changing by the minute because each side is hugely in the dark about what the other side really plans to do. And that's the reason why there's a great deal of stealth, a great deal of cloak and dagger, and now this big counter strike by Eknath Shinde. His chief legal strategy thrust is going to be seeking the disqualification of the Uddhav Sena MLAs. This is big. A disqualification versus disqualification bid that is on the cards as far as MLAs are concerned. As far as numbers, let's remind all of our viewers that as far as numbers are concerned, the Shinde Sena still holds all the cards. It's still in a position of advantage. If it comes down to numbers today itself, the Shinde Sena would still emerge victorious. But as far as our democracy is concerned, there are various procedures that need to be gone through. It's not as simple as one set of numbers replacing the others. A floor test is possible. The courts could step in. There are very many constitutional procedures that protect a sitting chief minister, and therefore the legal route is being considered very strongly by Eknath Shinde, and he, on the very same ground, may demand the disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. We've got the inside track. In just a moment from now, I'm going to get you more on that legal strategy. India Today's Munish Pandey is about to break a big story as part of that legal angle. But let me bring Polomi back in. Polomi, apologies for interrupting you there. We just had to update our viewers on that breaking. But, this sort of makes things even more aggressive. It makes it a tucker of sort of nuclear proportions. Eknath Shinde, who until 6 days ago was part of this very Shiv Sena, sitting in Guwahati 5 days now and counting, has now decided to return fire at the Uddhav Sena and saying, I'm going to demand the disqualification of your MLAs. This has escalated big time. Follow me.
Absolutely, because now, they're, like I said, they're fighting the battle both sides on different fronts. And now it's very clear that the fact that, Eknath Shinde has been constantly, in fact, seeking legal advice, speaking to lawyers. He spent literally the bulk of the last 2 days, Shiv, here in Guwahati, seeking legal advice, especially after the attack mounted on the Eknath Shinde faction by the Uddhav Thackeray faction. So now he has to plan his counter strategy. So what he is planning, as Munish is reporting right now, is that he is going to seek the disqualification of the members of the Legislative Party who are currently with the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. It remains to be seen how many of those members are named and who these members are, because we do know that as far as these camps are concerned, there are a couple of fence-sitters and well, and as you would have noticed, while there are 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena inside Hotel Radisson Blue Shiv, a disqualification notice has been moved against 16 of them only. So there is a lot of calculated planning, a lot of strategizing that is happening. The 16 that we're talking about is core Shinde group. That is what the Uddhav Thackeray faction has moved against right now, including Eknath Shinde himself. So we have to see which grouping it is of the Uddhav Thackeray faction that this faction behind me in Guwahati moves against. So that is happening on the streets, Shiv. What we're learning is the Eknath Shinde camp and his supporters are going to up the ante over the next week. Starting Monday, they're going to hit this ground running. So while, of course, you can expect that these two sides are going to come face to face on the roads literally now, Shiv. That is going to happen. They're going to up the ante on the streets of Maharashtra as we speak. And very interestingly, Shiv, what has also happened today, something that we shouldn't miss, is that Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari is back in the Raj Bhavan. That was a move which was awaited. That was something which was awaited. This was why this group behind me was biding its time, and it's possible that they could, in fact, while they've got it all sorted and ready with the legal advice, fighting it in the courts, they proceed to Governor House in Mumbai. Shiv.
Very, very interesting. You know, Poulomi, the numbers have held so far. You know, there's been no dramatic changes in numbers. There appears to be only a one-way flow of numbers, you know, from Mumbai to Guwahati, and not the other way around as the Uddhav Sena, would have wanted at this point of time. And that's one of the reasons why each new day has a different theme. On the first day, there were threats. On the second day and third day, there was a lot of emotional play. On the fourth day, threats once again. And on the fifth day now, you're seeing all these protests playing out. So very interesting evolution of how the Uddhav Sena is tackling all of this. But a question that I want to ask you, Poulomi, because, you know, you're there and no one can be closer to what's happening in the Eknath Shinde camp than India Today's Poulomi Saha. So I'm going to ask her, Poulomi, any signs of things faltering? Because there has been a sense that one of Uddhav Sena's strategies would be to protect this in such a way that a sense of despondence sets in, and maybe they can break the Shinde Sena. Any signs of the Shinde Sena splintering at all?
Absolutely not. At the moment, no. Yes, everyone anticipates that if this stretches on for longer, then there could be a possibility that, you know, some of the MLAs over there could be frustrated, because the Uddhav camp is in touch with them. Uddhav Thackeray's office, Sanjay Raut and others are in touch with them and are trying to break the ranks. But what we believe is that many of them came here anticipating that this is going to have its many layers in terms of the battle that they're fighting, and it could take a while. But expect, Shiv, that in the coming week, this will play out to the maximum as we see it in the state of Maharashtra, and you'll know exactly by the end of the week, next week, that is, who exactly comes out trumps as far as this battle is concerned. It's going to play out in a courtroom, it's going to play out in the Deputy Speaker's office, and it's definitely going to reach Raj Bhavan as well, is what I estimate, Shiv.
And speaking of, the courtroom that you just mentioned, I'm bringing in India Today's Munish Pandey as well. He's outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Remember, Fadnavis of the BJP, former chief minister, is the man, who is seen by many who could be the greatest gainer, when the chips finally fall in this political thriller. He could become chief minister once again. One scenario paints this as, Fadnavis returning as chief minister with Eknath Shinde as a deputy chief minister. But nothing can happen until all procedures are complete. In fact, Munish is just breaking the inside track of the legal strategy that appears to be being embraced by Eknath Shinde and his faction sitting in Guwahati. Munish, this information that you've accessed comes, a day after that secret meeting in Vadodara as well between Fadnavis and Shinde. Take us through this legal strategy. It's a big counter-strike.
Yeah, well, Shiv, this political fight, is going to be very crucial, but the legal fight is going to be the most important part of this entire Maharashtra drama. Now, as far as this legal fight is concerned, both these camps, Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, they are strategizing what they are going to and what they are going with before the court. Because remember, after the disqualification notice by the deputy governor to the 16 rebel MLAs, there was a legal strategy placed by the Eknath Shinde camp. The first legal strategy was they will will approach against the notice before the Supreme Court. But now what we are hearing that they are also going to challenge the disqualification, but also in addition they are going to press this matter before the court that it should be the MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray, those MLAs should be disqualified. And what grounds they are going to mention before the court is that first of all, Eknath Shinde has been the group leader of 55 MLAs of Shiv Sena. Now more than two-thirds, that is more than 37 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. So Uddhav Thackeray is not in a power to change a group leader. So Eknath Shinde remains the group leader. And now as a group leader, Eknath Shinde is in power to disqualify MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. Till yesterday, the strategy of Uddhav Thackeray was to make sure that these MLAs are disqualified. It was a threat to the MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde. But now the legal strategy of both the camps are changing. How it is going to play out before the court, that is something we have to wait and watch, for which we have to wait and watch. But as far as this legal fight is concerned, tomorrow we are expecting that the first move will be by Eknath Shinde, and later on Uddhav Thackeray's camp led by Mr. Anil Desai, who is a senior Shiv Sena leader, and he is the one who is keeping a close eye on the legal strategy. He is already in touch with the senior lords. He will be the one who will be strategizing about how to counter the claims of Eknath Shinde and their legal strategy. So it is going to be very important. Also, we have been given to understand that Mr. Sharad Pawar is also very interested in this entire legal fight, because it is also it is also for Sharad Pawar that the perception in the public was that this government was formed after intervention of Sharad Pawar. He was the leader who made sure that there should be alliance between NCP, Congress and Sena. But now this is going to embarrass Sharad Pawar also. So he's also keeping a close eye. He's going to Delhi. We have been given to understand is that he may meet some of the senior lawyers who are going to represent Uddhav Thackeray. So certainly it is going to be the most crucial fight of this Maharashtra drama. This legal fight is going to be something which will be deciding the next course of politics in Maharashtra. Shiv.
Very interesting. So this is all set to become a legal battle. In the courtrooms, as Poulomi just said, even though the visible aspect of this political controversy, this political collision in Maharashtra has become bike rallies, streets of rage, street protests, Sainiks mobilizing in at least 4 or 5 different parts of Maharashtra on a Sunday. That's what has become the face of this entire controversy. I want to go back to Munish, because the Sharad Pawar aspect of this entire story is one of the most intriguing. Sharad Pawar was in Delhi when the story broke. He came down to Mumbai. He's put up a show of support. There has been a sense that there is a bit of a trust breakdown between the NCP and the Shiv Sena, even though on the face of it, neither will actually talk about it. But it looks like a beleaguered Uddhav Munish is going to have to depend on the political mind and reach of a Sharad Pawar, perhaps, to save the Mahavikas Aghadi. That's what it's.
Absolutely, Shiv. And what's more important, if you go by the chronology, first there was this Rajya Sabha members election. Then there was a statement by Sharad Pawar that these cross-voting happens in politics. There is nothing to be worried about. But later on, when this entire, there were rebel MLAs who went to Surat and then Guwahati, that was the first time when Sharad Pawar started intervening in this entire matter. Initially, there were senior leaders of Shiv Sena and NCP who were meeting. But then there was a personal meeting between Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. And it happened when Mr. Uddhav Thackeray was also down with COVID. He was COVID positive. Still, Sharad Pawar went and met Uddhav Thackeray. So we have been given to understand is that Sharad Pawar is keeping a close eye. And why he is keeping a close eye? Because he was the one who was given credit for this formation of alliance. It was not a very natural alliance for Shiv Sena and even for NCP and Congress. All three parties have been fighting with each other, especially Shiv Sena versus NCP and Congress. But it was Sharad Pawar who made sure that this alliance comes together and stick for for at least next 5 years. But after the fall of, Shiv Sena, at least we can say at this point of time, because more than 2/3 of MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, after this fall, Sharad Pawar is trying everything possible in his capability to make sure that this should not embarrass only this alliance, but also this should not embarrass himself, because he is someone who is known as a political mastermind, political guru, not only in Maharashtra but in the entire country. Shiv.
Stay with me, Munisha. Interesting points you're making there. I want to go across to Paras Dama, who is at a site where protests are taking place in Mumbai right now. Let's get some voices in. Angry Sainiks have hit the road. Let's listen to some of them as well. Paras, over to you.
Ashiv, we are at the Sena Bhavan right now, and you can see the visuals how the protesters are protesting against the rebel MLAs who are in Guwahati right now. Look at the visuals. This is all Sena supporters, Shiv Sena supporters over here. You can see they had just done a bike rally, and they are at Sena Bhavan right now. They started this rally from Samna office, where Sanjay Raut office is there. This is the Samna, the mouthpiece of Shiv Sena. From there, they had started the rally. You can see how much people had gathered around here, and they are protesting against the rebels who is in Guwahati, Eknath Shinde. They are only saying that this has not been done, this was wrong, whatever they had done, and they are protesting against them. The real Shiv Sena is that Uddhav Thackeray is leading, is the real Shiv Sena in Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde is there. It's not the Shiv Sena, real Shiv Sena, which Eknath Shinde is saying. So right now protesters are very angry. We can see all around Maharashtra where Shiv Sainiks are protesting against Eknath Shinde, and it's going really difficult for Mumbai police also to handle that over here. You can see Mumbai police is trying to handle the situation. The bike rally is passing through. They were here for some time. The protesters were here for some time, and now they are leaving from here. They has supported Shiv Sena, they had supported Uddhav Thackeray, and now they are leaving from here. Shiv, over to you.
Paras, any chance of either Aditya or Uddhav Thackeray, coming to meet the Sainiks today? Today we're seeing the biggest sort of show of strength, the big crowds that have actually come out in different parts of Maharashtra. There are protests in favor of Eknath Shinde taking place in Thane and Aurangabad as well. Is there going to be any big appearance by any of the big leaders today?
It's very difficult to say Shiv, because the situation which is in Maharashtra is very difficult, and we are seeing that from past few days. Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray are taking some rallies. They are speaking to Shiv Sainiks. They are taking meetings. We probably it's not confirmed yet, but if he wants to speak to Shiv Sainiks, if he wants to talk to them, he can come here. But there is no confirmation yet that Uddhav Thackeray or Aditya Thackeray will come to go and meet the Shiv Sainiks or any other leaders. Right now, they are just focusing on the thing which can save their government. We have seen Sanjay Raut also speaking to media in the morning, and he had targeted Eknath Shinde directly this time. The fight is gone to father's name now. So there are a situation which is taking place. You can see the protesters protesting everywhere in Maharashtra. The situation is getting tense. Probably there can be a law and order situation. So Mumbai police is also alert. We had seen yesterday 144 section 140 was imposed in Mumbai. So situation can get worse. So that's why Mumbai police is also ready. Protesters are angry and protesting against Eknath Shinde. Shiv.
That's what I wanted to know actually, Paras. The section 144 that was imposed in Mumbai yesterday, how are protests happening if section 144 was imposed?
Yes, of course, Shiv, very important question because we had asked this same question to the Sarkar also. So yesterday they said they had taken some prior things from Mumbai police and that's why they are just having this protest and all that things. But now the major question is that this law and order situation remains. That will be a very difficult task to control. So if 144 is imposed in Mumbai, this should not happen. This is the main point, Shiv, you are talking about. 144 is imposed and still some people are roaming around and this protests are happening. This will be the major difficult thing and a major cost to the state and Mumbai too. So how to handle this? This have to be done by Uddhav Sarkar and MVS Sarkar because this will happen. It can create lot of problem for the state.
Bharat, stay with me. The protests are spreading. They are escalating in intensity as well. It's quite likely that you will see protests breaking out in more places apart from Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Aurangabad. There are two protests that are on your screen in Mumbai and Pune that are Uddhav-centric. They are pro-Uddhav protests. And there are two protests that are taking place in Aurangabad and Thane which are pro-Shinde protests. And this can only escalate. It's an incendiary recipe for possible vandalism. We've already seen a bit of it happening in the offices of the rebel MLAs yesterday and the day before. We'll keep a very close watch on it. We'll try and get a word in from the Mumbai police as well. On these images, quick break, back with more.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Udayan Mukherjee.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
The big unfolding crisis in Maharashtra has reached a fever pitch on day 5 since India Today broke the story. It's been a non-stop political escalation over the last 5 days. It began last Tuesday, we're on Sunday. Here are the top 5 developments we're tracking in this rapidly shifting story. Number 1, the Maharashtra government has slapped disqualification notices and summoned the rebel Shinde MLAs to Mumbai tomorrow. Sources say that the Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons, at least 7 days. The Shinde camp is continuously in touch with lawyers and is seeking legal advice. In a big India Today scoop late at night, sources tell us that Eknath Shinde and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara, Gujarat last night to discuss possible government formation in Maharashtra. That's right. Eknath Shinde flew from Guwahati to Vadodara to meet Devendra Fadnavis, is what we've been reporting. The third big development in this political story, as the situation in Maharashtra continues to deteriorate, Shinde supporters have hit the streets. The Uddhav Sena too has responded with protests, anti-Shinde slogans being raised as we speak outside the Samna newspaper office that's owned by the Shiv Sena. NCP leaders Jayant Patil and Ajit Pawar have just concluded a meeting with their party boss Sharad Pawar at his residence Silver Oak in Mumbai. Pawar is expected to depart for Delhi very shortly, where he is expected to begin a legal fight to save the Maha Vikas Aghadi, an alliance in which the NCP is one part. Meanwhile, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has taunted Eknath Shinde and his rebel MLAs once again, saying, "Use your father's name to seek votes, not Bala Sahib's." He has also dared the Sena rebels, saying, "Come to Mumbai and face the Shiv Sainik." So threats, after emotions, threats have been projected at the Sena rebels. Things very, very clear. The shape of things become very clear from what we're about to break to you here, viewer. Y plus security has been provided by the central government to 15 rebel MLAs who are part of the Shinde faction of the larger Shiv Sena, the Shinde rebellion in Guwahati. All eyes are now on Shinde's Maha Ghar Wapsi. Y plus security, which includes armed personnel and CRPF security cover, has been provided by the central government to 15 Shinde MLAs. Remember, Shinde has 47 MLAs with him in Guwahati, but out of these 15 MLAs who are part of the inner circle, the closed Shinde faction, as it were. That's right, there are circles within circles even here in Guwahati. They've been provided Y plus VIP security cover by the central government. It's going to be interesting to see what this security cover has been provided for. This is probably because some of these persons' offices have been vandalized by Shiv Sainiks in the last couple of days. We're going to get a reporter in on this big breaking story in just a moment from now. Y plus security, which involves armed personnel as well as CRPF security cover, being provided to 15 rebel Shinde MLAs sitting in Guwahati. It's going to be very interesting to see what this security really is about. Are preparations being made for that highly anticipated return to Mumbai by the Shinde Sena? On the other hand, why have only 15 MLAs been provided this security? Is there a threat perception? Is it because these MLAs have had their offices vandalized by Uddhav Sainiks in Mumbai? It's not very clear. It could be a combination of all of these factors. But I want to go across to Arvind Ojha, our crime bureau chief, who's been tracking all the political developments here. Arvind, Y plus security cover दिया गया है 15 शिंदे MLAs को. सिर्फ ये 15 MLAs को क्यों दिया है, वजह क्या है, जरा बताइए अरविंद.
देखिए जिस तरीके से हालात बदले हैं मुंबई में, और उसके बाद जो एक नाथ शिंदे गुट है उनके विधायक यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ था, वेंडलाइज हुआ था, तोड़फोड़ हुआ था, उसके बाद ये सिक्योरिटी वाई कैटेगरी की वो प्रोवाइड कराई गई है, क्योंकि कई जो एमएलएज हैं एक नाथ शिंदे गुट के वो आशंका जता रहे थे कि जब वो मुंबई पहुँचेंगे तो उनको खतरा हो सकता है। और इन सब के बीच शिव नया डेवलपमेंट है कि इस वक्त मैं जंतर पर मंतर में मौजूद हूँ, और यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और बाकायदा अगर आप देखें तो पोस्टर बैनर लेकर उद्धव जी आगे बढ़ो हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। जो उद्धव ठाकरे हैं उनके समर्थन में जो शिव सैनिक है वो दिल्ली के इस जंतर मंतर पर इस वक्त मौजूद है। कुछ देर बाद ये प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पर करेंगे। आप देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर बाकायदा नारेबाजी भी यहाँ पर हो रही है, और जो दिल्ली के राज्य प्रमुख हैं शिवसेना के, हम उनसे मंगत राम मुंडे हम उनसे बात करते हैं। ये आप लोग यहाँ पर क्यों शिव सैनिक यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं, किस लिए ये बताएं?
शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख माननीय उद्धव साहब ठाकरे जी के पास ये जो शिव सैनिक आज इसलिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं उनको अपना समर्थन देने के लिए, और देश के लाखों शिव सैनिक माननीय उद्धव साहब के साथ हैं।
तो वो कौन है फिर? एक नाथ शिंदे वो क्या शिवसेना में नहीं है? क्योंकि वो भी अपने आप को शिव सैनिक बता रहे हैं कि हम ही असली शिव सैनिक हैं। वो
असली शिवसेना माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के पुत्र परम आदरणीय हमारे उद्धव साहब ठाकरे जी हैं, और जो उनके खिलाफ जाएगा वो संगठन विरोधी है, उनको शिव सैनिक कतई बर्दाश्त करने वाले नहीं है।
बर्दाश्त नहीं करने का मतलब क्या? जिस तरह से तोड़फोड़ पुणे में वैसा बर्दाश्त
नहीं, शिव प्रसाद देंगे उनको।
क्या शिव प्रसाद होता है?
शिव प्रसाद सम्मान करेंगे उनका, जो गद्दारी करेंगे पार्टी से।
तो आप देख पा रहे हैं शिव आपने सुना भी होगा कि शिव प्रसाद देंगे। अब शिव प्रसाद क्या होगा, क्या होता है, ये कोड वर्ड है, अब ये डिकोड करना अपने आप में बात है, और शायद यही वजह कि जो वाई कैटेगरी की सिक्योरिटी है वो प्रोवाइड की गई है। लेकिन शिव आप सीधे सीधे सुन रहे हैं जो, और बाकायदा कोशिश करेंगे आपको जो पोस्टर बैनर है वो भी हम आपको दिखा दें। बाकायदा उद्धव ठाकरे उनके समर्थन में दिल्ली के जंतर मंतर पर लोग ये इकट्ठा हुए हैं, लेकिन जो राज्य प्रमुख हैं ये दिल्ली के, उनकी बात आपने सुनी। यही लगभग जो शिव सैनिक हैं, खासकर उद्धव ठाकरे के समर्थन में जो लोग हैं, उनकी जो लैंग्वेज है फिलहाल 2 से 3 दिन में कुछ इसी तरीके से बदली है। शिव प्रसाद क्या होता है ये शिव सैनिक ही जाने, और शायद यही वजह है कि जो वाई कैटेगरी की सिक्योरिटी है वो मिली हुई है, और फिलहाल जंतर मंतर पर शिव सैनिक इकट्ठा हुए। हम जरा एक बार आपको दिखाएंगे। सिक्योरिटी भी यहाँ पर है, सीआरपीएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी यहाँ पर तैनात है इस प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर। लेकिन फिर वहाँ मैं इस शब्द को आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि शिव प्रसाद क्या है। जब दिल्ली में शिव सैनिक, खासकर उद्धव ठाकरे के जो समर्थन में शिव सैनिक है वो अगर इतने आक्रोशित है, तो मुंबई में क्या हालात होंगे आप इसका अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं। कि शिव सैनिक कह रहे हैं कि हम उनको जो एक नाथ गुट है, एक नाथ शिंदे का गुट को हम उनको जो है वो शिव प्रसाद देंगे।
वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। शिव प्रसाद विल बी गिवन। इस हालात में मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी रेबल एमएलए को शिव प्रसाद चाहिए होगा, बट थिंग्स आर हीटिंग अप इन अ वेरी बिग वे. Arvind Oja breaking crucial story from Delhi that Y+ security has been provided by the central government to 15 rebel MLAs sitting in Guwahati right now. We're going to try and go across to Polami in just a moment. But another piece of breaking news coming in. Governor Koshyari, remember the governor of Maharashtra is the constitutional authority through which any government change can happen in the state. Government Koshyari was down with COVID. We understand that he is back home now. He's recovered. He's been discharged from hospital. He's back in the Raj Bhavan after COVID-19. And like India Today's Polami Saha has been reporting, with the governor back in office, and back and able to discharge his duties, the wheels of transformation might actually begin to change. Mustafa Sheikh continues to be with us outside Sharad Pawar's residence. There's been a lot of movement from there as well since earlier today. Mustafa, the breaking story today, Governor Koshyari is back in the Raj Bhavan, which means, he can discharge his duties. But I want to get your perspective, Mustafa, on the, slightly more pressing piece of breaking news, which is that the central government has provided Y+ security to 15 of these rebel MLAs who are sitting, with Eknath Shinde. We don't know which 15 these are, but they are said to be part of the closest faction. Some of their offices were also vandalized. What are you hearing on that front, Mustafa?
Well, Shiv, if we connect the dot, it's obvious that the 15 MLAs must be the MLAs who have been given the notice of disqualification, because that hearing date is tomorrow scheduled to happen at Vidhan Bhavan, where the Deputy Speaker has called them. So the question is, they have kept the way open. If they are approaching Supreme Court, something doesn't work out, so they have to be available for the hearing. So it is now likely that the MLAs may come for a hearing, because remember, Eknath Shinde has more than 50 MLAs with him. Why only give security to Y plus security to 15 MLAs? So this 15 MLAs, which means are going to make a move, or they are likely to go to make a move, and hence the central government has provided them Y plus security if in Mumbai, Delhi, Gujarat, wherever they want to go, because it's a physical hearing notice which was given to the 16 MLAs for disqualification. So it's likely that these must be the same MLAs who have been given this security so that they can come to Mumbai, attend the disqualification hearing in front of the Deputy Speaker. Meanwhile, the Eknath Shinde camp will try and work out their options with the governor at the Supreme Court, and they will try to see as soon as possible that they can stake claim on the government. Back to you.
Okay, they can stake claim on the government. There are very many different scenarios that are playing out right now. The legal aspect is casting a big shadow of uncertainty, even more uncertainty, should I say, on this unfolding situation. Sharad Pawar is going to be leaving for Delhi very shortly, where we are hearing he's going to be speaking to top constitutional lawyers and others about this unfolding situation. They're going to lawyer up in a very big way. The Shinde faction is also lawyering up. They're speaking to their own legal counsels about what they can do. There is a disqualification versus disqualification battle that's taking place. And now, very interestingly, the Shinde Sena MLAs who've been targeted with disqualification notices have all received Y plus security. So this is a battle that's going to go down to the wires. No action is being seen as too big or too direct as far as the BJP is concerned as well. So this is a situation that you can expect to see spiral very, very rapidly. I'm going to get Polomi in on this in just a moment. Mustafa continues to be with me. We'll have Sahil joining us also in a second. The numbers, remember, very important as we continue to give you, non-stop pieces of breaking news, is that the numbers are holding steady. Now, if the numbers were faltering, then, things could go this way or that. The Eknath Shinde faction being, forced to stretch this game out, for so many days, 5 days and counting now, would become more vulnerable and threatened with each passing hour. But the fact that the Shinde Sena has been able to demonstrate the ability to keep its flock together, keep those numbers steady. Not a single MLA has, changed his mind and his or her mind and decided to fly back from Guwahati, is telling in itself. That appears to suggest that there is a great deal of backing. The big meeting between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis yesterday is, of course, the big India Today news break that everyone has been forced to cover. They don't have the details, of course, but that's a different story. Sharad Pawar is headed to Delhi to begin what could be a legal battle to rescue the Mahavikas Aghadi. I'm going to ask our producers to quickly update me on the reporters we have on hand right now so I can go with them. Mustafa continues to be with me. We'll be getting Sahil with us in a moment. Mustafa, when is Sharad Pawar expected to leave for Delhi?
Well, Sharad Pawar will be leaving in some time soon because he has a flight to catch this afternoon. He'll be leaving because as the presidential candidate of the opposition will be filing his candidature. But also what we are hearing on ground is the shift that from our reporter Palas Dhama is saying that Sada Sarvankar, who is one of the MLAs who has gone to Guwahati, the central forces deployment is already seen outside his house. So the Eknath Shinde camp had yesterday claimed that there are some security issues with security being withdrawn by the government and hence their family is in danger. So it seems like the securities are already starting to be deployed in Mumbai, Thane, Ulhasnagar, and people who are close to Eknath Shinde. And Sada Sarvankar, the MLA from Dadar, Shiv Sena MLA from Dadar, outside his house, our colleague Paras is reporting that the security has already been beefed up, and the second he can see the central security forces, maybe the CISF, deployed already there. So this is an update which we are getting on the ground that soon after the update of security increase or Y plus security by central agencies came out. The security deployment has already happened. So it's a planned decision which was taken so that there is no security threat to the families of the MLAs who are in Mumbai or other parts of Maharashtra. Back to you.
Okay, I just want to, just for a moment, I want to take our viewers' attention to the fact that towering above all of the faces you see, the protests that are taking place on the road, the Sena MLAs of the Uddhav faction, the Shinde MLAs sitting, as you can see, all smiling and looking very powerful, looking like they're all going to be part of a new Shiv Sena or a new government in Maharashtra in these fresh images that India Today has accessed from the Radisson Blu Hotel. Remember that the shadow that has been cast across all of them right now is that of the Shiv Sena patriarch and founder, Balasaheb Thackeray. He's no longer around, but boy is his name being used. Not surprising, because he is that larger-than-life personality that defined the Shiv Sena and its brand of politics. And now there's an ugly war, a tug-of-war over that legacy, with Eknath Shinde even daring to say that the Uddhav Sena is not the true inheritor of Balasaheb's legacy, and that they have adulterated and contaminated his politics by partnering with parties like the NCP and the Congress party to make the Mahavikas Aghadi. You've got Sanjay Raut now pointing at Eknath Shinde and saying, how dare you use Balasaheb's name? Use your own, apne baap ka naam lo. Take a look at this.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war is now personal. The fight is for Bal Thackre's name and legacy. At the Shiv Sena executive meet, Uddhav had a clear message for Eknath Shinde and the rebels.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. काळा बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही, मी तर नालायकच आहे. माझा फोटो लावूच नका. पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
The message from Shiv Sena is clear. Uddhav Thackeray is only inheritor of Balasaheb's legacy. The party is also going to move the election commission to stop the Shinde faction from misusing Balasaheb's name.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे. शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप बालासाहेब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं. आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते.
The Sena roar has been triggered after India Today's exclusive political news break. India Today was the first to report that Shinde and the rebels are going to form a separate faction and will name it Shiv Sena Balasaheb. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar claimed that Shinde had sent a letter to the Deputy Speaker seeking recognition as a separate party.
हम लोग अभी भी शिवसेना में हैं. जो एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग फैली जा रही है कि हम लोगों ने शिवसेना छोड़ी है, ऐसी कोई भी बात नहीं है. हम सिर्फ अपना गट अलग कर रहे हैं, और जो बाला साहब की विचारधारा है कि हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं, इसके बारे में हमने हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख जी को बार-बार विनती की थी.
Dropping a massive hint, rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar also asserted that rebel camp has only two options now, either to support the NCP or join hands with the BJP.
आपका ये शिवसेना बालासाहेब नाम का जो कोई गुट बनेगा, जिसको मान्यता शायद मिल भी जाए, वो गुट अपने आप को उनको मर्ज करना पड़ेगा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में. तो या तो वो नहीं है, हो सकती है, या आपकी कोई और, या नहीं है. अच्छा,
ऐसे बिल्कुल नहीं है. ऐसा कुछ प्राविधान नहीं है. वो तो अलग गट करके आप बैठ सकते हैं, और वैसे हम लोग बैठेंगे. आज जो सिर्फ चल रहा है प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, और ऐसे कोई भी नहीं है. जो भी प्रोविजंस होंगे कायदे की, उसके हम लोग अमल बजावनी करेंगे.
This comes after Maharashtra Deputy Speaker rejected the no confidence motion moved against him by the Shinde camp. 16 rebels have also been served disqualification notices. They have been asked to respond by June 27th, 5 p.m. Uddhav has declared he's the rightful heir of Bala Sahib's legacy, but Shinde remains defiant.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के उनको आना पड़ेगा और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी.
The real question remains unanswered. Who is the real Shiv Sena? Bureau Report, India Today.
And we've got more breaking news coming in on the back of our news break on Y Plus security being provided to 15 Shinde Sena MLAs owing to a security perception and the disqualification notices that have been issued against them. One of them is Sada Sarvakar. And outside his residence is India Today's Paras Dama, who's bringing us this live report on the CRPF that's been deployed outside his residence owing to a threat that was enunciated by him to him and his family. Remember, Sada Sarvakar is one of the MLAs who's sitting currently in Guwahati, part of the inner faction of the Shinde Sena. Paras, what's going on there? Security already visible.
Yes, security has been increased over here. These are all CRPF Jawans who are all here, who are deployed over here for the security of Sada Sarvankar's family. Sada Sarvankar was continuously saying that there is a threat given to him and to his family, and that's why now Centre has provided them with CRPF security. You can see that CRPF Jawans are over here from last 15 to 20 minutes, and this is very important because we had seen the direct attacks of Shiv Sena to Eknath Shinde group, the rebel group which is in Guwahati, and rebel group are saying continuously that they have been threatened by some of the people and they have been not been provided by any security, or their family has been not provided with any security. On the other hand, Home Minister of Maharashtra, Dilip Valse Patil, said he will provide security to all the MLAs, MLAs who are in Guwahati and their families. He will provide, but we can't see any security provided by the Home Minister. So now Centre has provided the security to all this 15 or 16 the disqualification MLAs that had been filed by Shiv Sena. So here are the visuals. This is Sada Sarvankar house, and these are the CRPF who has been deployed for the security of Sada Sarvankar family Shiv. And this is the very important step taken by Centre right now. So question arises, what? The MLAs doesn't trust Mumbai police or Maharashtra police. So that's why now help has come from the Centre. This is the major question which is rising now. Shiv.
Have his family said anything? Have Sada Sarvakar's family said anything? There's a threat to his family apparently. Anything coming from inside his home yet, Paras?
Possibly there are a very, very low chance of family speaking because they are been threatened, and Sada Sarvankar has told this. So it's very difficult that family will speak anything. But this visuals tells the story that they were threatened, and that's why Centre has provided with CRPF security to them. And Mumbai police are also there. 2-3 constable I can see over here. Mumbai police is also there. But the major thing is that for now has after the threat calls or the threat messages which was given to Sada Sarvankar and another MLAs, the rebel MLAs, the security has been increased, and we are at the Sada Sarvankar residence in Mumbai's Dadar, and you can see the CRPF Jawans are standing tall and securing the premises.
Paras, stay with me. Okay, so CRPF security cover has been provided to one MLA, Sada Sarvakar. We've got those first images of the security that's already been deployed outside his house. This has increased the expectation of the so-called ghar wapsi of all of these MLAs. Security has been provided to them. Disqualification notices are flying, at each other between Mumbai and Guwahati right now. But when is that big flight home? When is Shinde going to bring all his rebel MLAs to Mumbai? Continues to be really the big question at this point of time. Day 6, and I want to, I want to update all of our viewers on everything that is happening right now in Maharashtra, because this issue has spread. It's not confined to Mumbai anymore. Of course, the other half of what's going on is in Guwahati, but even within Maharashtra on day 6, things have escalated and expanded. The Maharashtra political drama is on day 6. Both the Udhav Sena and the Shinde Sena continue to remain totally defiant. The Shinde camp has extended its stay in Guwahati for at least 2 more days. It means more trouble for the Mahavikas Aghadi because those numbers are simply not falling. Sources say the Shinde camp has called the legislative party leader change by Uddhav Thackeray as illegal. As for that, he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs, which is a number that Uddhav simply does not have at this point of time. That's a fact. On the very same ground, the Shinde Sena, like we've been reporting, may be demanding the disqualification of MLAs who are currently with Uddhav Thackeray. Now, amidst this entire political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has launched a bitter attack, perhaps his most scathing attack so far, at Eknath Shinde, daring him to come to Mumbai and face the Shiv Sainiks. While attacking Eknath and the rebel MLAs, Raut said, make a party after your father's name. Why are you using Bala Sahib's name? This comes after the rebel Shinde Sena has reached out to Shiv Sena workers saying, we are doing this for the Sena, not for ourselves. Now, in an outreach, Eknath Shinde says that he's fighting for Bala Sahib's Hindutva and that he wants to free the Sena of the Mahavikas Aghadi. Now remember, everything that you're seeing play out today is happening in the wake of a huge overnight India Today political scoop, because this has changed the narrative, changed the game, answered many questions, but also raised many new questions about what this end game in Uddhav Thackeray's career trajectory is going to look like. India Today had this huge scoop, and that's the reason why everyone else is sort of scrambling for details right now while we report it straight, is a big stealthy meeting that took place late last night between Eknath Shinde, who reportedly flew all the way from Guwahati in east to Vadodara in the west in Gujarat to meet with Devendra Fadnavis, the one guy who's been totally silent right through this entire thing. But remember, he is the person who stands to gain the most if it is end game Uddhav, because it is likely that if there is a BJP-led government, it will be Fadnavis who will be the chief minister and perhaps Eknath Shinde as deputy chief minister. Take a look. 2:30 a.m. fly-by-night operation behind closed doors. Nobody even knew about it. Of course, nothing happens without India Today knowing about it. Take a look.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
National Party है, महाशक्ति है, यानी आख्या.
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m, reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore, and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night, without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs. Shiv Sena is nearing a split. Eknath Shinde holding secret meetings with old friends. Where does that leave the Thackeray family? Here on. With Polami Saha and Ankit Kumar, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, breaking news coming in. Y+ security to 15 rebel MLAs from the central government. No security cover for Eknath Shinde. That's the latest coming in right now. The 15 rebel MLAs are now getting Y+ security and no security cover for Shinde. That is the big breaking story we're tracking at this point of time. This is happening, remember, amidst the Maharashtra political crisis. After Uddhav supporters attacked the offices of Sena rebels, 15 MLAs in Guwahati have received Y+ security. The political crisis, viewers, continues to unfold in Maharashtra. It is the rebel camp, as you already know, led by Minister Eknath Shinde. He's floated an idea to form a group named Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray yesterday even chaired a meeting in Mumbai with Sena leaders and passed resolutions, moved EC to restrain any other political outfit or faction, for that matter, in this case the Shinde faction, from using the name of Shiv Sena and its founder Bala Saheb Thackeray. Now the latest coming in is that after the Shiv Sena supporters, which is the Uddhav Sena supporters, attacked the offices of the rebels of Shiv Sena from the Shinde faction, 15 MLAs who are holed up at the Radisson Blu in Guwahati have received Y+ security cover. The rebels have refused to return to Mumbai. Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly issued show cause notices to 16 Sena MLAs for not attending the meeting called upon by Sena Party Whip Sunil Prabhu. The Deputy Speaker also asked Shinde to be present, to present his case by tomorrow. Big breaking story on your screens right now. Why no security cover for Eknath Shinde? That is a big question. But Y+ security coming in for 15 MLAs in Guwahati who are at the moment at that resort. If I may request the producers to get us Polami Saha or any other reporter from Guwahati to bring us up to speed with the very latest development. Let's patch a battery of reporters on this broadcast right now. Fast-moving development. This as the Eknath Shinde camp meeting begins in Guwahati. That is what sources have indicated. And security has been deployed outside rebel MLA Sada Savarkar's residence in Mumbai as well. At the same time, you've got Shiv Sena supporters protesting at Jantar Mantar in Delhi too. And Uddhav Sena supporters have attacked the offices of Sena rebels. 15 MLAs in Guwahati now have a Y+ security cover. Big breaking story on your screens right now. And what we are also picking up from sources is that Eknath Shinde camp meeting has begun in Guwahati. But big question arising on if 15 rebel MLAs are getting Y+ security from the center. Why is it that Eknath Shinde, who's heading this entire rebellion, he's not provided Y+ security? We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise you. We'll find out the reason why this is happening. And hence, I'm requesting our producers to get us our reporters who've got all the very latest details. All these details, remember, are coming from our reporters on ground, who from their highly placed sources. All this information is trickling in. The central government providing Y+ category Armed Central Reserve Police Force, or the CRPF security cover to 15 rebel Shiv Sena MLA. But no security at the moment, no security cover for Eknath Shinde, who is the leader of this rebellion in the first place. The Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena fight has hit the streets as the supporters took out protest rallies in various parts of Maharashtra. Following the threats of violence and of vandalism against rebel MLAs on Saturday, the supporters of both Uddhav and Shinde took out massive rallies today. Sena workers also held bike rally from Samna office in Mumbai, raising anti-Shinde slogans outside. Shiv Sena's Delhi unit is taking out a protest march in Jantar Mantar in Delhi in support of Sena chief Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde supporters, on the other hand, have gathered outside Eknath Shinde's Thane residence in a show of support. There is also heavy police security forces deployed at the offices of Eknath Shinde, his son MP Shrikant Shinde, his offices in Kalyan and in Ulhasnagar. Both Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized just in front of the police station in Ulhasnagar. Supporters of rebel Sena MLA Abdul Sattar gathered outside his office at Silod constituency in Aurangabad district. All the latest ground reports on your screens, visuals coming in from all across the length and breadth of Maharashtra and even from the protest that is taking place in Delhi at Jantar Mantar. This Uddhav Sena versus Eknath Sena tussle has turned ugly. Violence has broken out as angry Shiv Sena workers have taken to the streets. Angry Sainiks vandalized rebel MLA's offices, burnt effigies as well. Let's show you the complete report. Take a look.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Sainiks, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Sainiks are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized by Shiv Sainiks in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Sainiks were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे. ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए.
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Sainiks vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में है, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए. लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं. यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है, आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो. तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए. मैंने क्या कहा क्या आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है. मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है. वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो. ये दर दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है, आप घर में आइए.
Union Minister Ramdas Athavale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the warpath, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, taking this across to Dev Kotak, my colleague who is joining us from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Dev, the big question on everyone's mind is what is going on as far as Devendra Fadnavis is concerned. Sources indicated that he had a secret meeting with Eknath Shinde as well that lasted for half an hour yesterday in Vadodara. Number one, do we have any inputs in terms of what really happened right there? Number two, the very fact that the BJP has really distanced itself and not jumped the gun as yet is probably because they are not confident of the numbers, probably because they think that some of these MLAs who are in the Shinde camp may perhaps jump ship back into the Uddhav camp if they come back to Bombay.
Chaiti, this is hardly surprising because Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, I wouldn't say exactly they have been friends for a long time, but their association goes very long, can be traced to a couple of years. And as per unofficial sources, it is also believed that Devendra Fadnavis at some point in time had asked Eknath Shinde to join the BJP, not recently. This is, a few years ago. But of course, Eknath Shinde that time remained loyal and continued to stay with Shiv Sena. So despite the kind of, despite the fact that they are from different parties, their association has been very strong. And right now it is hardly surprising because the kind of political crisis that are on in the state of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis obviously wants to form his own government and take power as the chief minister like how he was in the previous term as well. So they are believed to have spoken over the phone and for almost 30 minutes. That was a very long call and they have discussed the situation. Eknath Shinde has conveyed also on what grounds did he rebel, what compelled him to sort of break away and run away from Maharashtra, also the kind of growing distrust and discontentment within the MLAs, within the rebel MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde in Guwahati at this point in time. And of course, as far as Devendra Fadnavis is concerned, he has not really made any big political statements in the past few days. He is reserving his comments because it is a wait and watch situation at this point in time, because we also have to see in terms of how things play out, because obviously we know for a matter of fact that it is going to be a long drawn legal and a technical battle that the MVA government must prepare itself for. They have to brace for whatever is going to come ahead, even if it is tough at this point in time. But going back to Devendra Fadnavis, I am outside his house and he has not stepped out. Apart from anything which is much more serious and more important, he has barely stepped out and is not really making too many public appearances. In fact, there have been a steady stream of visitors in the past few days who have been coming to meet Mr. Fadnavis at regular points in time during the day. So we see their cars going in and out, but Mr. Devendra Fadnavis personally has not come out. There are people who are going to meet him to discuss the situation. From what we could potentially guess is the fact that a lot of these people who are already trying to rally support and lobby for power, if I may say so, in a certain sense, that hypothetically or whenever Mr. Devendra Fadnavis takes charge and comes to power again, these are the people who will also want to be a part of the cabinet. So what we could assume is that they have been coming, holding meetings with him in a bid to also convince him, saying that we are there with you, for you. So do kindly keep us, keep us also in mind when you form the cabinet or whenever the power sharing part of it is discussed and put into practice. So these people have been coming right now and have just been trying to stand by with Mr. Devendra Fadnavis and show in a certain sense that they are also loyalists and are here to stay. So these are the kind of developments that are happening at this point in time. But barring the BJP, also different camps, which is Congress has been having regular meetings, NCP has been having meetings. In fact, a few minutes ago at Mr. Sharad Pawar's residence, where the Maharashtra State Home Minister, Mr. Dilip Walse Patil, was also present at his Silver Oaks bungalow in Breach Candy. But the Shiv Sena, we know at this point in time they're doing some serious firefighting and damage
Absolutely. Hold on right there. An exclusive interview of Aditya Thackeray on India Today. Aditya Thackeray's first up reaction to India Today on all that is going on right now. No other channel has that interview. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Aditya, how is the morale of the party right now? Aditya, hi. How is... आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
पार्टी को रिक्रूट करने की आप पे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबेल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर, आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
तो ये थे आदित्य ठाकरे। आदित्य, उन्होंने बोला है जो लोग भाग गए हैं वो खुद ही जाने आखिर उन्हें किस बात से डर है। उनका कहना है वो दुखी नहीं है, गुस्सा नहीं है, लेकिन ग्राउंड जीरो पर इस वक्त वो लोगों का प्यार देख रहे हैं। अंडरलाइन बात जो उन्होंने कही है कि वही लोग डरे हुए हैं जो रेबेल ग्रुप के हैं, जो पार्टी छोड़कर दूर भाग गए हैं। अब शिवसेना के पास में इस वक्त एक जिम्मेदारी है कि वो पार्टी को किस तरीके से रिग्रुप करे। और जिस तरीके से आदित्य ठाकरे ने पब्लिक एड्रेसेस शुरू किए हैं मुंबई में, अब बताया जा रहा है कि इसी तरीके की गैदरिंग्स ना सिर्फ मुंबई में बल्कि राज्य के अलग अलग इलाकों में भी होंगी, जिससे बताया जाएगा कि शिवसेना अभी टूटी नहीं है, शिवसेना हारी रही है और उसने लड़ाई को छोड़ा नहीं है। यानी इसका सीधा सीधा मतलब है फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस में, कोर्ट में और सड़कों पे सब जगह शिवसेना को अपनी पार्टी की प्रतिष्ठा को बचाने के लिए लड़ना ही पड़ेगा। कैमरा पर्सन महेश मोरे के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, मुंबई।
All right, that was the first up reaction of Aditya Thackeray coming in. The fight for real Shiv Sena hitting up right there. Heating up completely, I beg your pardon, right there. Aditya Thackeray's first up reaction to India Today. They are going to fight it until the end. There is still hope that some of the ones who have been taken away come back, because as Aditya said, that some of them have been taken against their will. And that is why you see you have a 2-day delay in terms of coming back to Mumbai from the Shinde camp from Guwahati as well. And then Aditya saying that, you know, some of them have been taken against their will as well. So you never know which side is right, which side is wrong. But as far as Shinde camp is concerned, they've bought 2 days. That says a lot. That paints a larger picture and narrative in terms of what's going on. The rebels may join BJP. They may seek floor test as well. Many options available right now. The latest updates related to Maharashtra political crisis. Let's get you the latest. Maharashtra government slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Now sources say that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons and is now seeking legal advice. Sources have also said that centre has provided Y+ category to 15 rebel MLAs. Let's get you the top development number 2 on your screens now. The Shinde camp is likely to drag group leader appointment matter in the court. They said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs. Now the change by Uddhav is illegal, and for that, he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs on the very same grounds they may demand disqualification of MLAs. Wow, with Uddhav. Third big point right here in a big India Today scoop. Sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last night to discuss the possible formation of government in Maharashtra. Big development number 4. As this entire political situation unfolds in Maharashtra, Shinde supporters have hit the streets. Uddhav Sena also responded with protests. Anti-Shinde slogans were raised outside Samna's office. And the last 5th development that you need to know that will give you a better perspective on what's going on right there in Maharashtra is that Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Rao taunted Eknath Shinde and rebel MLAs. Rao said, "Use your father's name to seek votes." He also dared rebels again, "Come to Mumbai and face us." Breaking news coming in. Big breaking news coming in with Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari back at the Raj Bhavan. There could be the possible strategies of the Shinde camp. These are the ones. Number 1, press for precedence rule in the state, citing the breakdown of law and order in the state. Precedent polls are on 18th of June and can prove to be a deterrent, though that's the caveat. Number 2, with the Deputy Speaker issuing a notice to the rebel MLAs for disqualification, the Shinde camp, which is backed by the BJP, can now write to the governor asking for Speaker's election that has been pending for over a year. Uddhav government had earlier written to the governor to decide on a date for Speaker's election, but that can happen only post the completion of the disqualification notices issued by the Deputy Speaker. Possible strategy number 3, the rebel MLAs can merge with the BJP and ask for a floor test. They have till now distanced themselves from a merger. So that's the latest, all the possibilities coming in at the moment. We're taking a short commercial break. We're slipping into a short commercial break on that note. On the other side, my colleague Paulami Saha will take this broadcast forward. She's at Guwahati. She knows every twist and turn of what is going on with the inside details. Stay with us on India Today. All the news breaks first here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. We're coming to you live right now from Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati, where the Eknath Shinde camp is currently lodged. In fact, this is day 6 of the political drama in Maharashtra. The political drama in Maharashtra has entered its 6th day, while both the Shinde camp and the Uddhav Thackeray camp, in fact, have dug their heels in. They continue to be defiant. The Shinde camp has extended its stay in Guwahati for 2 more days, and another trouble for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. According to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice issued against them. That is something that they're likely to intimate the Deputy Speaker about tomorrow on Monday. Sources say the Shinde camp has also called the election and the change of the legislative party leader of the Shiv Sena by the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction illegal, as they claim for that Uddhav Thackeray needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same ground, they may demand the disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray, is what we're learning from our sources as well. Now, amid the political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut launched an all-out attack at Eknath Shinde and dared him to come to Mumbai. While attacking Eknath and rebel MLAs, Raut said, "Make a party after your party's name, seek vote after your father's name." Now, this comes after Rebel Shinde has reached out to Shiv Sena workers. In an outreach, Shinde said that he's fighting for Bala Sahib's Hindutva and that he wants to free Sena of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Listen in to Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं घुसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर क्या हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
In fact, viewers, we're getting to you an exclusive conversation with a minister in the Maha Vikas Aghadi government and one of the senior-most leaders in the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. Aditya Thackeray has spoken exclusively to my colleague Pankaj Upadhyay in Mumbai, who was asked questions about the growing vandalism on the streets of Mumbai. Aditya said, in fact, that the rebel camp at Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati is intimated by the power of Shiv Sena. Listen in.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
को रिक्रूट करने की आप पे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबेल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर। आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
Right, we're getting you some breaking news that's coming in right now. The fastest updates in the Maharashtra political pot boiler. Back-to-back meetings in the Maharashtra crisis. What you're learning right now from our sources is that independent MLA Ravi Rana has reached Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai after Shinde Fadnavis's secret meet in Vadodara. Viewers, Ravi Rana has now joined in. He's meeting Devendra Fadnavis, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, at his residence in Mumbai, expectedly lending support to the BJP, as the BJP claims to be in wait-and-watch mode as the two factions of the Shiva Sena continue to clash. Okay, so that's the latest update that's coming to us, in fact, from Mumbai at the moment. Independent MLA Ravi Rana has reached the residence of former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Remember, yesterday, India Today had broken the story of Devendra Fadnavis landing in Vadodara midnight. In fact, he had landed in Vadodara, taking the flight, a private jet out of Mumbai, flying to Indore, and from Indore to Vadodara. And Eknath Shinde had flown out of the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati in the middle of the night, in the dead of the night. From Guwahati, he landed in Vadodara, and it's expected that they in fact had a very secret meeting, possibly deliberations on their future course of action, because Eknath Shinde has already been claiming that he will be lending support to the Bharatiya Janata Party. He in fact wants to be on board with the BJP and not with the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance partners, the NCP and the Congress. Now what we're learning is that independent MLA Ravi Rana, who is in fact the husband of Member of Parliament Navneet Rana, who in fact came under attack from the Mahavikas Aghadi government very recently for challenging them, he has reached Devendra Fadnavis's residence right now. In fact, here is the mega scoop that India Today has in fact managed to get the information that India Today has scooped out on rebel MLA Eknath Shinde's visit to Gujarat. Eknath Shinde reportedly met BJP leader and former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. In fact, 2 nights ago, Fadnavis and Shinde allegedly met around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. in Vadodara. These are the exclusive details that have been accessed by the best team of reporters at India Today.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
नॅशनल पार्टी आहे, ते महाशक्ती आहे, ज्यांनी अख्ख्या
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m, reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore, and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night, without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs. The The Shiv Sena is nearing a split. Eknath Shinde holding secret meetings with old friends. Where does that leave the Thackeray family? Here on. With Polami Saha and Ankit Kumar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Right. In fact, India Today has the best team of reporters spread out across Maharashtra and, of course, tracking this story in Gujarat, in Assam as well. Joining me right now, Munish Pandey, who's in fact standing outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai. Also joining me is Ashutosh Mishra, who is in Kalyan, in the outskirts of Mumbai right now. In fact, he is checking on the developments in the Eknath Shinde camp, because supporters of Eknath Shinde have now come out on the streets in order to, in fact, ensure that it is making a lot of noise in terms of Eknath Shinde's game plan as well. Ashutosh, I'll come across to you right now. What's happening around you? Yesterday, we did see that Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, had stepped out and had tried to, of course, build the momentum and boost the morale of Shinde supporters over there on the ground. But they've come under attack as well from Shiv Sainiks who owe their allegiance to the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. Ashutosh.
Well, Polami, what Shrikant Shinde did was perhaps need of the time for the Shinde camp who have rebelled against Shiv Sena. Remember, just 72 hours back, there was a totally different picture. The Shiv Sena, led by Uddhav Thackeray, totally demoralized, out of situation, appealing the rebels to come back. And within 32 hours, we've seen the situation taking drastically change, aggressive. And the Shiv Sena, what is known for, exactly the aggressive behavior that we saw Sanjay Rao challenging the rebels come out on street. And then it turned into violent protest against Shinde camp. In fact, several officers, particularly as we know that outskirts of Mumbai, be it Thane, Dombivali, Kalyan, Ulhasnagar, these areas have been the bastion of Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde. So all those Shiv Sena headquarters under Eknath Shinde, right one behind me, are being guarded by Mumbai police. What was the need? Yesterday, Shrikant Shinde came out because the momentum for supporters was indeed needed. But yet again, what we are saying, mostly the Shiv Sainik. Now remember, there is a dilemma amongst the Shiv Sainik originally, because those who are very close to Eknath Shinde, as he's been the stalwart leader, several people heard that whenever we had any work, we just went to Shakha, he just signed a paper and our work was done. So he has a close bonding with the people in his constituency, in his area, and where he has been, the stalwart from, particularly from Thane district. Now, when it comes to the Shiv Sainik, we know the cadre-based party which runs on ideology revolves around the face of the brand of Bala Sahib Thackeray, which the legacy is being carried by Uddhav Thackeray. That makes a dilemma that if they are seen with Eknath Shinde, and tomorrow the faction again goes back to Uddhav Thackeray, he holds the control, then what will happen to the Shiv Sainik? They'll be kind of rebel, and that could turn to violent further. Similarly,
okay, Ashutosh, I'll have to request you to, just hold on over there. Just hold that thought, Ashutosh, because Aditya Thackeray is speaking right now. We're cutting across live to Aditya Thackeray.
जे फुटीरवादी आहेत त्यांना माफी नाही, त्यांना क्षमा करणार नाही महाराष्ट्र, हे आपण शपथ घेऊन पुढे निघालेलो आहे. आणि आता तिथपासून बघायला येते आपल्याला काही काही पत्रकारच दाखवतात आपल्याला व्हिडिओज फिरत आहेत. व्हिडिओ फिरत होता, तुम्ही बघितला असेल कसा तो व्हिडिओ होता. म्हणजे काय परिस्थिती करून ठेवली आहे, काय मान होता, काय सन्मान मिळत होता. शिवसेनेत नंबर 2 सारखे
Look at what the circumstances are.
स्वतः मुख्यमंत्री कधी सोडत नाहीत. मला वाटत नाही कधी महाराष्ट्राच्या इतिहासात किंवा इतर राज्यांच्या इतिहासात एवढी खातं हे मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी दुसऱ्याला दिलं असेल. तो मान सन्मान आपण त्यांना दिला होता. MSRDCचं खातं तर गेले 7 वर्ष होतच होतं.
See the respect that was given to them. See the number of portfolios that Uddhav Thackeray let go.
बाकीचे पण अजून काही किती मंत्री असतील, 2-4 मंत्री गेलेत सोबत, काही आमदार सोबत गेलेले आहेत. पण इथे जो मान सन्मान मिळत होता,
a couple of ministers went with them.
मिळत होतं, महिला आघाडी आणि पुरुषांचं मिळत होतं, युवासेनेचं मिळत होतं.
The kind of respect, the love and affection that they were getting over here.
एवढंच नाही, नुसतं शिवसैनिकांचं नाही तर तुम्हाला
from the people, the party workers.
की आता नोव्हेंबर मध्ये जेव्हा मी स्कॉटलंडला गेलेलो COP26,
not just Shiv Sainik,
सरकारचं कौतुक चाललेलं, धारावी मॉडेल असेल, मुंबई मॉडेल असेल,
when I went to Scotland in November, Maharashtra was appreciated, the Dharavi model, the Mumbai model. They were appreciating the work of the Mahavikas Aghadi and the CM.
जेव्हा मी डॅवॉसला गेलेलो तिथे महाराष्ट्रासाठी 80,000 कोटीचे करार करून आलेलो आहोत. म्हणजे स्वतःसाठी नाही, स्वतःला
when we went to Davos,
मी काही IPL मधला खेळाडी नाहीये जे
crores of rupees for Maharashtra, not for us.
ह्या फुटीरवाद्यांसारखं आपण कोणीच नाही. कोणी आहे का इथे? कारण आपले दरवाजे खुले आहेत. ज्यांना जायचं त्यांच्यासाठी पण खुले
आहेत. We are not like those people. Are we like them?
दरवाजे खुले आहेत.
Those who want to come back, the doors are still open for them. And for those who want to go with them.
अजूनही आपल्याशी मनानी हृदयानी मनानी जुळलेले आहेत त्यांच्यासाठी आहेत जे स्वतःला विकून गेले आणि दुसऱ्यांना विकत.
Those who are still with us from the heart. Those who have not sold themselves.
आणि फक्त शिवसेनेचे म्हणत नाही मी महाराष्ट्राचे दरवाजे आता बंद झाले
आहेत. Who have sold themselves. For them the doors will never be open.
या महाविकास आघाडीचं आणि मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांचं आपल्या सर्वांचं कौतुक झालं.
In Davos too.
आपण कौतुक बघत आहात जे काही
the Mahavikas Aghadi and the CM were appreciated.
चर्चा व्हायची जो काही मान सन्मान माझा सांगण्याचा हेतू हाच आहे की असं काल तो एक व्हिडिओ
whatever survey, whatever conversations happened
2-4 दिवसापूर्वी सुरतवरून गुवाहाटीला जाताना
around Mahavikas Aghadi government's governance.
वेगवेगळे न्यूज चॅनल चालवले प्रत्येक आमदाराला मान पकडलेले आहे दोन्ही हात पकडलेले आहेत आणि अक्षरशः कैद्यांसारखे फरफटत नेत आहेत एका विमानातून दुसरीकडे. हे मान्य आहे तुम्हाला चित्र? मला हे त्यांना पण विचारायचं आहे.
These MLAs almost like prisoners from one private jet to another. Are you in acceptance of this?
म्हणजे पोतनी साहेब मी हे खरोखर
They're being told that you're being locked up.
2-3 दिवस म्हणजे असं वेगळे वेगळे विचार डोळ्यासमोर येत असतात तेव्हा मी हाच विचार करतो की आपण ह्यांच्यासाठी कमी नक्की केलं तरी काय? कित्येक लोकांना
I'm having various thoughts.
शिवसेनेची ही ताकदच आहे की
what did we do which was not enough?
आणि ओळख देण्याची ही ताकद आपली शिवसेनेची आहे. हिंदू सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची शिकवण आहे.
Shiv Sena gives the most ordinary, the kind of identity, the extraordinary identity they deserve.
व्हॉट्सअप येत आहेत, अनेक व्हॉट्सअप येत आहेत. कोण टपरीवर बसायचं, कोण रिक्षा चालवायचं, कोण काय करायचं हे कधी आपण बघितलं नाही. उलट हीच आपली ताकद आहे की ज्याला आवाज नाही, ज्याला ताकद नाही.
The kind of WhatsApp messages we are getting right now.
असं आपण काम करून दाखवलेलं आहे.
We gave voice to those who were powerless.
कोणी दिलं हे सगळं? कशामुळे मिळालं? कोण माझ्या सोबत होतं? हा जर विचार करा.
Look where we started, where we reached.
आरशात बघायला देखील लाज वाटेल अशी त्यांची परिस्थिती आज झालेली आहे. अशी परिस्थिती झालेली आणि कधीही तुम्ही बघा.
If it comes to that, I'm sure even they'll feel ashamed looking at themselves in the mirror.
तिकीट देताना असेल किंवा आत्ताच जर 2 उदाहरणं घ्यायची असतील तर राज्यसभेचं तिकीट देताना आणि विधान परिषदेचं तिकीट देताना कोणाला तिकीट दिले आपण? राज्यसभेसाठी संजय राऊत साहेब आपली जी तोफ आहे त्यांना एक तिकीट दिला.
When we distribute tickets,
पण दुसरं तिकीट आपण आपले संजय पवार जे कोल्हापूर मधले सर्व
for Rajya Sabha we gave it to Sanjay Raut, who is one of our firebrand leaders. But Sanjay Raut, the second candidate, is a sadharan, is an ordinary party worker.
दुसरं कोणाला आपण तिकीट दिलं विधान परिषदेत?
But they betrayed us, these rebel MLAs.
आपल्या सोबत राहिले आज पण पुण्यात आणि कुठे शिरूरला वगैरे फिरत आहेत असेच मेळावे घेत आहेत.
In MLC elections it was Sachin Ahir who stood with us.
कोणी नाव ऐकलेलं त्यांचं? पण उद्धव साहेबांचं प्रत्येकावर लक्ष
असतं. A party worker was our second candidate.
सर्वात मोठं म्हणजे
had you heard his name before?
विश्वास असतो. कधी कधी आपला अंधविश्वास आपण सर्वांवर टाकून पुढे निघतो. आता पण मी जे काही मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांबरोबर सतत बोलत आहे काही सोबती जे आहेत ते पण सांगत आहेत. राऊत साहेब आहेत,
I'm speaking to the CM now.
पोपटी साहेब आम्ही सतत चर्चा करत आहोत की नक्की चुकलं काय, ह्याला कमी दिलं काय. आणि मग कधी कधी कोणी बोलून जातं की साहेब तुम्ही जास्ती विश्वास टाकला. तुम्ही
राऊत साहेब, अनिल देसाई साहेब, we all discussing what exactly, where exactly did we fall short, what did we not give them.
ही परिस्थिती अशी आहे. बरं बंड करायचं आहे ना तर चला हिम्मत दाखवून तर करा.
If Shiv Senics had to trust anyone, who are to trust? Who are they to trust? The circumstances are such.
की खूप बंड असे होत असतात जे विरोधी पक्षातून सत्ताधारी पक्षामध्ये जायला बंड होत असतात आणि आधी आपण बघितले काही आता दिसत पण नाहीत. हाईट कमीच होत चालली त्यांची.
Many rebels intend to go into the ruling party.
नाही जाऊ दे तर मला कंटाळा.
We've seen that kind of thing in the past.
त्यांना पण कंटाळा आला असेल. पण हा पहिलासा बंड आहे जिथे सत्ताधारी पक्षातून विरोधी पक्षात बसण्यासाठी
But this is the first such group.
आत येणार नाही ह्याची काळजी आणि दक्षता आपण कायद्यातून घेतो.
They decided to go from the ruling to sit on the opposition benches.
तुम्हाला सांगतो आकड्यांचा खेळ अजूनही कसाही दिसत असेल म्हणजे आता टीव्हीवर असेल 35 आमदार 40 आमदार जरी प्रत्येक आमदार तिथे गेला तरी विजय हा शिवसेनेचाच होणार ही मी तुम्हाला आज खात्री पटवून देत आहे.
Even if every MLA goes there, the win will be Shiv Sena's. I'm absolutely certain of it.
उद्धव साहेबांनी मोह सोडला आहे, जिद्द नाही, ताकद नाही.
Uddhav Sahib has left his sense of attachment, not his determination, not his strength. The betrayers, the power hungry may have left the Shiv Sena, but not my Shiv Senics.
उद्धव साहेबांचं जे काम 2.5 वर्षात केलेलं आणि पुढचे देखील 25
We work as Shiv Senics together.
ते काम जर बघितलं तर नुसतं आकड्यांमध्ये सत्ता नाही.
The work done by Uddhav Sahib in the last 2.5 years, we'll see it for the next 25 years.
आपण सत्ताधारीच आहोत, ही भूमिका आपल्याला आता घ्यायची आहे.
We have to stick with the perception that we are still the ruling party in the hearts of the people.
त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची.
We will stay Shiv Sena. We will stay Shiv Sena. Balasaheb Thackeray. Are you even qualified to have that name?
मला काय अपेक्षित होतं पोटणी साहेब की एवढे जर शूरवीर असतील, हे सगळे दादा लोक असतील, जे जसे दाखवायचे आपल्याला की बघा आम्ही असे आहोत, आम्ही तसे आहोत, 4 लोक घेऊन फिरायचे छाती ठोकून दादागिरी.
If they're so powerful, if they're like dadas the way they used to show it to us,
पण जर खरोखर यांच्यात ताकद असती, थोडी लाज,
why didn't they stand in front of us? They don't have the strength to face us.
रक्त असतं.
Maybe if they had some shame, maybe if they had some respect, self-respect.
तर बंड नाहीये, समोर येऊन बोलले असते की चला मला मुख्यमंत्री बनवा, ही माझी.
If they really had followed in the teachings of Balasaheb and Anand Dige, then they would have faced us and told us this is what we wanted.
म्हणून सुरतेत पळाले. 4 दिवस तिथे काय थांबले, 2 लोक आपले शूरवीर कैलाश.
You can't face us in Maharashtra, so you ran to Surat.
तिथून सुरतीतून कुठे पळाले? गुवाहाटीला पळाले. म्हणजे तुम्ही विचार करा किती धावपळ
झालेली आहे. Came back Kailash Patil and Nitin Deshmukh.
45 की जे काय असतील तुमच्याकडे.
They ran away to Guwahati. Imagine how much they're running.
पण म्हणजे बघा तुम्ही, आता मला तर हसायला यायला लागले. त्यांच्यावर राग पण नाही, त्यांच्यावर मला खरोखर हसावं असं वाटतं की काय होतात तुम्ही.
I'm finding this like a laughable situation.
मला वाईट ह्या गोष्टीचं वाटायला लागले की
what you were and what kind of a joke you've become.
आणि जे कोणी ह्याच्या मागे दृश्य हात असतील, केंद्रातली सत्ता असू शकते, महाशक्ती असू शकते, काहीतरी काल बोललेत ना पाकिस्तान.
Whoever is the unseen hand behind this,
हे जर असं असेल,
the part,
माझा तुम्हाला साधा प्रश्न आहे.
the government in state in the center of Pakistan's hand.
लाखो लोक तरसलेले आहेत, त्रासलेले आहेत, पुरातून बाहेर येण्याचा प्रयत्न करत आहेत, त्यांना खायला अन्न नाहीये.
Lots of people, lakhs of people, in fact,
तुम्ही मजा मारायला जाता.
voted you to power.
स्वतःला
Now
शिवसैनिक
they're
म्हणता ना
facing a critical situation in the state of Assam.
जो ज्याला पाहिजे त्याला सेवा करत राहायचं.
Lakhs of people are facing a critical situation in Assam, and वहाँ पे you've gone.
पूर आलेले ज्या राज्यामध्ये पूर आलेले तिकडचे मुख्यमंत्री बोलतात इथे कोण महाराष्ट्रातून टुरिझम साठी आलं असेल तर आम्हाला आनंद. केंद्रातून अजूनही किती पथकं लोकांना मदत करायला.
And the state CM says when there are floods, that whoever comes here for tourism, they're welcome.
तिची सीआरपीएफची सिक्युरिटी या आसाम मध्ये लोकांना वाचवायला द्यायला पाहिजे होती. तिथे पोलीस यंत्रणा.
The CRPF security they are getting, they should be giving it to Kashmiri Pandits,
8-9
the ones who need it.
पर डे. ह्यांचे बिल्स आहेत जेवणाचे, बाकीचे सोडून द्या. म्हणजे खाण्याचे बोलतो, जेव्हा आपण खाण्यापिण्याचे बोलतो, पाण्याचे आणि इतर मी बोल.
The food bills are 8 to 10 lakhs.
तो व्हिडिओ एक बोल का
per day.
बिल किती असेल मला.
I'm not even counting many other expenses.
असं झालंय, बिल भी दिया, दिल भी लिया.
I don't know what their full bill looks like. It's like bill bhi diya, dil bhi liya.
हॉटेलमध्ये पूर्ण हॉटेलचं बुकिंग करून राहण्याचा खर्च किती असेल.
Imagine the cost of private jets,
खर्च किती असेल बरं.
hotel booking,
बिचाऱ्यांना तर मला माहिती 2-4 आमदार तर मी नाव.
everyday food, eating, drinking.
घेऊन गेले किडनॅपिंग सारखं. त्यांना कपडे देण्याचं बिल किती आलं असेल.
I can name 2 to 3 MLAs who were kidnapped
जी परिस्थिती आहे
in cars. Imagine their clothes bills now.
म्हणून बघत नाहीये, तर अख्खा देश बघत आहे आणि मला वाटतं जगाचं देखील लक्ष आहे आपल्यावर.
The entire country is watching this. Even the world is watching us. Now G7 is on.
देशात आता लोकशाही राहिली आहे की नाही राहिली आहे हा विचार करणं तुम्हाला गरजेचं आहे. तुमच्या मताला किंमत आहे की नाही किंमत.
They'll come to our country as well and they'll wonder if we have democracy or not.
विकून गेलेला आहे त्याची किंमत राहिलेली आहे हे देखील तुम्हाला विचार करणं गरजेचं आहे. म्हणजे म्हणून मी शिवसेना म्हणून आता बोलत नाही किंवा शिवसैनिक किंवा आमदार म्हणून बोलत नाही. राऊत साहेब,
the one who in fact has sold himself, what is his value now?
म्हणून बोलत आहे की मी जेव्हा जगात कोणाशीही बोलीन तेव्हा मला लाज वाटेल की
I'm speaking as the youth of this country.
खालती आणि डोळ्यासमोर एका राज्यामध्ये जिथे पूर आलेले, जिथे लोकांना अन्न वस्त्र नाहीये, निवारा नाहीये, तिथे ह्याच केंद्र सरकारच्या
I feel ashamed that under the center's watch in a state where there are floods,
सत्ताधारी पक्षाचे आमदार पळवून नेलेले आहेत आणि त्यांच्यावर पैसे उडवत आहेत. ही मला लाजेची गोष्ट वाटते.
the ruling party has in fact kidnapped MLAs from another ruling party and is shamelessly spending money on them.
जर्मनी सारखं नाझिझम चाललेलं आपल्या देशामध्ये, हा विचार आपल्याला करण्याची गरज आता आलेली आहे. तुम्ही विचार करताय की नाही मला माहित नाही.
This is narcissism.
पण विचार करण्याची गरज आलेली आणि आज पण मी इथून सांगत आहे,
Think about it.
आमदार आहेत त्यांना नाही, पण जे
But it's the time to think about it.
पहिल्यांदा जिंकून आलेले आमदार आहेत त्यांना सांगतोय मी, कारण मी पण जो जिंकून आलोय तो माझ्या चेहऱ्यामुळे नाही, माझ्या ओळखीमुळे नाही. माझी ओळख ही शिवसेना आहे, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, उद्धव ठाकरे आहेत.
My identity is Shiv Sena, Hindu Hriday Samrat Balasaheb Thackeray. I am a first time MLA.
आज राजीनामे द्या आणि समोर या, निवडणूक लढा आमच्या समोर. प्रत्येकाला पाडल्याशिवाय मी राहणार नाही हे तुम्हाला
You have the guts to call yourself Shiv Sainik, resign and come fight the elections in front of me if you have the guts.
मला काल काही एका मित्राचा फोन आला. त्यांनी सांगितलं आदित्य तुम्हाला तर लढा द्यायचा आहे. मी बोललो बरोबर आहे, गद्दार आमदार कधी ना कधीतरी महाराष्ट्रात येणार. मी बोललो बरोबर आहे. नाही
I got a call from a friend yesterday. He said Aditya you'll have to fight now.
मी बोललो ठोकरे नाही, ठोकरेपेक्षा ठाकरे हे खूप पॉवरफुल आहे.
He said why don't you change your surname for a few days to Thokre? I said not Thokre, Thackeray is much more powerful.
एअरपोर्ट वरनं
Protests will happen someday. Before that,
एक एअरपोर्टचं गेट तुमच्याकडे आहे.
where does the road lead from the airport?
दांडीगुल कशी करायची तुम्हाला माहिती आहे.
One airport gate is with you. That's why you keep playing cricket.
सीआरपीएफ लावतील, कदाचित आर्मी लावतील, कदाचित वरतून हेलिकॉप्टर आणतील, रणगाड्या आणतील.
Every Shiv Sainik will stand and watch. Maybe they'll put CRPF army on the ground.
समोर बसा, उद्धव साहेबांच्या पण समोर नाही, माझ्या समोर बसा, पोतनी साहेबांच्या समोर बसा.
My one challenge to the rebels is come to the house, sit in front of me.
ह्याच्याहून पुढे जातो मी. आम्ही काही करणार नाही. हाताची घडी, ओठावर बोट, पण डोळ्यात डोळे घालून बघणार आहे आणि मी बोलणार आहे काय कमी केलं तुम्हाला सांगा, तुम्ही कोणाच्या नावावर जिंकून आलात ते.
I'll look you in the eye and ask you in whose name did you win the elections.
नाराजी काय असते ती बघून घ्यायची. आमदार झाल्यानंतर कोणालाही मी अजूनही तुम्हाला सांगतो, प्रत्येकाचा लेखाजोखा घ्या तुम्ही. जे आता सांगतायत ना की ह्या युतीमध्ये आम्हाला कमी फंड मिळाले, ह्या युतीमध्ये आमची गळचेपी होती, ती हेच आमदार जे होते. एकांचा तर परत व्हिडिओ ज्यांचे नेते
check on everyone who's saying that
ते पण माहिती
we suffered in this alliance.
आता तिथे गळचेपी व्हायची, आता इथे गळचेपी होते. म्हणजे ज्याला महत्वाकांक्षी एवढे राक्षसी आहेत त्यांना गळचेपी कुठेही होऊ शकते. पण पोतनी साहेब तुम्ही पण आमदार राहिलेला आहात वर्षानुवर्ष. मला वाटतं विनायकराज साहेब आपण पण विधान परिषदेत होतात. ते दिवसांचे तुम्ही मला फंड सांगा की 15 वर्षात किती फंड मिळायचा आणि आता मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव साहेब झाल्यानंतर किती फंड मिळाले. अमाप पैसा मिळाला आहे प्रत्येक मतदारसंघामध्ये.
You are veteran
पैसा तुम्हाला मंत्र्यांच्या
legislatures. Tell me how much funds did you get 15 years ago and how much do you get from the chief minister now?
लोकांच्या कामासाठी आपण जनतेचा पैसा देत असतो.
The funds that we give, we are not doing anyone a favor. This is public money. It is for public work.
प्रश्न असतो आणि प्रयत्न असतो. हा प्रयत्न असतो.
This is the question of serving the people and getting their work done.
प्रसंग वेगळे वेगळे येत असतात. कधी ईडीची फाईल असेल, अजून काय काय असेल. 2-4 लोकांनी फोन करून सांगितलं की आम्ही लाचार झालो, आम्हाला काही पर्याय नव्हता, आता आम्ही तुमचेच आहोत. मुलं आता तुमचेच आहोत म्हणजे तिथे जाऊन काय बोलणार. पण दुःख काही गोष्टींचं मला अजूनही वाटतं, कारण अजूनही मला विश्वास बसत नाही की प्रकाश सुर्वेसारखा माणूस तिथे गेला असेल. पोतनी साहेब तो माझ्या ऑफिसमध्ये रोज बसायचा. प्रत्येक काम त्यांचं मी केलेलं आहे. रस्त्याचं काम असेल, फुटपाथचं काम असेल, काम असेल, फॉरेस्टचं काम असेल, थेट मला
He sat in my office every day. I've done every work for him. Be it roads, be it forests, whatever.
प्रत्येक ठिकाणी उद्घाटन करून आलेलो आहे. दिलीप मामा लांडे असेल, परवाकडे तर तो ते हातात हात.
I didn't do any sort of unfinished job for him.
नाही, पण परवा माझ्या हातात हात घेऊन रडलेला माणूस जाऊ कसं शकतो.
The other day, someone went with me into Varsha and cried, how is that man, in fact,
100
going
लोकांना
there.
चावे वाटप करायचं होतं. म्हणलं लांडे मामा 2 दिवस थांबा, आपण ते काम पूर्ण करून देऊ. मिठी नदीचं काम असेल, कित्येक काम भुमरे.
I told Lande, just give me 2 days, I'll get your job done.
मंत्री झाले 5 टर्म.
Sandeepan Bhumre, do you know how he became an MLA? A minister.
त्यांच्या मतदारसंघात गेलो आणि आज
5 terms he was an MLA.
प्रसंग आठवावा, सांगावा मला की मी खोटं बोलतोय. जेव्हा मी तिथे गेलो,
When I went to his assembly segment, if he's listening to me today, he should listen to me and tell me if I'm
आणि समोरून एक
misleading.
मला सांगितलं की साहेब, भुमरे साहेबांना 5 टर्म झाले, आता त्यांना मंत्री बनवा. मी बोललो चला डन, मी साहेबांना जाऊन सांगतो की मंत्री बनवतो. मग दुसरे मला बोलले की पण राज्यमंत्री नाही, कॅबिनेट. मी बोललो ठीक आहे डन, मी
A farmer came and said, make him minister. And I said, done, he'll be made a minister.
उठले ते बोलले पण खात्याचं बोलू नका, ते मुख्यमंत्री महोदय ठरवतील. पण अशी ही लोक ज्यांच्यासाठी उद्धव साहेबांनी पण सांगितलं चला हे 5 टर्म जिंकून आले, त्यांना आपण काम देऊ. बरं,
These are the kind of people.
आता हे हिंदुत्वाचे पोस्ट टाकायला लागले. 2.5 वर्षात हिंदुत्वाचा चकार शब्द काढला नव्हता, काढला नव्हता त्यांनी. प्रत्येक वेळी माझ्या समोर याचे कॅबिनेटमध्ये दादा मला काही पैसे.
Now they're talking about Hindutva. For the last 2.5 years, they didn't even say the H of Hindutva.
थोडा आढावा घेत होतो की
They'll just keep talking about Dada, get this work done, give me the funds.
जास्तीत जास्त फंड संदीपान भुमरेजींना दिलेले. म्हणजे मला धक्का ह्या गोष्टीचा वाटलेला आहे की हक्काची लोक जी हक्काने आम्हाला सांगायची की हे काम करा, ते काम करा.
I gave maximum
किती फंड दिलेले
forest funds to Sandeepan Bhumre. I still can't believe it.
लोकांना आपण केलेलं आहे आणि हे कुठेही उपकार म्हणून नाही.
Ashish Jaiswal, Shirsat,
मला उद्धव साहेबांनी नेहमी सांगितलं
the kind of work we did for them, but we didn't do them any favor.
शिवसैनिक आपला असतो आणि असं आम्ही काम करत असतो.
I was told, Aditya, Shiv Sainik is not my man, your man.
पुन्हा एकदा स्पष्ट सांगतो की काही लोकांना वाटतं की चिन्ह त्यांच्याकडे जाणार, चिन्ह जाणार नाही. धनुष्य.
I'm going to tell you this very clearly, that the symbol will go to you. No way, it's not going to you. The bow and arrow stays with us.
हे आपलंच राहणार. आणि तिसरी गोष्ट,
Shiv Sena party and the love for the party stays with us.
हे खोटं बोलतायत. तुम्ही कुठच्याही वकिलाला जाऊन विचारा माझं.
You think you can make some sort of a faction? They're lying. Please go check with lawyers. I'm challenging them. They have only 2 options. Either join Prahar Janshakti Party or join BJP.
होणार म्हणजे होणारच आणि प्रत्येक मतदारसंघात मी जाऊन पाडणारच.
They are going to get disqualified either today or tomorrow. They're getting disqualified. Be certain of it.
तुम्ही देणार का? ताकद कोणाची? हे आपल्याला दाखवून द्यायचं. चला मी पुन्हा एकदा तुमच्या सोबतीने आणि साथीने त्यांना चॅलेंज देतोय. खरोखर हिम्मत असेल ना, आज राजीनामे द्या आणि निवडणुकीला सामोर या. आम्ही तुमच्या समोर उभे राहतो आणि प्रत्येकाला पाडतो. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, वंदे मातरम.
If you have the strength, resign now, face fresh polls, and I will contest you. We will contest you.
Right there, making that emphatic speech at the moment. There was lots of confidence right there. Paulami, you were translating Aditya Thackeray throughout for our viewers as well. At the end, what he said is something that's going to resonate, saying that if you have really the courage, then go ahead, resign. There'll be fresh polls in the Shiv Sainiks, which is the Uddhav camp, will come back. He's ready to fight and take them head on, Paulami.
Oh, absolutely. And this was something which was cited by Sanjay Raut as well when he spoke to the media today, Chetty, when he said that at least Narayan Rane had the guts and the courage to resign and then face us when he, in fact, broke away from the party and took several Shiv Sainiks with him. Narayan Rane's was a major blow that the Shiv Sena had, in fact, suffered. That is exactly what Aditya Thackeray said, that, I will have some respect for you. In fact, if you resign and go into fresh polls, and we will face you. That is my challenge. Come back to Mumbai, face us over elections, and that is the only way to go forward. He, in fact, was absolutely confident. It is a matter of days that they're going to get disqualified, and they have only 2 options, like he said, and we've been reporting about this as well from the Uddhav Thackeray camp. In fact, our sources were indicating towards this. Of course, it has been denied by the Eknath Shinde camp that the option to just have 2/3 MLAs, you don't just exist as an entity. What is this entity then? You can't simply become another party. You can't become another party. All what you have to do is merge into another party. What are your options? One, merge into the BJP. Perception-wise, huge blow for a Shiv Sainik to merge into the Bharatiya Janata Party. That is something that is not going to go down well with your core vote bank and the people on the ground, the Shiv Sainik on the ground. Your second option is what? Another party. Which is the other party with you? The Prahar Jan Shakti Party. Prahar Jan Shakti Party is a registered party, is a recognized, is a registered party which is not recognized. Prahar Jan Shakti Party is led by Bachchu Kadu. Bachchu Kadu is in fact inside Radisson Hotel right now. We've been counting him and his other MLA. There are two MLAs. We've been counting them in the figure of 9 independents, Chaiti. So that is the only other party that you can possibly merge into a huge humiliating possibility for the Eknath Shinde camp. Though this question was asked to Deepak Kesarkar yesterday, Rebel MLA, when he addressed a press conference over video link, and he categorically said, no, we are not going to merge into any party. There is no question of it. But then legally, how are you going to proceed with this? So the Sena camp is very confident that simply on technical terms and simply on legality, Chaiti, they are on a very strong wicket.
Absolutely, and technicality and legality-wise on a very, very strong wicket. But Paulami, there's also another angle that the governor has gotten discharged today. Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari. What are you picking? All right, Dev is joining us now. Dev, Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has gotten discharged today. Do you think that there is some sort of a recommendation that will go out that could perhaps avoid an urgent floor test and a precedent, a possibility of a precedence rule coming in Maharashtra due to the law and order situation? What are you picking up on that front? Dave, can you hear me?
Yes, Chaiti, I can. Well, to answer that question of yours, which is why in order to potentially also avoid a law and order situation, the Mumbai police was put on a high alert. Also, we know that several leaders whose families were being threatened earlier, or a potential threat that was there, CRPF has been deployed outside their homes. Apart from the fact that Mumbai police teams were already deployed out there in order to avoid a potential law and order problem. Also, we know since yesterday Section 144 has been imposed, and also against any kind of group gatherings, all sorts of restrictions have been placed by the Mumbai police, because they know that this is a very politically sensitive time. It is very tense. Also, the cadres and the Shiv Sainiks are extremely angry. So before they go on a rampage, vandalizing public property, or causing any kind of destruction, they don't even want to have that situation in the first place. So in order to avert that sort of danger, police presence has also been increased in a lot of pockets, mainly in Kalyan and in Thane, which happen to be strongholds of Eknath Shinde. So maximum group of supporters he generally gets is from that side. And also, what could be a potential problem is that two groups clashing against each other. One obviously remaining loyal to Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, and the other group which is loyal to Mr. Eknath Shinde. So the police said that in order to try and avoid that kind of a situation, they don't even remotely want that possibility happening. That is why several teams of
देश के लोगों ने सोचना जरूरी है, और इस देश में लोग
hearing in from Aditya Thackeray
है, क्योंकि ये ऑप्शन जैसे लेके जा रहे हैं.
All right, that was a quick reaction coming in from Aditya Thackeray, but there was a long speech also from Aditya Thackeray that Paulami just translated as well. Paulami is with us. Paulami, Aditya Thackeray claims that 16 MLAs are still in touch with them. Can that number be higher? What are you picking up in terms of murmurs, in terms of what's going on inside the Radisson Blu Hotel at the moment? Because look at this delay. This delay only proves how Eknath Shinde camp is completely not very confident. They've extended their stay also by 2 days right there. And Aditya now claiming that 16 of them are in touch with them already.
That's right. Both Sanjay Raut and Aditya now have been claiming, of course, that Shiv Sena MLAs who are in fact holed up inside Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati, some of them are in touch with the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction and leaders who belong to that faction. Now, that is not an impossibility. That is happening definitely. But how much are they going to be able to convince them to break ranks with the Shinde camp and go back to Mumbai? That is going to be the acid test, really. You can keep having conversations. Mrs. Rashmi Thackeray is also speaking to the families of some of these MLAs, the wives, the spouses as well, in order to have them communicate with their husbands that, you know, this is what Uddhav Sahab's message is, and, you know, please come back and we will, of course, address all your grievances, etc. How much that actually materializes in them breaking ranks with the Shinde camp and going back to Mumbai is going to be the moot point eventually, Chaiti. But yes, the fact that there has been some amount of delay and they're pushing it is because, like I said, and we've been discussing, this is all boiling down to a legal battle. It is about technicalities. It is about how you read the anti-defection law, the 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Both sides have their own nuanced interpretation of it. Both sides are seeking top legal advice. We believe that Mr. Pawar, who is in fact going to be en route shortly in moments from now from Mumbai to Delhi, is going to see some of those top lawyers as well. And they're, of course, consulting top lawyers as well in order to move forward.
You know, this only indicates that this is not going to be very easy. This is not going to be easy. Eknath Shinde cannot just break away, form his own faction, get those MLAs and then, you know, turn around and form a government and claim also themselves to be the real Shiv Sena of the Balasaheb Thackeray as well. Dev Kotak also joins us. Dev, increasingly this is looking, all right, Dev is not with us. Paulami still continues to be with us. Paulami, increasingly this is looking difficult for the Shinde camp. I'm not saying it's impossible for either options, I mean, but increasingly, just like the way we were feeling earlier that this might just be imminent, the fall of the government, increasingly it looks difficult. Already you have got 16 MLAs in touch. The number possibly could even be higher than 16.
Well, the number could vary. It could be lower than that. These are claims that are being made, Chaiti. This is Aditya Thackeray claiming that he's in touch with 16 MLAs. We don't know if he's indeed in touch with 16 MLAs or it's lesser or it's higher. If it was higher, obviously he would be claiming a higher number. There's no way of verifying the same, but what we can, of course, authenticate is that they're definitely in touch with MLAs who are inside Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati. Remember that, like, you know, we've been discussing, Chaiti, this battle is being fought on several fronts. There is, of course, the perception battle, which is why those fiery speeches, those emotional speeches that are being made by Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, combative as ever, all of that. Then, of course, there is the legal battle, the battle in the courtroom, which is also going to play out very, very soon. Come Monday, expect that it is going to reach some courtroom or the other. There's the battle in the Deputy Speaker's office as well. Then, of course, Governor House, Raj Bhavan, Bhagat Singh Koshari, Governor, is now back in Raj Bhavan. He has, of course, said that he needs a couple of days rest before, of course, he will be, you know, welcoming visitors to the Raj Bhavan. So in a couple of days, you're going to see, over the next week, I anticipate, Chaiti, you're going to see a lot of movement.
Also see what is the recommendation coming in from the governor as well. He's just gotten discharged, as you rightly mentioned. I'm being told that you need to leave and go to our sister channel as well. So we're going to let you go for the moment, Paulami. Dev Kotak continues to be with us on this story. Dev, we also have Sharad Pawar, who's going to be making his way to Delhi in the next couple of hours from now. What is the meeting going to be all about? Is it just going to be seeking legal opinion with top lawyers? Is there more to it than meets the eye? Of course, there is all hands deck now on trying to save the Mahavikas Aghadi Sarkar, and it looks like there is a possibility it can be saved too. It's not imminent that this government will definitely fall.
Yes, like I've mentioned the fact earlier as well, that it is going to be a long-drawn legal and technical battle. Earlier, they had also given up hopes and almost believed the fact that their government has been toppled over. But now that they have decided to take on this issue very aggressively and they want to fight it out. So come what may, even if the floor test happens, they will somehow have to be prepared to sort of reflect the numbers in a particular way that where they can show and prove that they do have the required numbers to form the government, so that they can save the MDA Sarkar from from getting replaced, if I may say so. So with Mr. Sharad Pawar,
उन्हें अब केंद्र से सीआरपीएफ की सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई गई है। हम फिलहाल दादर के जो विधायक है सदा सरवणकर, उनके घर में खड़े हैं और उनके बेटे जो कि यहाँ के पार्षद भी है समाधान सरवणकर, हम उनसे बातचीत करके जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर महाराष्ट्र में हो क्या रहा है। उससे पहले हम आपको दिखा दें उनके घर के बाहर ये जो सिक्योरिटी हमें दिखाई दे रही है, इस सिक्योरिटी को देखकर आपको पता लगेगा कि महाराष्ट्र में किस तरह से कानून व्यवस्था ताक पर है। यहाँ पर सीआरपीएफ के साथ मुंबई पुलिस भी है और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था यहाँ पर तैनात की गई है। लेकिन दादर के अलग अलग इलाकों में जबकि 149 सेक्शन लागू है, ठाणे मुंबई में रैलियां निकल रही है और धमकाया जा रहा है। समाधान हमारे साथ है, उनसे पूछेंगे। समाधान, क्या स्थिति है?
नहीं, यहाँ पे मुंबई और महाराष्ट्र में एक गुंडाशाही चल रही है। जो भी आज अभी 149 सेक्शन चालू है तो भी बाइक रैली निकल रही है, रास्ते पे जाके बोर्ड को काले लगाओ और ये सब चीजें चल रही है। और फैमिली को क्या घर के सामने जाके कुछ झंडा दिखाना और ये सब, मेरे ख्याल से शिवसैनिक ये जो करने वाले ये शिवसैनिक बाला साहब के तो शिवसैनिक है ही नहीं। कोई तो एक आके सुबह आता है, कुछ तो बकबक करता है और शिवसैनिक कुछ रहते हैं जिनको अभी जो पद की अपेक्षा है, ऐसे लोग हैं वो कुछ हमारे वरिष्ठों को कुछ दिखाना है, वो हिसाब से ये सब चल रहा है। गलत चीजें चल रही है, ये राजकारण है। अगर आप कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी के साथ जा सकते हो तो किसी और को बीजेपी के साथ जाना है, क्योंकि आपके सांसदों को बीजेपी के साथ जाना है, हिंदुत्व के साथ जाना है, तो उसके लिए आप उनको साथ देना चाहिए। आप कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी आपको चलेगी लेकिन आपके सांसद नहीं चलेंगे, ये गलत चीज है। और जो चल रहा है, जो पुलिस के आड़ में जो अभी ये सब चल रहा है वो गलत चल रहा है। और मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि ये चीजें अगर बढ़ती रही तो मुझे लगता है राष्ट्रपति शासन यहाँ पे लगने ही वाला है, क्योंकि ये गुंडागिरी और ये सब हम लोग भी है, हम लोग शिवसेना से ही है, गुंडागिरी हम लोग भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आजकल लोगों को वो नहीं चाहिए। लोगों को जिसकी स्वतंत्र है, आपको लगा आप कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी के साथ जाना चाहते हो, जा सकते हो। बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट के आरोपी नवाब मलिक, उसके साथ सत्ता में बैठ सकते हो, लेकिन कुछ हमको अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। हमें लग रहा है कि हिंदुत्व के साथ जाना चाहिए, तो हिंदुत्व के साथ हम लोग सब है।
मुझे बताइए, आज सामना कार्यालय के सामने वहाँ पर एक शाखा है जहाँ पर आप खुद बैठते हैं, एक बहुत बड़ी बाइक रैली भी निकाली गई थी।
वहाँ पे बड़ी मेरे को नहीं लगता विशाल रैली थी, लेकिन वहाँ पे 30 या 40 बाइक ही थी। अगर उनको चाहिए रहता, मैं अभी भी शिवसेना में हूँ, तो और 200 बाइक मैं खुद दे सकता था वहाँ पे। अगर उनको चाहिए रहता था तो वो मुझे कांटेक्ट करते थे, मैं बाइक भी देता था, वहाँ पे लड़के भी देता था। ये किधर से 30 कुछ बाइक लेके आए, वो विशाल रैली करके वो लोग बोल रहे हैं। तो वो रैली देख के ही सब लोग हंस रहे थे कि उसके पहले भी हम लोग ने वहाँ पे रैली निकाली है, 500,000 बाइक की रैली वहां से निकाली है सामना प्रेस से, हमले विभाग में रैली निकाली है। तो ये निकालने वाले मेरे ख्याल से आज कुछ कोई लोग हीरो बनने को आते हैं, लेकिन कुछ काम के नहीं, यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। लोगों को जो चाहिए, लोग आज हिंदुत्व के साथ हैं और हम सब हिंदुत्व के साथ ही रहने वाले हैं।
शिवसैनिक कहीं ना कहीं भावनिक होता है और जब इस तरह की चीजें होती है तब वो रास्ते पर उतरता है। आपको लगता है उन्हें कहीं ना कहीं प्रोवोक किया जा रहा है, कुछ लोग जानबूझकर उन्हें प्रोवोक कर रहे हैं?
जरूरी, बहुत से शिवसैनिक जो है वो अभी तक रास्ते पे नहीं उतरे या रास्ते पे उतरना भी नहीं चाहते। वो 2.5 साल से जो कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी के साथ है हम लोग, उनको वो बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहा था। ऐसे बहुत शिवसैनिक है कि वो घर पे बैठे हैं, उनको नहीं, और उनको अभी अच्छा लग रहा है कि हम हिंदुत्व के साथ जा रहे हैं और उनको हिंदुत्व के साथ ही जाना है। तो इसके लिए अभी जो निकले हैं रास्ते पे, ये सिर्फ भड़काने के लिए निकले हैं, बाकी कुछ काम के लिए नहीं। सिर्फ सत्ता है, पुलिस केस नहीं ले रही है, इसके लिए घूम रहे हैं।
कुछ नेता ऐसा है जो बता रहे हैं कि अभी भी शिवसैनिक अपने ताबे में है, अपना ताबा नहीं खो रहे, कंट्रोल में है। वो अगर उतरेंगे तो आगजनी होगी महाराष्ट्र में।
वो नेता पहले लोगों में से चुन के आए। आप राज्यसभा के सांसद हो, मतलब राज्यसभा में जाते हो, कभी कोई चुनाव लड़ते नहीं और सिर्फ आके टीवी पे बकबक। शिवसेना की आज की हालत है, उसके सर्वस्व जवाबदार वो है उद्धव साहब, आदित्य साहब।
संजय राउत की बात कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, जो है आपको सबको मालूम है, चुन के आना पड़ता है। चुन के आओगे तब आपको समझेगा कि लोगों की भावना क्या है। उसके लिए आपको पहले चुन के आना पड़ेगा। सिर्फ बकबक करके कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। उद्धव साहब होने दो, आदित्य साहब होने दो, जो भी है वो शिवसैनिकों के साथ रहते हैं, बराबर है। लेकिन ये जो आदमी या ये जो है, ये सिर्फ भड़काने का काम कर रहे हो। शिवसेना खत्म करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
कहीं ना कहीं खुद उद्धव जी ठाकरे है वो अपने आप को कुटुंब प्रमुख कहलाते हैं, लेकिन जब अपने विधायकों के जो कि बागी हो गए अब, लेकिन उनके परिवार पर जब इस तरह से धमकाया जाता है, इस तरह सुरक्षा बढ़ानी पड़ती है, आपको लगता है उन्हें ये सब बातें सही लग रही होगी?
मुझे नहीं लगता उद्धव साहब को ये सब बातें सही लगी होंगी। वो कुटुंब प्रमुख सिर्फ शिवसेना के नहीं, अभी महाराष्ट्र के भी है, क्योंकि वो मुख्यमंत्री है। और ये सब चीजें हो रही है, मुझे लगता तो नहीं है कि उद्धव साहब इसको सपोर्ट करेंगे, लेकिन हो रहा है तो उनके नेतृत्व में हो रहा है, तो उनके लिए कुटुंब तक जाने, किसी के फैमिली के ऊपर जाना, क्योंकि आज ठीक है एक की सत्ता है, उधर दूसरे की सत्ता आ जाएगी, उस दूसरे का प्रोटेक्शन निकाल देंगे, तो ये सब चीजें चलती रहेगी। और ये जो गलत जो महाराष्ट्र में पायंडा जो इन्होंने अभी चालू किया है कि अगर सत्ता परिवर्तन हो गया तो हम इसके प्रोटेक्शन निकालेंगे, उसका प्रोटेक्शन निकालेंगे, हर एक की बारी आती है। मुझे लगता है उद्धव जी रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब रहेंगे, आदित्य साहब रहेंगे, उन्होंने ये बारे में सोचना चाहिए कि ये एक आदमी जो है वो एक तो पहले तो आप बोल रहे हो आपके सांसदों को वापस आ जाओ, एक साइड से आप उनसे बात कर रहे हो, दूसरी बाजू में आप उनको भड़का रहे हो, उनके फैमिली को अटैक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो। कैसे? ये तो एक दूसरे में और डिस्टेंस बढ़ रहा है। मतलब हम लोग को भी अभी ऐसे लगने लगा कि यार शिवसेना में इतने साल हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, ये क्या चीजें हो रही है? हम लोग ने कभी किसी के घर पे हमला नहीं किया क्या? किसी के घर वालों को धमकाया नहीं? हर एक की फैमिली है, हर एक सांसद जो गए है जो इधर है, हर एक की फैमिली है। तो ये एक नया पायंडा यहाँ पे चालू हो रहा है, तो ये उद्धव साहब ने यहाँ पे ध्यान देके वो ये करना चाहिए। लेकिन उत्तर तो सभी दे सकते हैं, हम लोग भी दे सकते हैं उसके लिए।
बिल्कुल, तो ये थे समाधान सरवनकर कह रहे हैं, जवाब तो वो भी दे सकते हैं और काफी व्यथित दिख रहे हैं। हालांकि शिवसेना से काफी सालों से जुड़े हुए हैं और वो दादर के शिव सैनिक है, जहां पर सेना भवन ने अपनी नींव रखी है, जहां से शिवसेना, ये जो शिवाजी पार्क सामने दिखाई दे रहा है, जहां से शुरुआत हुई है शिवसेना की, उसी शिवाजी पार्क में वो रहते हैं और यहीं पर वो काम करते आ रहे हैं। कैमरा पर्सन किरण सकपाल के साथ मैं ऋत्विक भालेकर, मुंबई, आज तक।
All right, let's bring you the latest updates related to the political crisis now. The Maharashtra government has been slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Now sources are saying that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons and is now seeking legal advice. Sources have said Centre has provided Y+ category security to 15 rebel MLAs. The Shinde camp is likely to drag group leader appointment matter in the court now. They said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs. Now the change by Uddhav is illegal, and for that he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may demand disqualification of the MLAs who are with Uddhav. In a big India Today scoop, sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis had a secret midnight meeting in Vadodara to discuss possible government formation in Maharashtra. And now, as the political situation in Maharashtra continues to escalate, Shinde supporters have hit the streets. Uddhav Sena as well has responded with protests. Anti-Shinde slogans were raised outside Samna's office. Shiv Sena leader Aditya Thackeray came down heavily on Eknath Shinde clan. He said only cowards have fled and claimed that 15 to 16 rebel MLAs are in touch with Shiv Sena. Well, a lot of these twists and turns and top developments. The story is very fast moving. Viewers, this Maharashtra political crisis is our top focus, but don't go anywhere. The other big story we're tracking, we'll bring you that in just about a bit. Rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Germany. Meeting scheduled with over 12 world leaders with focus on global economy. Details in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching. You are watching India Today.
After landing in Germany for the G7 summit, Prime Minister Modi interacted with the children of Indian diaspora at Munich Hotel, where he will be staying during his visit. He's received a warm welcome. He's reached the hotel. Streets of Germany have echoed with Modi, Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Prime Minister will be holding meetings with 12 world leaders during his visit and will have 15 engagements. During the meeting, G7 leaders are expected to focus on the Ukraine crisis that has triggered geopolitical turmoil, besides fueling a global food and energy crisis. Official sources said Modi will have multiple bilateral meetings in addition to attending G7. The Prime Minister is going to be meeting members of Indian diaspora from across Europe during the two-day visit. He is attending G7 summit following an invitation by the German Chancellor. After attending G7 summit in Germany, the Prime Minister is going to be travelling to UAE on 28th of this month. All right, it's time now for a very short commercial break here on India Today. But when we return, we're getting you the entire political drama from Maharashtra, all the turmoil, all the twists and all the turns and all the possibilities as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching. You are watching India Today.
Maharashtra political drama has entered day 6 of the turmoil. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are defiant. The Shinde camp has extended stay in Guwahati for 2 more days, and that's more trouble coming in for the Shinde Sena, actually, more than the Mahavikas Aghadi. According to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice issued against them. Sources say Shinde camp has called the legislative party leader change by Uddhav Thackeray illegal. As for that, he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. Amidst the political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has launched an all-out attack on Eknath Shinde, dared him to come to Mumbai too. While attacking Eknath and rebel MLAs, Raut said, make a party after your party's name. Seek vote after your father's name. This comes after rebel Shinde reached out to Shiv Sena workers, and in an outreach, Shinde said that he's fighting for Bala Sahib's Hindutva and that he wants to free Sena of Mahavikas Aghadi.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं बसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठकर क्या हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
Today speaks exclusively to Aditya Thackeray over the growing vandalism incidents in Maharashtra. He said that rebel camp is intimidated by the power of Shiv Sena. Listen in.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
को रिक्रूट करने की आप में बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबेल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर। आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
Right, let's now cut across straight to my colleague Paulami Saha, who's right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, tracking every minute detail of this story. Paulami, what is the sense that you're picking up from Guwahati at this point of time? And take it away.
Right, thank you, Chaiti. Obviously, it is turning out to be quite the potboiler here in Maharashtra as well as in Assam. And obviously, the developments, the very secret, confidential developments that we saw just a couple of nights ago in Gujarat. We are, of course, tracking all of those developments. But here are the top developments that we've seen over the past couple of hours as far as this potboiler is concerned. The first of those, the Maharashtra government slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Now, sources say that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons and is seeking legal advice. Sources also said that the centre has provided Y+ category security to 15 rebel MLAs. Up next, the Shinde camp is likely to drag, in fact, group leader appointment matter in court. They said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs. Now, the change by Uddhav Thackeray is illegal, and for that, he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. That's 2/3 of the legislative party. On the very same ground, they may demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. In a big India Today scoop, sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara 2 nights ago to discuss a possible government formation in Maharashtra. As the political situation in Maharashtra continues to escalate, Shinde supporters have hit the streets. Uddhav Sena too responded with protests. Anti-Shinde slogans were raised outside Samna's office. Shiv Sena leader Aditya Thackeray came down heavily on Eknath Shinde clan. He said only cowards have fled and claimed that 15 to 16 rebel MLAs are in touch with Shiv Sena. Protesters from both sides, supporters from both sides have hit the streets across Maharashtra over the past couple of days. The Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena facing off on the streets of Maharashtra as they take out rallies in various parts of the state. In fact, following the threats of violence and vandalism against rebel MLAs on Saturday, the supporters of both Uddhav and Shinde took out massive rallies today. Sena workers also held a bike rally from the Sena office in Mumbai, raising anti-Shinde slogans. Shiv Sena's Delhi unit, in fact, took out a protest march at Jantar Mantar in Delhi in support of Sena chief Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde supporters, on the other hand, gathered outside Eknath Shinde's Thane residence in a show of support. Heavy police security forces deployed at the offices of Eknath Shinde and his son MP Shrikant Shinde's offices in Kalyan and Ulhasnagar. Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized just in front of the police station in Ulhasnagar. Supporters of rebel Shiv Sena MLA Abdul Sattar gathered outside his office at Sillod constituency in Aurangabad district. Listen in to some of these supporters of both camps.
लगातार जो यहाँ से मुंबई से सूरत गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी गए, उनको चार्टर प्लेन मुहैया करवाया गया। वहाँ असम जो इस समय बाढ़ग्रस्त है, वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री को बाढ़ पीड़ितों की मदद करनी चाहिए। वह वहाँ पर जो है गद्दार विधायक, जो बागी विधायकों की मेहमान नवाजी की जा रही है। इस तमाम प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर, खेल के अंदर जो करोड़ों रुपए का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसकी जांच की जानी चाहिए। और इसके साथ ही मैं नसीहत देता हूं कि तमाम जो बागी विधायक हैं वो गद्दारी शिवसेना के अंदर ना करें, वापस लौटे।
In fact, viewers, the Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena tussle has turned ugly as violence has broken out in parts of Maharashtra as we speak. Both protesters hitting the streets across the state in order to register their support for both factions. Watch this report to find out what exactly has been happening on the ground.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Senics were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे। ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए।
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Senics vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में है, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए। लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं। यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो। तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए। मैंने क्या कहा कल कि आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है। मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है। वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो। ये दर दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए।
Union Minister Ramdas Athawale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the warpath, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now I'm joined by my colleague Dev Kotak, who is in fact live from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence in South Mumbai. Dev, I'll come across to you right now. The question about Devendra Fadnavis next, but the first question is about the report that we just saw right now about the Eknath Shinde camp and the Uddhav Thackeray camp in fact clashing on the roads and the streets of Maharashtra. What is the situation on the ground right now? Because we've seen violence break out over the past few days with vandalism across some of the offices that were in fact that belonged to the rebel MLAs that have joined ranks with Eknath Shinde. What's the situation on the ground across the state, Dev?
See, firstly, let us try and put things into perspective, because we know that Section 144 and prohibitory orders both were issued. So, in that case, I don't know why to make that exception for Shiv Sainiks. Of course, are they not a part of the law and order of this city? They are very much a part of that. So why make that separate exception when rules are issued? They are uniform for all. So why should they be given any kind of special treatment? So when it was clearly specified and stated that large groups, gathering must be avoided at all costs, why were these Sainiks mobilized, the party cadres? So the police is, responsible, and they should be answering this question in terms of why they gave the preferential treatment. Also, this is the biggest fear that was there right at the start. The police had issued prohibitory orders, and also they were pretty certain that supporters of both the groups and both the supporting camps, one of Eknath Shinde and one from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, these are all Sainiks only, mind you, but just because of difference of opinion and also over the disloyalty part which Eknath Shinde has been accused of, along with several other MLAs who are camped in Guwahati, they resorted to that. So, thankfully the police managed to contain the violence, and it did not spiral out of hand or go out of control in any sense. However, there were certain parts of Maharashtra where we had heard that offices were vandalized and public property was torched, but thankfully that was not the case in Mumbai. So before the violence that could break out, the police out there who were present managed to contain it in a time-bound manner. Of course, there has been an additional deployment, not just of officers from the Mumbai police force, but also the QRT, Quick Response Team, and the RAF, Rapid Action Force, and also the Riot Control Police. Besides that, several columns of the State Reserve Police Force have also been deployed. In fact, they were on standby given the fact that the past few days have been a pot boiler, and they had anticipated something like this. So in fact, Mumbai Police's senior officials also 2 to 3 days back, they had held a meeting in terms of deciding how to contain these people in case, in a worst case scenario, something breaks out and some unruly people go out of hand. So yeah, so these are the kind of updates and
But
developments.
the question mark is on the police administration, Dave. On the ground, it is about them and them having to maintain a law and order. How did so many Shiv Sainiks, in fact, mobilize and orchestrate this sort of vandalism across parts of Maharashtra? That still remains the question, and those question marks will remain. But Dave, of course, is reporting, interestingly, from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai. Now, the big story that India Today broke yesterday is about a very secret meeting that took place between the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, and, in fact, rebel faction leader Eknath Shinde. A secret rendezvous in Vadodara, if you may, where Devendra Fadnavis flew in the middle of the night out of Mumbai via Indore to Vadodara, and they possibly met at about 2:30 a.m. when Eknath Shinde took off from Guwahati for Vadodara, landed there. They met at about 2:30 a.m. and that meeting concluded around 3 a.m. Here's that mega scoop that India Today has in fact brought out. Here are the details.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
नॅशनल पार्टी आहे ते महाशक्ती आहे ज्यांनी अख्ख्या
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m, reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore, and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night, without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs. The Shiv Sena is nearing a split. Eknath Shinde holding secret meetings with old friends. Where does that leave the Thackeray family? Here on. With Paulami Saha and Ankit Kumar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, there's a full-blown war that has, in fact, broken out in Maharashtra over Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy. This between the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena and the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray has now warned anyone against using Balasaheb Thackeray's name, especially after reports emerged that the Eknath Shinde-led rebel camp wanted to name their group after Balasaheb, calling it Shiv Sena Balasaheb. Uddhav Thackeray has said that anyone that wants to use Balasaheb's name should not do so because they should be using their own father's name and not his father's. Here's the full report.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war is now personal. The fight is for Bal Thackeray's name and legacy. At the Shiv Sena executive meet, Uddhav had a clear message for Eknath Shinde and the rebels.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. कारण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही, मी तर नालायकच आहे. माझा फोटो लावूच नका. पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
The message from Shiv Sena is clear. Uddhav Thackeray is only inheritor of Balasaheb's legacy. The party is also going to move the election commission to stop the Shinde faction from misusing Balasaheb's name.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे। शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप उद्धव बालासाहेब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं। आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते।
The Sena roar has been triggered after India Today's exclusive political news break. India Today was the first to report that Shinde and the rebels are going to form a separate faction and will name it Shiv Sena Balasaheb. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar claimed that Shinde had sent a letter to the Deputy Speaker seeking recognition as a separate party.
हम लोग अभी भी शिवसेना में हैं। जो एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग फैली जा रही है कि हम लोगों ने शिवसेना छोड़ी है, ऐसी कोई भी बात नहीं है। हम सिर्फ अपना गट अलग कर रहे हैं, और जो बाला साहब की विचारधारा है कि हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं, इसके बारे में हमने हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख जी को बार-बार विनती की थी।
Dropping a massive hint, Rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar also asserted that Rebel camp has only two options now, either to support the NCP or join hands with the BJP.
आपका ये शिवसेना बाला साहेब नाम का जो कोई गुट बनेगा, जिसको मान्यता शायद मिल भी जाए, वो गुट अपने आप को उनको मर्ज करना पड़ेगा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में। तो या तो नहीं है, हो सकती है, या आपकी कोई और, ये नहीं है। अच्छा,
ऐसे बिल्कुल नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ प्राविधान नहीं है। वो तो अलग गट करके आप बैठ सकते हैं, और वैसे हम लोग बैठेंगे। आज जो सिर्फ चल रहा है प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, और ऐसे कोई भी नहीं है। जो भी प्रोविजंस होंगे कायदे की, उसकी हम लोग अमल बजावनी करेंगे।
This comes after Maharashtra Deputy Speaker rejected the no confidence motion moved against him by the Shinde camp. 16 rebels have also been served disqualification notices. They have been asked to respond by June 27th, 5 p.m. Uddhav has declared he's the rightful heir of Bala Saheb's legacy, but Shinde remains defiant.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी, उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के, उनको आना पड़ेगा, और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी।
The real question remains unanswered. Who is the real Shiv Sena? Bureau Report, India Today.
Right, viewers, we're getting to you some breaking news that's coming in right now. One more Shiv Sena MLA is en route to Guwahati as we speak from Surat. MLA Uday Samant has boarded the flight from Surat. He is already travelling on a Falcon 2000 charter from Surat to Guwahati. Uday Samant is MLA from Ratnagiri constituency. It had been anticipated for a while that Uday Samant could be breaking ranks with the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction and joining the Eknath Shinde camp. His name was doing the rounds for a while. He is a cabinet minister, in fact, in the government of Uddhav Thackeray. This, in fact, takes the tally of ministers who've joined Uddhav Thackeray, who've joined, in fact, Eknath Shinde to 8 ministers. 8 ministers have broken ranks with Uddhav Thackeray to join Eknath Shinde. Uday Samant is the latest who's flying from Surat to Guwahati right now. My colleague Munish Pandey is on the phone line with me right now. Munish, big blow for the Uddhav Thackeray camp. While they are, of course, all bravado and combative right now, the fact is that their ranks are still breaking and the ranks of Eknath Shinde is still getting stronger, Munish.
Absolutely, Paulami, and this is a major setback for the Uddhav Thackeray camp, because not only one more MLA but one more minister has gone to Surat from Mumbai, and now as we speak he's travelling in a chartered plane and he will be reaching Guwahati in a while and joining the Eknath Shinde camp. Now as far as this entire rebel camp is concerned, their numbers are going to be, it will be increasing. This is good news for Eknath Shinde, but a major setback for Uddhav Thackeray camp. along with Uday Samant, there are 3 more people, his peers and those who are associated with Uday Samant, they are also reaching and joining Eknath Shinde camp. As far as the travel details are concerned, we also have the passenger manifest, the Falcon 2000 charter plane, which has been taken by Mr. Uday Samant at this point of time. And also we have been given to understand is that once they reach there, they will be formally joining Eknath Shinde camp. Now, what we do know at this point of time is that the numbers will not only increase by 40, but also the number of ministers. As of now, 7 ministers are already with Eknath Shinde camp. Now, the 8th minister, Uday Samant, will be joining Eknath Shinde camp very soon. Paul.
Munish, what is even more embarrassing right now is Uday Samant was seen in meetings over the previous few days with Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. He's considered to be extremely close to Aditya Thackeray. And now he's flying from Surat to Guwahati to join Eknath Shinde, which means there are more ministers in Eknath Shinde's camp right now than there are with Uddhav Thackeray, including Aditya Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray has 3 ministers left with him. If Uday Samant lands here in a few hours from now, there will be 8 ministers with Eknath Shinde. Hugely embarrassing for the Thackeray's.
It is not only embarrassing, Paulami, but also we need to understand is that from last few days, Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut and other senior leaders of the Uddhav Thackeray camp, they are campaigning between the public, they are doing Facebook lives and all. But in the backdrop of what has happened just now, it seems that there is very low confidence on Uddhav Thackeray as far as the ministers and the rest of the MLAs are concerned. That is why what we saw that when Mr. Eknath Shinde was in Surat and when he flew to Guwahati, at that point of time the number of MLAs was just around 29 to 30. But at this point of time there are more than 40 MLAs, and these at least 10 MLAs, including the ministers, they have gone and joined Eknath Shinde camp after there was a confidence which was being portrayed and the perception was given that Uddhav Thackeray is taking the command. He is doing everything possible to make sure that this government stays intact. But there is indication, there is a perception that the confidence which was being shown by these ministers and MLAs in the initial days, that has taken a dent, that has taken a back seat at this point of time. Paulami.
Absolutely. This is a huge dent for the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. Another minister, the Minister for Higher and Technical Education, Uday Samant, is on his way from Surat to Guwahati as we speak. He's boarded that private jet, which is in fact bringing him to Guwahati as we speak. So Manish, while there has been a lot of murmur and a lot of anticipation about the fact that maybe, the ranks with Eknath Shinde are possibly getting a little distressed, are possibly going to get a little restless with the passage of time, because this is going to turn out into a long legal battle. Maybe the ranks will break over here. What Eknath Shinde is continuing to manage to do is deal one blow after another, even after the combative stance, even after the emotions that have been expressed by Uddhav Thackeray, by Aditya Thackeray over the past couple of days. Sanjay Raut, Anil Desai, Arvind Sawant, all of them. What is happening right now is a minister who was walking around with you during meetings, Uday Samant, is now flying today to Guwahati. Huge blow.
Yeah, absolutely, Paulami. And, not only these MLAs going from Mumbai to Surat and then joining Eknath Shinde in Guwahati, there is a perception among the MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde that they are stronger at this point of time. Even in terms of law, one need to understand is that all Eknath Shinde needed and wanted was 2/3 of majority, that is 37 MLAs out of 55 MLAs. So in terms of law also, these MLAs understand the position of Uddhav Thackeray camp and Eknath Shinde camp, and in terms of law, Eknath Shinde camp is stronger at this point of time. Day before yesterday, he wrote a letter saying that he has 38 MLAs with him. There was signature of 38 MLAs. Then there were more MLAs who went to Guwahati and joined Eknath Shinde camp. So they understand that what playing at this point of time is that the game of numbers, and in the game of numbers, Eknath Shinde is much more stronger than Uddhav Thackeray camp, because now Uddhav Thackeray camp has even less than 15 MLAs, more than 40 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. So of course, those MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray, they are getting restless that if there is a possibility of Eknath Shinde camp taking over the Vidhan Mandal of Shiv Sena, then their future will be at stake. Whether they will stay with Uddhav Thackeray or not, that is going to be a big question, because one after other, the MLAs have not left Uddhav Thackeray, but the ministers also have left Uddhav Thackeray. Amid the indication being given by Uddhav Thackeray that he will try his best, there was indication from Sharad Pawar also, from Congress party, that they are standing with Uddhav Thackeray, but seems the battle of perception and the battle of confidence is with, Eknath Shinde is winning that battle, not Uddhav Thackeray at this point of time. Parliament.
Okay, the battle of perception is definitely being won by Eknath Shinde. He's been here for as many days, but clearly his ranks are not breaking. His ranks are only swelling. If Uday Samant lands here in Guwahati in a couple of hours from now, that would take the tally of Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena MLAs, rebel MLAs, to 39. He's well past the 2/3 mark of the Legislative Assembly. Huge advantage as he goes into what it looks like a possible courtroom battle as well. Munish, stay on with us. I'm tossing it across to my colleague Nabila Jamal, who's joining us from the studio right now. Nabila, over to you.
Paulmi, thank you very much. For what we see in the latest, a big embarrassment and a letdown to Uddhav Thackeray, despite all those clarion calls made by Uddhav, his son Aditya. It seems like one more Sena MLA likely to join the Shinde camp. Sena MLA Uday Samant all set to join the Shinde camp now. The Sena MLA Uday Samant is a close aide of Aditya Thackeray. Remember, since last evening, Aditya Thackeray has been carrying out a campaign trying to reach out to party workers, a public rally of sorts that he's conducting to touch base with the true cadre of the Shiv Sena, loyal to the Thackerays. He's been appealing to the rebel MLAs and also edging towards aggression. Time and again, we see Aditya Thackeray aggressively saying and warning and challenging those rebel MLAs that if you don't come back to our camp or if you don't come back to Mumbai, then disqualification will be initiated against you. Then you'd see how the people of your own constituency will ensure your loss. He's also challenged the rebel MLAs, Aditya Thackeray, at least over the last 24 hours, saying that if you really want to fight, come to Mumbai and fight. Fight face to face. Resign from your post, step down from your constituency and go for an election. And then we'll fight you, we'll face you. That's the real fight, not hiding away somewhere in another state with protection from the BJP. That's not called a true fight. That's Aditya Thackeray. While he says that, unfortunately for him, another MLA, someone close to him, has pulled support off for Uddhav Thackeray. Here's some more big news coming in. Maharashtra Governor Koshari now, who's back in action post his COVID. He was being treated for COVID at the hospital. He's now back at the office. Maharashtra Governor Koshari now writes to Mumbai Commissioner of Police as well as the DGP. The Maharashtra Governor says, and I quote, directed security for Shinde camp. This was expected. This comes just moments after the centre has decided to give Y+ security for most of the Shinde camp MLAs. Remember, we're looking at Shiv Sena Thackeray loyalists running amok in most parts of Mumbai. Many of the rebel MLAs, their offices have been vandalized. In fact, at this point, looking at the tense situation and considering that many of the rebellions who've gone against Uddhav Thackeray are not safe, here is Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the Maharashtra governor, who's just returned to office post-COVID-19. He writes to Mumbai Commissioner of Police as well as the DGP and directs security for the Shinde camp. Now, this was inevitable considering that Mumbai now, in many parts of the city, seeing protesters, mostly Shiv Senics who are loyal to the Thackerays, who have come out vandalizing property of many of the rebel MLAs, almost in a sense of threat or warning that if you do not come back to the Thackerays fold, then you see, we will ensure that you regret this. This is a warning that the Shiv Senics on ground are giving out indirectly by vandalizing property and indulging in violence of such nature. And what's surprising is that Uddhav Thackeray, who claims to be the Chief Minister up until now, has so far not directed his camp, his cadre, the Shiv Senics to stay calm, to stay away from violence. So far, there has been no strong direction. Section 144 implemented in most parts of Mumbai, unfortunately not imposed the way it should be. Here is the Maharashtra governor now stepping in, looking at the dilapidated law and order security situation within the state of Maharashtra and in Mumbai. Bhagat Singh Koshyani now writes to the Chief Commissioner of Police as well as the DGP asking for security for the Shinde camp. Let me cut across to Vidya joining us live for more on that. Vidya, we're looking at Bhagat Singh Koshyani back in action, and it's tragic that it's the governor now who's got to take a close look at the law and order situation in the city, Mumbai, as well as the state of Maharashtra. So far, despite Section 144, we didn't see adequate imposition of that prohibitory orders in most parts of Mumbai. Shiv Senics loyal to the Thakres, they're running amok. At this point, looking at the safety and security of the Shinde camp, Koshyani orders for security to be up for many of those rebels. But they're not coming to Mumbai anytime soon. So where does this direction go?
Well, you know, these are obviously just recommendations that he has given. Remember, it's not the governor's rule as yet. You know, Uddhav Thackeray is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And at this juncture, the government is being run by the Chief Minister led by Uddhav Thackeray and the MVA. So at this moment, you know, the Governor Koshyani, what he has said is only a recommendatory part. Right now, he's not passing any orders. Because there's no governor's rules, yes, but it might, you know, trigger a question by, you know, by people in the government actually asking why is he intervening at this juncture when the government is still in its order. It's not, they have not resigned, they have not put in their papers, they are still in the position of holding the government of Maharashtra. So at this juncture, the government as yet is contemplating what it can do to save the face that it has right now, with Uday Samant, another minister, also leaving, with now barely, you know, skeleton remains of the entire cabinet that used to be once with the Shiv Sena part of the entire cabinet, which used to be with the MBA government. Only remains of it are there, with just Aditya Thackeray and couple of more ministers remaining here. Rest everyone being in the Shinde camp. It would certainly be interesting to see what really happens now, and why is it that Eknath Shinde is not moving any further than writing a couple of letters to the Deputy Secretary, Deputy Speaker as yet. So certainly things will probably happening more in the coming week is what everyone's really expecting.
Right, you know, at this point, from what we see, Aditya Thackeray has been sending out appeals, in a way, on one hand, trying to coax and pacify those rebels. On the other, at the same time, taking up the challenge that if you really want to fight, then we're willing to fight. What comes as a massive embarrassment, and you did mention also, Vidya, is that Uday Samant, who's known to be a close aide of Aditya Thackeray, has pulled out support from him at this point, and from the Thackeray camp altogether. So, doesn't seem like all these clarion calls put forth by the Thackeray clan are really somehow it's resonating with the rebellion camp altogether. It seems like time and again all those appeals are falling flat.
Certainly, it did seem so. The various pleadings that we had seen on the first day itself, where Uddhav Thackeray himself had gone on to social media lives and pleaded and requested the people who were you know, in Guwahati, in Surat at that time, to come back and speak to him face to face. However, no one did. In fact, there were various allegations leveled against him itself as to how he was running his administration. After that, the mode of communication really changed. Everyone here, including Sanjay Raut, including you know, Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray, they changed the way they were speaking out to the you know, revolting MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. They refused to you know, accept that you know, they are not traitors. They were being called traitors, that when they would come back they would be treated the way they should be. Things like that being said, and immediately after that, 6 resolutions being passed in Shiv Sena Bhavan yesterday, wherein they made sure a couple of 2 things which were very extremely important. One being that the MLAs, if whoever will take action, that will only be Uddhav Thackeray, and he was given a free hand to deal with the MLAs in the way he wanted. And secondly, which was very important, is that because the MLAs who were in Guwahati had decided to keep a name of their group, of the number of 40 people that they had, of a name which had a Thackeray name in it. Shiv Sena Thackeray is what it said. Against that as well, the resolution was passed wherein it was said that the Thackeray name cannot be used by anyone else apart from the Shiv Sena, which is right here in Mumbai.
Right.
So certainly at this juncture there is a lot of confrontation happening from both sides, but it remains to be seen what really happens tomorrow, especially on Monday, when the Deputy Speaker will be passing an order on the entire disqualification recommendation that the Shiv Sena led by Thackeray has sought.
Yeah. Right, Vidya, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to some of those developments there. In fact, what are the chances and possibilities for the Shinde camp at this point to come to power in the state of Maharashtra? They have already broken away. They're set up at a resort in Guwahati. But right now, what are the real attempts by the Shinde camp right now to counter-strike? We're looking at a possibility of the Shinde camp now maybe demanding for a precedence rule in Maharashtra. Again, the last option, it appears, by the looks of it and the way the situation is unfolding now. Then you also have another situation where the rebels may just ask for a new elections to elect a new speaker. Remember, they've been outrightly condemning and rejecting the deputy speaker, Narhari. In fact, they've been saying that he is not a speaker because most of the majority there is with the rebel camp and they don't accept Narhari as the speaker at this point, the deputy speaker. So that could be a possibility. We're also looking at another possibility where the rebels may just join the BJP and seek for a floor test. And that's precisely what we were hoping or assuming that the rebel camp would do, considering that they have the numbers very well comfortably placed at this point to bring the Maha Vikas Aghadi's total tally down considerably. But yet, it doesn't seem like the Shinde camp is going ahead with it, because then it would go against their entire narrative that they want to stay true to Bal Thackre's principles and they remain a Shiv Sena. They will not merge into another party. So that again is a possibility that they've got to explore and tell if they want to. Also, we're looking at the rebel camp now, who may just stake claim to form the government. Again, they will stake claim to form the government based on their numbers, which they have a comfortable majority here. But will they blend and merge with the BJP, or will they go as a separate party and ally with the BJP? That remains to be seen. On that note, I'm going to take you through the top developments coming from the state of Maharashtra at this point. The political crisis heightening to a feverish pitch. Maharashtra government now slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Sources say that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons, is now seeking legal advice. Sources have said that the centre has provided Y+ category security for at least 15 rebel MLAs. The Shinde camp is likely to drag group leader appointment matter in court. They've said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs. Now the change by Uddhav is illegal, and for that he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav as of now. And in a big India Today scoop, sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last night to discuss possible government formation in the state of Maharashtra. And as the political situation in Maharashtra continues to escalate, Shinde supporters have now hit the streets. Uddhav Sena too responded with protests. Sena workers staged a protest against Shinde clan in Nagpur.
Hello.
And Shiv Sena leader Aditya Thackeray has come down heavy on the rebel camp, Eknath Shinde's clan. He said only cowards have fled and claimed that at least 15 to 16 rebel MLAs are currently in touch with the Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. Now, Maharashtra's political drama has certainly entered the sixth day of this turmoil. Both of the Sena as well as Shinde Sena currently remain defiant, digging in their heels. The Shinde camp has extended its stay in Guwahati for at least 2 more days in another trouble for Maha Vikas Aghadi. And according to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice issued against them. Remember, they were given only 48 hours by the deputy speaker. But the Shinde camp says legally they're bound to get more time. They are entitled to get more time. They've asked for 7 days to respond to that disqualification notice. Sources say that the Shinde camp has called the legislative party leader change itself by Uddhav Thackeray as illegal. Remember, the legislative party leader under the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena was Eknath Shinde. And soon after Eknath Shinde pulled away support from Uddhav Thackeray and the led party, sources now claiming that Shinde is now calling this sacking of him being the legislative party leader itself as illegal, considering that Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers. As if at all Uddhav Thackeray wants to make a move of that nature, he's got to have the support of at least 37 MLAs, which Uddhav at this point does not have. Instead, Eknath Shinde has overwhelmingly. On the very same grounds, they may just demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray at this point. This is as per the options that the Shinde camp is currently mulling over. Amid this political crisis now, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has launched an all-out attack at Eknath Shinde, has dared him to come to Mumbai and fight elections. While attacking Eknath Shinde and rebel MLAs, Raut has said that make a party after your party's name. In fact, he says that you have no right to call your party Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. If you want to float another party, then float it under your father's name. Seek vote on your father's name, not ours. This comes after rebel Shinde camp reached out to the Shiv Sena workers saying that they now want to float a party and they want to call it and christen it as Shiv Sena Bala Thackeray, Bal Sahib. In an outreach here, Shinde has said that he is fighting for Bala Sahib's Hindutva legacy and he wants to free Sena of the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance. He basically wants to cut away from the Congress and the NCP, join hands with the BJP.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं बसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर क्या हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
Meanwhile, cutting across to India today, exclusively speaking to Junior Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, over this growing vandalism that's currently reported from different parts of Maharashtra. He in fact said that the rebel camp at this point is intimidated by the power of Shiv Sena. They don't know what they're dealing with. Here's his words.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
को रिक्रूट करने की आप पे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर, आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
Well, there you have visuals coming in from different parts of Maharashtra where we see extensive protests by the Shiv Sena cadre loyal to the Thackeray clan, who are blackening boards and defacing many of those posters that have Eknath Shinde on them. In fact, Shinde camp also desperately trying to reach out to the Shiv Sena workers on ground to try and tell them that they are not deviating from the Shiv Sena's ethos. It is only the two allies that they want to break away from, the Congress and the NCP, and that they very much remain as strong as Shiv Senics they were right from day one. Now, what we know is, and what we see here, is that the fight between the Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena have now fallen right out onto the streets. Protesters there on large scale carrying out protest rallies in various parts of Maharashtra following the threats of violence and vandalism against the rebel MLAs on Saturday. Supporters of both Uddhav Thackeray and Shinde camp have now taken out massive rallies to connect with the public on ground. Sena workers have held a bike rally from the Samna office in Mumbai, raising anti-Shinde slogans, while Shiv Sena's Delhi unit is now taking out protest march at Jantar Mantar in Delhi in support of the Shiv Sena chief, Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde supporters, on the other hand, have also gathered outside Eknath Shinde's home in Thane, his residence in Thane, to show support. Remember, Eknath Shinde is known to be a heavyweight in Thane, so he's clearly got that kind of support on ground. We're also looking at heavy police deployment, security forces who are out there deployed outside Eknath Shinde's offices and his son MP Shrikant Shinde's offices in Kalyan and Ulhasnagar. This also comes in the backdrop of violence, vandalism that's taken place in different parts of Maharashtra, especially on rebel MLAs' homes and offices. So this comes in the backdrop of that. Additional security given to Eknath Shinde, his family members, his home and offices. Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized just in front of the police station in Ulhasnagar. In fact, supporters of the rebel Shiv Sena MLA Abdul Sattar gathered outside his office at Silod constituency in Aurangabad district, and this certainly has come as an intimidating tactic, if not for anything, considering that so far Thackerays have not given a direction to their own party workers not to indulge in violence. Instead, they've stayed mum.
लगातार जो यहाँ से मुंबई से सूरत गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी गए, उनको चार्टर प्लेन मुहैया करवाया गया। वहाँ असम जो इस समय बाढ़ग्रस्त है, वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री को बाढ़ पीड़ितों की मदद करनी चाहिए। वह वहाँ पर जो है गद्दार विधायक, जो बागी विधायकों की मेहमान नवाजी की जा रही है। इस तमाम प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर, खेल के अंदर जो करोड़ों रुपए का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसकी जांच की जानी चाहिए। और इसके साथ ही मैं नसीहत देता हूं कि तमाम जो बागी विधायक हैं वो गद्दारी शिवसेना के अंदर ना करें, वापस लौटे।
And clearly, we're looking at the state of Maharashtra, the government itself right now in a limbo over this political meltdown. The Uddhav Sena versus Eknath Sena tussle really turning ugly here. Violence breaks out at angry Shiv Sena workers take to the streets, condemning the Shinde camp for breaking away and abandoning their leader Uddhav Thackeray. Angry Senics vandalized rebel MLA's offices, burnt effigies. Here's a full report on the showdown that took place.
Violence, vandalism, arson and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Senics were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे। ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए।
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of Rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Senics vandalized hoardings of Rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of Rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में है, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए। लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं। यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है, आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो, तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए। मैंने क्या कहा कल कि आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है। मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है, वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो। ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है, आप घर में आइए।
Union Minister Ramdas Athavale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the warpath, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, here's some live visuals that I bring to you all the way from Guwahati, where the rebel camp, Eknath Shinde and his men are currently lodged. These are live visuals that we see here, where we see Eknath Shinde today on the birth anniversary of Rajshri Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj. He is garlanding that frame on the birth anniversary of Rajshri Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, the social reformer, the Maratha king. On his birth anniversary, Eknath Shinde garlanding the frame of Rajshri Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj. And this also sends out many more statements at the same time, not just of unity, but also to say that they are calm, they're focused, and they're strategizing at this point. The rebel camp, Eknath Shinde's camp, despite all the notices of disqualification and enough and more bait that Uddhav Thackeray and camp has given for these rebel MLAs to come back, it seems like the rebels at this point are only stern, stubborn, if anything, and are solid on their opinion that they will not return to the Maha Vikas Aghadi's fold. If anything, they will form a new party, they'll join hands with the BJP, and they'll form the government in Maharashtra with the help of the BJP. That's their stance through and through. It doesn't seem like they want to go back. At this point, it seems too late for the Eknath Shinde camp to roll back on what they've said from the start. And in fact, they seem quite confident. They will go forward, forge ahead with their decision to go ahead as a separate party, and they have their numbers. They've been boasting of it time and again, and these images show very clearly, live images coming in from Guwahati Resort, where Eknath Shinde and the entire rebel camp, many of whom claim that they were, in fact some of the MLAs say that many rebels who are with Eknath Shinde have been dragged, bought against their wishes, many of them may have been kidnapped, etc. But the visuals here speak of a different story. All those rebel MLAs there, all smiles, standing with Eknath Shinde, who seem quite confident that Eknath Shinde is leading them to the right direction. They're not worried about any of those disqualification notice that's come to them. In fact, they've very comfortably asked for more time, and they seem to be relaxing in that resort today. Let me cut across to Paulomi. In fact, Paulomi is in Guwahati at that right outside that resort, bringing us the most accurate updates coming in from Guwahati. Paulomi, from what we see, Eknath Shinde looking very calm, composed, confident with his rebel camp. The visuals on our screens here are live visuals coming right this minute, where Eknath Shinde garlanding Rajshri Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj's frame at this point on his birth anniversary. So Eknath Shinde seems very cool. He feels at this point that there's nothing that can deter his spirit, and that confidence is also has trickled down to the rest of the rebel camp as well. They all seem confident that Eknath Shinde is leading them to the right direction.
Absolutely. This is definitely a message that is being sent out by the camp as well. Nabila, the timing of it is very critical. The fact that news broke just a short while ago that, in fact, Shiv Sena MLA Uday Samant and Minister, in fact, in the Uddhav Thackeray government is on his way to Guwahati from Surat right now. And then, of course, these visuals being released from inside Hotel Radisson Blu as well, which basically says, look how our ranks are growing. Look how composed we are. We're not on a sticky wicket. We're still on a very good wicket. There might be disqualification notices against us, and they're probably trying to gherao us legally and, you know, throwing legal challenges at us, but none of that is going to deter us. While we've been here for a few days and there's been a lot of talk on the possibility of us getting restless, possibly wanting to go back to Mumbai, our offices are being attacked, our family is under threat, our security has been withdrawn by the state government allegedly. All of that is happening, but look at our sense of calm and composure. We know that we've got all of this under control. We know that we have trust in our leader Eknath Shinde, that he has thought this through. This entire action has been thought through to plan A, B, C, D and onwards, and he knows exactly what he's doing, and we're extremely confident that this rebellion that we've in fact in a sense hoisted against the Uddhav Thackeray led Shiv Sena is going to be successful in achieving its end goal, which is of course allying with the BJP and breaking ties with the NCP and Congress. Nabila.
Right. You know, Paulomi, at this point, while the Eknath Shinde camp has asked for 7 days' time, one can't help but imagine what exactly is brewing within the Eknath Shinde camp. If they have the numbers, what's the harm in coming forward, staking claims, asking for a floor test? This could possibly end this entire tamasha maybe in 24 hours versus another week that they've now asked for. What's the theory and the logic behind Eknath Shinde camp asking for 7 more days to come forward and respond to the disqualification notice and or anything at all to react in the first place?
Well, as far as the disqualification notice is concerned, Nabila, that's a legal challenge that has come their way. They need to, of course, think about it and formulate their responses, even though they have to send written responses across, and they're not bound to, in fact, attend Maharashtra Legislative Assembly and reach the Deputy Speaker's office physically in order to, of course, respond to the summons which has been issued to them. They do want more time. What they're saying is that we need to strategize legally. We're seeking legal advice, and they want to ensure that legally they have an extremely sound case, that even if the Deputy Speaker were to dismiss their responses eventually, saying they're unsatisfactory or find certain flaws in them or loopholes in them, and were to proceed to disqualify these 16 rebel MLAs, they would be able to in fact be on sound ground in order to be able to legally challenge that decision as well. And hence they are of course seeking more time. They say that anybody would get 7 days time, and that is all that we're seeking for, and an appropriate response will be given when the appropriate time is given to us. So they have, this is the game plan right now, Nabila. They're going to seek that extra time tomorrow, because today being Sunday, they've not written to the Deputy Speaker's office. Is something that they're going to do tomorrow on Monday, because their deadline, of course, to respond is Monday 5:30 p.m. And as far as going for a floor test is concerned, remember that Bhagat Singh Koshari has just come out of the office of the hospital today. He's been discharged and he has in fact reached Raj Bhavan, but he's also said that he needs a couple of days of rest in order to recover to the fullest, and then of course he can assume his charge and his duties. So it gives these MLAs some more time, and something that they in fact had anticipated as well. So they'll have to wait for the governor to be in the best of health before they approach the governor with their numbers, which is of course their end game as well. Their plan as well is to approach the governor, tell them, look, we have more than 2/3 right now, more than 2/3. Already it was at 38. When Uday Samant lands in Guwahati, it will touch 39. 9. So we have the numbers, we have the strength, and we are in fact
So this
asking
7-day
you to
period
ask the other
that
faction,
they've
the
asked
minority
for,
faction, to prove their numbers on the floor of the House.
Paulmi, you know, what's ironic here that Eknath Shinde has asked for 7 days. At this point, the narrative being built by the Uddhav Thackeray camp so long has been they're scared, they don't want to come back, they're worried, you know, they don't have the numbers, which is why they're not coming forward to face us. While that said, you have another MLA now from Uddhav Thackeray's camp who moved on the other end. So this seems like it has becoming, in fact, this has become a nightmare of sorts for Uddhav Thackeray and camp. The more the weight is, it appears to be setting Uddhav Thackeray and camp on the back foot, increasingly reducing his chances of staying in power at this point. Stay with us. Vidya, Pankaj Upadhyay, Paulami Saha and our band of reporters who are in different parts of the country right now tracking those developments. The most accurate updates right here in India Today on the Maharashtra political crisis. Slipping into a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are...
All right, and the latest that we get here is that Uddhav Thackeray and camp, unfortunately, have only one cabinet minister left from the lower house, the Vidhan Sabha, and that appears to be Uddhav Thackeray's son, Aditya Thackeray himself. Other ministers remained with Uddhav are Subhash Desai, Anil Parab, both from the upper house, the Vidhan Parishad. Now, from the lower house, the Vidhan Sabha, it appears that only one minister stays with Uddhav Thackeray's camp, and that's his own son, Aditya Thackeray. Now, this certainly has brought down the morale of the Shiv Sena that's been led by Uddhav Thackeray, even though they may not be displaying those emotions at this point, but it's very evident that right now, Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena certainly on a back foot. They have been cornered to a small, literally marginalized, a small minority at this point in their own party. And it would come as a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he going to be knocked off the chair of the chief minister, he also stands threatened to lose the post of president of the Shiv Sena. He could be very well knocked off as the president of the Shiv Sena as well. There are legalities to this. Of course, both camps are willing to take this up legally, but it all depends on the Election Commission, on who the Election Commission really recognizes as the true Shiv Sena, the real Shiv Sena. With 2/3 and more majority with Eknath Shinde camp, unanimously, all of them, the rebel camp, passing a resolution saying Eknath Shinde is their leader, that they have accepted Eknath Shinde to be their leader. Considering that, it now depends on the Election Commission whether they want to recognize the Eknath Shinde camp as the Shiv Sena camp, the true Shiv Sena camp, or not. All this, again, like I did mention, will require legal interception. Will this be possible for the Shinde camp remains to be seen, but clearly Uddhav Thackeray at this point not willing to give up as easy. India Today's reporters all on ground bringing us the latest. We have Paulami Saha, who's currently at Guwahati, the only reporter on top of this story from the rebel camp, the Shinde camp. She's bringing us all those accurate updates as Eknath Shinde and his rebels are lounging on a good Sunday evening. Yeah, Paulami, we also have Pankaj Upadhyay joining us from Mumbai, Vidya also joining us from Mumbai. But over to you, Paulami, first. Eknath Shinde and camp lounging on a Sunday evening. Doesn't seem like they're bothered whatsoever with this kind of developments coming in. The protests by the Shiv Sena workers who are loyal to the Thackerays. Many of their MLAs' offices have been vandalized, their homes. In fact, Sena workers have been camping right in front of. Boards have been defaced, ink thrown on Shinde's posters all across Mumbai. But none of that has really bothered the rebel camp, who seem to be having quite a good time over a week now, staying in a resort.
That's right. The rebel camp appears definitely very calm and very composed, given the circumstances, given the disqualification notices which have been served to them and the summons that have been served to them as a result of those notices from the Deputy Speaker's office, their offices being vandalized, their security being allegedly withdrawn by the state government. All of those challenges aside, they do seem like they've got things under control, and they are, of course, putting those pictures out in order to send out a very strong message that we're the ones here on a stronger footing as opposed to the opposed opponent camp. Yesterday, in fact, Eknath Shinde had made an appeal to Shiv Sainiks, who had, of course, some of them who had gone on a rampage and vandalized some of the property and the offices of
yeah, but on both ends, doesn't seem like appeals have reached out to the people they need to.
Please understand the reality.
Right. You know, Paulami, on both ends, be it the Thackeray camp appealing to the rebels, have fallen flat. Rebels appealing to the Shiv Sena workers on ground have fallen flat. On both ends, seems like their efforts to reach out to one another have been futile. But Paulami, a quick word on the number of ministers who are currently with Eknath Shinde and camp. That itself is a big statement of sorts. While you have Uddhav Thackeray, who has only one Vidhan Sabha minister with him, and that is his own son, Aditya Thackeray. You have Eknath Shinde, the rebel camp, now boasting of at least 4 ministers from the Shiv Sena. That is Dada Bose, Gulab Rao Patil, Sandeepan Bumre, and now in the latest, Uday Samant. Am I right?
Nabila, it's more than that. It's about 8, because you just named the cabinet rank ministers. There are MOSs over here as well.
Right.
This is the total Shiv Sena quota that we're talking about. So as far as the Shiv Sena quota of ministers go, those from the Legislative Assembly, there's only one left with Uddhav Thackeray right now, and that's his own son, Aditya Thackeray. So an MLA minister, Aditya Thackeray, is the only one left with Uddhav Thackeray at the moment. Two other ministers who are left with him from the Shiv Sena quota of portfolios in the Mahavikas Aghadi. It is Anil Parab, who is an MLC. It is Subhash Desai, who is an MLC. So Aditya Thackeray's only son, an MLA, and now a minister who's with Uddhav Thackeray. As far as the ministers who are with the Eknath Shinde camp is concerned, the names of those are cabinet ministers, cabinet rank ministers, Eknath Shinde, Dada Bhuse, Gulab Rao Patil, Sandeepan Bumre, and Uday Samant. When of course he joins, he also holds the cabinet rank in the Mahavikas Aghadi government. And ministers of state who belong to the Shiv Sena, MLAs as well, Shambhuraj Desai, Abdul Sattar, Rajendra Patil, Yedraukar, and Bachu Kadu, who of course belongs to the Prahar Jan Shakti party. He's inside with these MLAs as well. So he's left with only his son, who's a MLA and a minister as well.
Yeah, what a fall from grace is this for a leader and stature of Uddhav Thackeray at this point. This may have been the most humiliating period in his entire career through the decades. It's been close to 55 years of the inception of the Shiv Sena, led by Uddhav Thackeray, and it seems like this is for the first time that this kind of rebellion has surfaced, and how it's almost brought his reign within the party itself to an end. Forget the chief minister. He may not be the president of the Shiv Sena longer than this period, is what some analysts say and project. In fact, Pankaj Upadhyay joining us on that. Pankaj, at this point, many of the critics of the Shiv Sena, particularly Uddhav Thackeray, must be taking sadistic pleasure, isn't it? Aditya Thackeray, the only minister from the Vidhan Sabha who remains with father Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, Namila, I think we are yet to see the climax of this tamasha after all. You know, first of all, the rebel camp is going to face the first challenge tomorrow, because tomorrow by 5:30 they have to answer to the notice of disqualification that has been served to them. What is going to be the next move? While the rebel camp needs to answer, the fact also remains that the Shiv Sena is also on an active mode right now. They are maintaining that legally the rebels will not win this battle. And even as we speak, senior Shiv Sena leader Arvind Sawant is meeting a team of lawyers. Shiv Sena has already hired a battery of lawyers, and Arvind Sawant, after meeting these lawyers, is going to have a press conference at around 3:30 or 4. So Shiv Sena is going to put in their version. They seem to be very confident at this point of time. And here, Uddhav Thackeray has a stars cut out. Shiv Sena is the party of Bala Saheb Thackeray. And if he does not have the hold over the party, then he'll be marginalized in Maharashtrian politics. So what's happening in ground zero? I'm at the Shiv Sena Bhavan right now, and meetings continue here. The meeting, the corporators started at 3:30, and more than that, at around 4:30, we'll have the meeting of the Yuva Sena. We'll have the meeting of the Yuva Sena as well. Now, I've been given to understand by my highly placed sources that there are at least four big leaders within the Shiv Sena, which includes the likes of Anil Desai and Anil Parab. These are the two names which I can confirm, and two more who've been given the responsibility for revival of the Shiv Sena. And of course, in this revival plan, Aditya Thackeray, who heads the Yuva Sena, is going to play a very, very important role. What we are seeing since yesterday is Aditya Thackeray has started the public, he's taking public meetings, he's addressing the public gatherings as well. Yesterday, it was at Worli. This noon time, it was at Santa Cruz. This evening, it's going to be at Borivali as well. Other than that, Yuva Sena is going to spread and give out the message of what Uddhav Thackeray really believes in rest of the Maharashtra as well. An indicator enough that Shiv Sena is going to fight. They are saying they really understand the ploy of the Bharatiya Janata Party right now. And even though the fact remains, the numbers clearly are not with Uddhav Thackeray. He has lost the grip over the legislature party. He needs to at least have that hold over his father's party. He needs to have that hold over the symbol as well. And that is the reason why at least in first initial 24 to 48 hours, we saw that Shiv Sena wasn't really looking good. But now, Shiv Sena cadres are back on the streets. They look very, very aggressive. In fact, today, in the suburban area of Dadar, a bike rally... Yes, Nabila.
No, Pankaj, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Vidya also on that. Vidya, just a little clarity for our viewers here. The Shiv Sena cadre who are currently protesting in large numbers, they rest their allegiance with Bal Thackeray or Uddhav Thackeray? Because we know that many of the rebel MLAs who have won on a Shiv Sena ticket have also been Bal Thackeray's bucks. Somehow, one would imagine that the constituency people would, of course, support who their leader is supporting at this point. But we're seeing a whole different story pan out in Mumbai, where the Shiv Sena workers are fully backing Uddhav Thackeray and camp. Is that too a divided house, or are we just seeing some bits of it right outside Samna office naturally who are supporting Uddhav Thackeray? Are we seeing a divided house among the Shiv Sena grassroots cadre as well?
Nabila, no, in fact, that's one of the things that we have seen, especially in Mumbai. I'm not really talking of Thane, because Thane obviously is Eknath Shinde's stronghold. So obviously there will be a divided house. But if you look at Mumbai per se, Mumbai certainly is not as divided as Thane. Mumbai certainly has more people, especially, there are some MLAs like Nitin Deshmukh who had actually come back from Surat. Remember the guy? He actually, in fact, when I asked him yesterday also as to look, the Eknath Shinde camp is really going by the days and nights. The numbers are just growing. Don't you really feel bad about really coming back at a time when this party is certainly not holding on to anything? And he said very clearly, like most of the other Shiv Sainiks, that the fact that whatever Thackeray says is the order. Because Eknath Shinde has this entire issue with the MVA government. He too says that he is not against the Thackeray's, he is not against the Shiv Sena. He in fact says that he is still a Shiv Sainik, but he is against the very thought of going with the continuing with NCP and the Congress. That's the problem that he has, and that's what the other MLAs too have been stating. So it has always been for the Thackeray's to take a decision. However, because the Thackeray's have always said that in the last 2.5 years, they have had a good time with the MVA, they want to continue this, and they do not want to go on to what Eknath Shinde wants them to say. That's the reason this entire party is divided. But in the cadre, all those people who have been coming since the last 6 days to Shiv Sena Bhavan have been stating one thing, that their allegiance is only to Shiv Sena, and it is the Shiv Sena that is led by Thackeray, because Thackeray is the name that they really accept and no one else.
Well, but what's interesting, Vidya, in the last 24 hours, as Eknath Shinde and camp dig their heels in, they're now asserting that they want to form a new party. They've already given out indications that they will call their new party as Shiv Sena Bal Thackeray or Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. It appears suddenly now Uddhav Thackeray, who's always called his Shiv Sena as Bal Thackeray Shiv Sena, now says that it's my father's Shiv Sena. So don't take my father's legacy forward, that you take your own father's legacy forward. Don't take my father's name or our party's symbol. So now it's suddenly become a family party, a family clan that now trying to save their party against all these adversities. So let's see who really leads the Sena legacy, true Sena legacy forward. Vidya, I'll come back to you. In fact, our reporters continue tracking those developments, but India Today has this mega scoop coming in on Rebel Shinde's visit to Gujarat. Eknath Shinde reportedly met with BJP leader and ex-Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara late last night. Fadnavis and Shinde allegedly met around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. This was the time window in which they met in Vadodara in the dead of the night before Shinde returned to his camp. Let's take a look.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
National Party है, महाशक्ति है, यानी आख्या.
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m, reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs. The Shiv Sena is nearing a split. Eknath Shinde holding secret meetings with old friends. Where does that leave the Thackeray family? Here on. With Polami Saha and Ankit Kumar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, this political meltdown in Maharashtra has left the state of Maharashtra in a limbo. We're going to continue tracking those developments. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Udayan Mukherjee.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are...
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching. You are watching India Today.
You've tuned in to India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Maharashtra political meltdown now, leaving the state in a limbo. Hectic political developments. We're bringing you the most accurate, in-depth details coming in from across the state. First, the headlines. Maharashtra political turmoil enters day 6. Protests and counter-protests rock several regions of Maharashtra. Emotional Shinde appeals to Shiv Sainik, says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Mahavikas Aghadi. Top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra BJP chief Devendra Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara. Dead of the night, their meeting took place between 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. Half an hour meet, void of all cameras, raising much suspense on what the agenda was. Counting of votes for Lok Sabha by-poll in Azamgarh and Sangrur and 4 states, 7 assembly seats underway now with multi-tier security cover. Massive victory for BJP in Rampur. And a rousing welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Germany. He will be holding meetings with over 12 world leaders, focus on global economy, post-COVID recovery and Ukraine crisis. All right, here's some big news coming in from Yogi Adityanath's camp, hailing by-poll's victory in Rampur. In fact, Yogi's men celebrating the victory in Rampur. Massive BJP victory in UP's Rampur. Yogi says, and I quote, "The victory of Rampur Lok Sabha seat in the by-election is a seal of public's faith in the double-engine BJP government on public welfare policies under the successful leadership of respected Prime Minister Narendra Modi." BJP wins Rampur with more than 42,048 votes, a comfortable majority. And you have Yogi Adityanath now hailing victory and attributing this to people's faith in a double-engine Sarkar. Let me cut across to Samar joining us for more on that. Samar, over to you. Yogi Adityanath and camp looking ecstatic. They won the by-election Lok Sabha Rampur seat. Yogi now saying and attributing this victory to people's faith in a double-engine Sarkar. Take us through the challenges they may have faced. Doesn't seem like it. With 42,000 odd votes, it seems like a comfortable majority for them.
See, that's a massive victory in Rampur for Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's what taking CM Yogi Adityanath to do a presser in Lucknow. So it's going to be very crucial what Azamgarh has, because in Azamgarh as well, Dinesh Lal Yadav, that means Nirhua, is leading with a margin of around 11,000 votes from Dharmendra Yadav, the Samajwadi Party candidate for Lok Sabha. But what is crucial is the win of Rampur, because there was a big name of Azam Khan there, and it was thought that it's going to be very challenging for the Saffron Party. But what the result has come out, more than 40,000 votes. You can assume around 40,000 votes. That's a massive difference. And in the city like Rampur, where we saw a complete fallout of BJP in the concluded Vidhan Sabha elections. So it is going to be very crucial. And also, same is happening in Azamgarh. You have got 10 Vidhan Sabha seats in Azamgarh when it comes to that assembly elections. And Samajwadi Party won all 10. But now things are getting changed. So that's a big thing. And the question out here that why Akhilesh Yadav did not come for campaigning. That's what the local leaders or locals of that Azamgarh and Rampur are saying now. Though Azam Khan was also confident about that particular win, but BJP really got edge ahead of this Lok Sabha elections that's going to be happening in 2024, because both Rampur and Azamgarh, both are the stronghold of Samajwadi Party with a massive number of Muslim and Yadav voters. But what changed things for BJP is that particular discipline or the negligence by the Samajwadi Party, that the chief was not here when CM Yogi Adityanath was campaigning and was giving his statements like Aryam Nagar, in a way adding Rahu Ketu with the name of BSP and SP. Where was Akhilesh Yadav? This is the question. Why he did not campaign in Azamgarh and Rampur as well? Though it's going.
All right, Samarth, I'm going to put you on hold here. I'm cutting across to Shiv Sena addressing a press conference on the political meltdown in the state of Maharashtra. Let's take a listen.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Roll. खाली बस. रोल. जाऊ दे ना. अरविंद साहेब कोणी बोलू नका. मी मराठी, हिंदी, इंग्लिश तिन्ही भाषेत बोले. ठीक आहे सर. त्यामुळे ओरडाओरड आता अभी हिंदी याच्यामध्ये बोलू. आपल्या सर्वांना माहित आहे की गेले काही दिवस शिवसेनेचे अनेक आमदार हे आसाममध्ये, गुवाहाटीमध्ये थांबलेले आहेत आणि म्हणून ते तिथं थांबून काहीतरी रोज वेगवेगळ्या क्लिप मीडियावर देत राहतात, बातम्या देत राहतात आणि आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की आम्ही आमच्या शिवसेनेच्या वतीनं आज सन्माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्टाचे ज्येष्ठ वकील माननीय कामत साहेब माझ्यासोबत आहेत. त्यामुळे आम्ही जे काही सांगतो त्याला तुम्हाला ऑथेंटिसिटी जर ऐकायची असेल आज त्याचा अधिकृतपणा, कायद्याची बाब, ही बाब सांगण्यासाठी आज आम्ही इथं आलेलो आहोत. मूळ मुद्दा असा आहे की आम्ही हे जे मंडळी गेली त्यांनी आम्हाला माननीय उपाध्यक्षांनाच काढून टाकण्याची नोटीस दिली. त्यानंतर ती नोटीस कशी गैर आहे हेही सांगितलं गेलं. त्यानंतर आम्ही या सगळ्या लोकांना डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करावं म्हणून 16 लोकांना आम्ही नोटीसेस दिल्या. त्याच्यावरही कारवाई सुरू झालेली आहे. पण ती तुम्हा सगळ्यांना वाटतं की ती कितपत खरी आहे, तर ती खरी बघायची असेल, त्याचा खरेपणा पाहायचा असेल तर आपल्याला एक कळेल की माननीय कामत साहेब इथं आलेले आहेत आणि ते त्याच्याबद्दल ऑथेंटिक सांगतील. आता अभी मैं हिंदी में बात करता हूँ. मेरी पूरी बात होने के बाद में कामत साहब बात करेंगे. आप सभी जानते हो कि अभी जो महाराष्ट्र में राजनीतिक परिस्थिति खड़ी हुई है उसके लिए जो लड़ाई शुरू है वो अभी राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, अब कानूनन लड़ाई भी शुरू हुई है. अब आप बाकी सारे मामले आप सब जान चुके हो कि हमने क्या क्या नोटिस दे दी है, हमारे उपाध्यक्ष साहब ने कौन सी नोटिस दे दी है, उनके डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के बारे में नोटिस जारी की है. ये सारे जब हम बोलते तो लोगों को लगता है कि इसमें कितना सच्चा है, कितना खरा है, कितना झूठा है. रोजाना अखबारों में, रोजाना मीडिया पे कुछ ना कुछ उल्टा सीधी बातें करते रहते. तो उसकी कानूनन जो ऑथेंटिसिटी है वो बताने के लिए मेरे साथ में आज हमारे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के ज्येष्ठ वकील देवदत्त कामत जी मेरे साथ में खड़े हुए हैं. वो आपको सारे प्रश्नों के उत्तर देंगे. Finally, in English, I'll say that every one of you know that what is happening. Political turbulence is going on in Maharashtra, and in that case, many of the people who have defected the party have gone and are staying in Assam. So therefore, we have initiated legal action against them, and accordingly, the notices of disqualification have been served to some of the members. Around 16 members, we have already served the notice. And to know the authenticity of this legal action, the Honorable Supreme Court's senior advocate, Mr. Devdatta Kamath, is with me, and he will address your questions right now. First, don't ask questions. My request is that first listen to him, and then if you have any queries, you are at liberty to ask him. Okay, sir. But one at a time. Don't shout together. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. First,
I will right, sir. I will first. Just be quiet. Just be quiet, please.
Wait.
See, firstly, I am going to talk on the legal aspects of this case. I am not going to comment on the political aspects which my clients, Arvind Samanji and all will do, and will explain to you the political nuances. I am here only to explain to our friends what is the legal position? What are the proceedings which have been initiated by Shiv Sena? What is the status of those proceedings today? Because there is a lot of misinformation which is traveling in the media, which is being peddled in the media. So I just want to clear some of those apprehensions, misapprehensions. Firstly, proceedings have been initiated by the Shiv Sena against 16 MLAs under para 21A of the 10th schedule. Para 21A says, if a person voluntarily gives up membership of the party, he is liable for disqualification. There are several judgments, Ravi Nayak, then latest judgment of Karnataka, where the Supreme Court has said that a legislator's action outside the house, inside the house की बात नहीं है, outside the house, if he commits anti-party activity, he is liable to be disqualified. And in fact, the most important judgment of the Speaker is the judgment of, or the order of the Vice President of India in Sharad Yadavji's case, where I was appearing for Sharad Yadavji and we lost. And the only activity which was attributed to Sharad Yadavji is that he went and attended a rally of Lalu Prasad ji against Nitish Kumar. That was the only thing. Now, as far as the facts of this case are concerned, there were several meetings which were called by the Shiv Sena at a crucial time. None of these meetings have been responded to, were attended to, number one. Number two, the action of going to a foreign state, I say other than Maharashtra, BJP ruled states, meeting with BJP leaders there, trying to topple the government, writing letters against the government, amounts to a clear violation of para 21A. So ये है हमारा प्ली स्पीकर साहब के सामने. दूसरी बात ये है कि बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 है एंड देयरफॉर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं लगता है. ये यू कैन आस्क एनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉयर दैट दिस इज टोटली रॉन्ग. The concept of 2/3 applies only if there is a merger. ये सिर्फ बोलने से कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पे. जब तक आप अपनी जो MLAs है कोई और पार्टी में मर्ज नहीं कर सकते, that till that time disqualification applies. Now in this case, till today, as we speak, there is no merger. They have already committed the act of voluntarily giving up. Disqualification petitions have already been filed and आज तक कोई merger नहीं है. ये जो merger का concept आया 2003 में, इसके पहले जो था split का provision था constitution में कि आप 1/3 लेके faction बना सकते हैं. तो इनको जो भी legal advice दे रहे हैं उनको सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये क्या डिलीटेड अमेंडमेंट पे ये पूरा कार्रवाई हो रहा है या जो अभी जो मौजूदा सिचुएशन है कि जब तक मर्जर ना हो ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बच नहीं सकते. सो दैट इज पॉइंट नंबर 2. पॉइंट नंबर 3, यस, पॉइंट नंबर 3, दे आर सेइंग दैट द डेप्यूटी स्पीकर हैज नो jurisdiction. नाउ दिस इज ऑल्सो टोटली रॉन्ग. नाउ इन द एब्सेंस ऑफ अ स्पीकर, the deputy speaker has all the powers under the constitution to adjudicate under the 10th schedule. They filed apparently some no confidence against the deputy speaker. तो वो जो हम लोगों को भी पता नहीं है कि we don't have access to that communication, but जो आपके माध्यम से हम लोगों को पता चला है कि the deputy speaker has rejected that, saying that some अनऑथोराइज्ड पर्सन कोई कुरियर से इनको लेके आया कोई कम्युनिकेशन कि ये आपको आपके खिलाफ नो कॉन्फिडेंस हम लोग लेके आ रहे हैं. तो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर साहब ने ये बोला हुआ है कि जब तक मैं सेटिस्फाई नहीं होता हूँ कि ये जेन्युइन है, ऑथेंटिक है, मैं इसके ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करता हूं एंड दैट हैज बीन रिजेक्टेड. एंड मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली इन लॉ, लेट मी टेल यू दैट till the assembly is convened, there cannot be a notice of motion. Ye all the constitutional experts will agree. So therefore, in tomorrow they have been called and they will have to submit their replies, and the Honorable Deputy Speaker will take the action in accordance with law and as per the situation. And we are going to urge that all these 16 MLAs will be disqualified, have to be disqualified in accordance with the provisions of 10th schedule, and they will have to face the electorate. That's all I have to say. Thank you. मराठी तो उतना सर, आप क्वेश्चंस एनी क्वेश्चंस नहीं, आप क्वेश्चंस जो भी है आप हिंदी में पूछ लो. मैं हिंदी में बोलूं? हिंदी में बता दीजिए कि क्या क्या लीगल फॉर्मेलिटीज आप लोगों की तरफ से होगी. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कितना अधिकार उनको देता है, कितना अधिकार आपको देता है. जो आई विल जस्ट रिपीट क्विकली इन हिंदी की जो तो
साइलेंट
सो मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ, बहुत ही लिमिटेड रोल है मेरा. पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन पे मैं कमेंट नहीं करने वाला हूँ. एज देयर सीनियर काउंसिल मैं सिर्फ ये बताने के लिए आया हूँ कि क्या लीगल पोजीशन है आज के डेट में, क्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्या बोलती है 10th शेड्यूल में कि कैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है. तो ये जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की पिटिशंस लगाई गई है माननीय डिप्टी स्पीकर के सामने, वो ये ग्राउंड पे लगाई गई है कि इन्होंने पैरा 21A के अंतर्गत पार्टी छोड़ दी है, और ये जो छोड़ने की प्रक्रिया है इसके कोई रेजिग्नेशन की जरूरत नहीं है. माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट के अनुसार रवि नायक और जो लेटेस्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट जजमेंट है कर्नाटका मैटर में, तो उन्होंने ये बोला हुआ है कि अगर सांसद या विधायक का एक्शन से ये साबित होता है कि इन्होंने पार्टी के खिलाफ एक्शन लिए हुए हैं, कार्य किए हुए हैं, तो वो पैरा 21A लगता है. तो हम लोगों ने 16 पिटिशंस फाइल की हुई है, उसमें स्पीकर साहब ने नोटिस इशू किए हैं, वो कल हियरिंग के लिए लगेगा. दूसरी बात यह है कि बहुत सारे मीडिया में और अन्य माध्यम में तो ये चर्चा हो रही है कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन इसमें नहीं हो सकता है क्योंकि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है. ये सरासर मेरे एक्सपीरियंस और नॉलेज के हिसाब से पूरा गलत है, क्योंकि 2003 में ये जो स्प्लिट का इशू था, स्प्लिट का प्रावधान था, वो डिलीट किया गया है. अभी डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बचने के लिए एक ही रास्ता है, वो है मर्जर. और आपको सारे लोगों को पता है आज तक ये जो 30 या 40 जो भी गए हुए हैं, अभी तक इनका कोई पार्टी में मर्जर नहीं हुआ है. तो इसीलिए तो आज के हालत में ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से नहीं बच सकते. तीसरा जो मुद्दा है, इन्होंने बोला है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर को कोई जुरिस्डिक्शन नहीं है, डेप्यूटी स्पीकर को कोई जुरिस्डिक्शन नहीं है, कोई राइट नहीं है ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की पिटिशन सुनने के लिए. उसके लिए मुझे यही कहना है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में क्लियर प्रोविजन है 180, उसमें ये बोला गया है कि जहां पे भी वैकेंसी है स्पीकर के ऑफिस में, तो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर कैन परफॉर्म ऑल द फंक्शंस ऑफ द स्पीकर. और रही बात वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस की, वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन ना ही मैंने देखा है, ना ही वो उसका रिजेक्शन मैंने देखा है. जो आपके माध्यम से हम लोगों को पता चला है कि ये बात है कि जो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन दिया गया है, कोई अनऑथोराइज्ड ईमेल एड्रेस, क्योंकि सारे विधायकों का रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल एड्रेस होता है, तो इन्होंने कोई अन्य ईमेल एड्रेस, रैंडम ईमेल एड्रेस से कोई एक चिट्ठी भेजी हुई थी, और वो कोई मेंबर वहाँ पे, कोई विधायक वहाँ पे आके स्पीकर साहब को नहीं दी उन्होंने, तो कोई कुरियर के माध्यम से उनको दिया गया। तो
all right, and there you have the legal eagle of the Shiv Sena led by the Thackeray camp, who is now giving out clarity on the stance, legal stance of the rebel camp on how they can't escape from the disqualification at this point initiated by Uddhav Thackeray and his party. On that note, I'm going to take you through all the latest updates coming in from Maharashtra's political crisis. Big jolt to the Shiv Sena. Minister Uday Samant has joined the Eknath Shinde faction now in Assam's Guwahati. He is the 8th minister to do so. Now Aditya Thackeray becomes the only cabinet minister from the Vidhan Sabha that's left with Uddhav Thackeray and camp. Maharashtra government slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Now, sources say that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to summons and is seeking legal advice. Sources have said that the centre has provided Y+ category security to at least 15 rebel MLAs. The Shinde camp is likely to drag group leader appointment matter in court. They've said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs, and now the change by Uddhav Thackeray is illegal, and for that he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they also may just demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. But nonetheless, we've heard what the Uddhav Thackeray's lawyer, the camp lawyer, has just said on the legal stance, that none of the rebel MLAs can at this point escape disqualification until unless they decide to merge with another party. As the political situation in Maharashtra continues to escalate, Shinde supporters have now hit the streets. Uddhav Sena too responded with protests. Sena workers have staged a protest against Shinde clan in Nagpur. And Shiv Sena's Shiv Sena leader Junior Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, has now come out heavy on the Eknath Shinde clan. He said only cowards have fled and claimed that 15 to 16 rebel MLAs are currently in touch with the Shiv Sena. Well, Maharashtra's political drama has entered the 6th day of this turmoil. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena currently remain defiant. The Shinde camp at this point has extended its stay in Guwahati for at least 2 more days in another trouble coming in for the Mahavikas Aghadi union. According to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice it's issued to them. Sources say that Shinde camp has called the legislative party leader change by Uddhav government as illegal, as Uddhav, to do that, needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may also demand for disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. But then again, we heard the legal stance of Uddhav Thackeray's camp. The legal eagle came out in a press conference just a few moments ago. If I can ask for my producers to replay that reaction from the legal expert who've been hired by the Sena, Shiv Sena as a party, by Uddhav Thackeray. The legal expert there saying that there's no way these rebel MLAs at this point can escape disqualification, because very strictly under Article 10 of the Constitution, it does give provision for anybody acting against the party. Basically, any anti-party activities conducted by any MLAs, even if they have a 2/3 majority, they are liable for disqualification. He's broken down many points on that. Let me quickly cut across to Sanjay Raut, who's right now speaking. Let's hear it.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं खुपसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर क्या हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक, हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
Aditya Thackeray, who's in fact spoken a little earlier, he's spoken to my colleague on exactly what the sentiment of the Uddhav camp is right now, as many of the rebels there who are currently hauled up in Guwahati, their numbers only growing and they refuse to come back at this point. Let's hear it from Aditya Thackeray.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
पार्टी को रिक्रूट करने की आप पे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबेल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर। आप क्या कहें?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
All right, here's some big images coming in of Uday Samant, the close aide of Aditya ठाकरे, who's now pulled off support from the ठाकरे camp, who's now headed en route to Guwahati. Here's another leader of the Shiv Sena who joins the rebel camp. Uday Samant, who's said to be close to Aditya ठाकरे, has now left. He's on his way to Guwahati to join the rebel camp. Uday Samant en route to Guwahati, and these are the first and exclusive images right here on India Today. In fact, our channel bringing you in-depth, accurate information of this political meltdown that has rocked Maharashtra, the state, of course. The people of Maharashtra right now left in a limbo. Governance has now been kept in the back burner. It seems like there is no acting government at this point in the state of Maharashtra. Very disappointing state of affairs for the people, the voters who have voted and issued their mandate. Unfortunately, here we're looking at politicians themselves bickering to a point where the entire government has now come to a collapse. Now, there is no clarity on who's going to form the government, who's going to remain in power. All that will be decided possibly when either sides gives in or declares defeat. But doesn't seem like on both ends. Uddhav Thackeray as well as Eknath Shinde, both of them digging in their heels, ready for a big fight. And that would mean that this political turmoil would continue for a little longer. These are exclusive images coming in of Uday Samant, who's en route to Guwahati. He's another leader who's close to Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray. He was said to be a close aide of both the chiefs. In fact, the chief of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, and his son Aditya Thackeray. The same man who's seen as family of the Thackeray's has now pulled off support, is on his way to Guwahati. Let me cut across to Ritwik joining us more on that. Ritwik, explain to us these images. Now, it's very surprising to see chartered flights one after the other taking away MLAs from Maharashtra to Guwahati. Where's all the money coming from? I can't imagine an MLA to have as much cash to burn for a trip in a chartered flight back and forth, Guwahati, Gujarat, Maharashtra. I mean, where's the money coming from?
Exactly, that's the only question which is a buzz on the social media, and common people are also asking. Actually, Uday Samant, who was in the flock of Uddhav Thackeray, Uddhav camp, was, what we understand, is he was about to go very early. But some reasons which made him stay here back in Mumbai with Uddhav camp, but he was already in touch with Shinde camp. He wanted to go there 2 days earlier, but Shinde camp told him that we have the numbers right now and you need to stay back, because obviously Uday Samant, who himself is a cabinet minister in Uddhav Thackeray Sarkar, and if he goes there, definitely he needs to be given one cabinet seat, which the Shinde camp and the MLAs over there might not agree with, because he was the last person to go. Still, the question remains, like he has flown to Surat, and from Surat to Guwahati he has got a chartered plane. So who's really paying for that? Obviously Sanjay Raut, the leader from Shiv Sena, is alleging that BJP is behind this, central government is behind this, but he has no proof to prove it. But then the way chartered flights are flying from Mumbai to Surat to Guwahati, and we also seen in last 3 to 4 days even leader of opposition Devendra Fadnavis has flown to Indore and then again Vadodara in chartered plane for 2 to 3 times. So that question really needs to be answered.
At this point, Uday Samant is known to be Aditya Thackeray's close aide. What really happened? Where do you think, the situation has gone so wrong for Uday Samant also to pull off support? Do you think that Aditya Thackeray was in the know of this, or was he taken by surprise with this? Would you be able to tell us if Aditya Thackeray had a feeling?
Let me first tell you that Uday Samant... Yes, Uday Samant was believed to be very close to Aditya Thackeray, but since last 2 years, Uday Samant, who was working as a higher technical minister, education minister, he was handling some of the issues in which Aditya Thackeray himself, from being with Yuva Sena and his first liking towards the education as a beat, as a stream, he used to take some decisions, and there are possibilities that some of the decisions taken by Aditya Thackeray in education department, in higher technical education department, which was handled by Uday Samant, he might not agree with them. Also, there were he was very close to Eknath Shinde at the same time. So we can't really say what really triggered Uday
from the looks of it, no one wants a junior politician to be meddling in your works. Clearly, Aditya Thackeray was just about growing as a politician. He had the first advantage only because of his father, Uddhav Thackeray. He was made the minister at an age of 30. So undoubtedly, one can imagine that there are several MLAs within the camp who were, not approving of this kind of powers that were rested on Aditya Thackeray. At this point, his own aide, Uday Samant, has now withdrawn support. But stay with us, Ritik. I'm quickly cutting across to Mustafa Sheikh, who joins us on the legal battle right now that unfolds between the two camps. In fact, this is going to court, and that's for sure. At least that's what Eknath Shinde as well as Uddhav Thackeray have asserted in the last few days, that they're going to be taking this matter to court. There are several legalities that they've got to explore on whether or not the Eknath Shinde camp, the rebel camp, despite having 2/3 majority, can actually stake claim. And if they can, then what is the process to it? On the other, Uddhav Thackeray, of course, not letting go without a fight. He's trying to push all the constitutional provisions at this point, Mustafa, to try and disqualify at least 16 of those MLAs who are rebelling. And we saw the lawyer. He just spoke a little while ago. In fact, Mustafa, if you stay with us, I'm going to cut across to the bite first on what the lawyer says on the legal options that Uddhav Thackeray has, which he's now using to disqualify the MLAs. Over to you right after that.
As per the situation, and we are going to urge that all these 16 MLAs will be disqualified, have to be disqualified in accordance with the provisions of 10th schedule, and they will have to face the electorate. कि बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 है and therefore disqualification नहीं लगता है. ये you can ask any constitutional lawyer that this is totally wrong. The concept of 2/3 applies only if there is a merger. ये सिर्फ बोलने से कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पे. जब तक आप अपनी जो MLAs है कोई और पार्टी में मर्ज नहीं कर सकते, that till that time disqualification applies. Now in this case, till today as we speak, there is no merger. They have already committed the act of voluntarily giving up. Disqualification petitions have already been filed, and आज तक कोई मर्जर नहीं है. ये जो मर्जर का कॉन्सेप्ट आया 2003 में, इसके पहले जो था स्प्लिट का प्रोविजन था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कि आप 1/3 लेके फैक्शन बना सकते हैं. तो इनको जो भी लीगल एडवाइस दे रहे हैं उनको सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये क्या डिलीटेड अमेंडमेंट पे ये पूरा कार्रवाई हो रहा है, या जो अभी जो मौजूदा सिचुएशन है कि जब तक मर्जर ना हो ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बच नहीं सकते.
विधान परिषद चुनाव के बाद 2 सीटों पर लोकसभा के उपचुनाव हुए हैं. और इन दोनों सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आजमगढ़ में से दिनेश लाल यादव निरोवा, जो भोजपुरी के एक लोकप्रिय कलाकार हैं, उन्होंने वहां विजयी प्राप्त की है। और साथ ही साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के रामपुर लोकसभा उपचुनाव में प्रत्याशी श्री घनश्याम सिंह लोधी ने रामपुर की सीट पर विजयश्री प्राप्त की है। ये दोनों चुनाव के परिणाम भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास और सबका विकास, इन सभी को लेकर के चलने की जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की घोषित नीति रही है कि हमने सबका साथ भी लिया, सबका विकास भी किया, सबका साथ और सबके विकास के माध्यम से सबके विश्वास को अर्जित भी किया। ये जनादेश उस विश्वास का प्रतीक है और सबके प्रयास से उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य को देश के समृद्धतम राज्यों में स्थापित करेंगे। यह जो संकल्प और जो विजन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का है, उस पर जनता जनार्दन की ये मोहर है। आज के इस चुनाव ने एक बार फिर से प्रदेश के दंभी, नकारात्मक सोच और अपनी विध्वंसात्मक गतिविधियों के लिए कुख्यात ताकतों को, उन परिवारवादी ताकतों को एक बार फिर से स्पष्ट संदेश जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता अब परिवारवादियों, जातिवादियों, सांप्रदायिक उन्माद को भड़काने वाले पेशेवर माफिया और आपराधिक प्रवृत्ति के तत्वों को प्रश्रय देने वाले राजनीतिक दलों को किसी भी प्रकार से स्वीकार करने को तैयार नहीं है। यह चुनाव भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में एक सकारात्मक सोच, सर्वसमावेशी, विकासोन्मुख तथा गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के अभियान का, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विजन को आगे बढ़ाने का एक अभियान है। और जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद ने इस विजय श्री के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 2024 के विजय श्री के लिए एक दूरगामी संदेश भी दिया है कि 2024 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 80 लोकसभा सीटों में से 80 सीटों की ओर विजय श्री की ओर अग्रसर हो रही है। यह आज की विजय ने यह संदेश बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से सभी के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। मैं आज की इस विजय के लिए अपने दोनों प्रत्याशियों को, श्री दिनेश लाल यादव निरोवा को और श्री घनश्याम सिंह लोधी, दोनों प्रत्याशियों की विजयश्री के लिए उन्हें हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को, जिन कार्यकर्ताओं ने अथक परिश्रम करके इस भीषण गर्मी में परिश्रम करके इस चुनौतीपूर्ण लड़ाई को विजयश्री में बदलने में अपना योगदान दिया, बूथ प्रबंधन के माध्यम से लोकतांत्रिक लड़ाई को, कठिन से कठिन चुनौती को भी अपने पक्ष में करने के जिस संकल्प के साथ वे पहले दिन से डट गए थे, उस के लिए मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से इसके लिए अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश और केंद्रीय संगठन को जिन्होंने इस चुनाव में पदाधिकारियों को बेहतर तरीके से लगा करके प्रदेश के अंदर प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी के नेतृत्व में, प्रदेश संगठन महामंत्री श्री सुनील बंसल जी के मार्गदर्शन में संगठन का कार्यकर्ता पूरे प्रदेश भर में लगकर दोनों लोकसभा सीटों पर व्यवस्थित रूप से लगा। उन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री जेपी नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में, माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी के मार्गदर्शन में सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने, केंद्रीय पदाधिकारियों ने भी मिलकर के यहां पर राज्य के अपने कार्यकर्ताओं का मार्गदर्शन किया। उन सबको मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। प्रदेश सरकार के हमारे मंत्रियों ने रामपुर में श्री सुरेश खन्ना जी के नेतृत्व में और आजमगढ़ में श्री सूर्य प्रताप शाही जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे मंत्रियों ने, माननीय सांसदों ने, माननीय विधायकों ने वहां पर पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में कार्य करते हुए बूथ प्रबंधन को बेहतर तरीके से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए वहां के स्थानीय कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मिलकर के इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया है। इन दोनों मंत्रियों के नेतृत्व में सभी मंत्रियों को, प्रदेश और केंद्र सरकार के मंत्रियों को, माननीय सांसद, माननीय विधायकों को, इन सबको भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देते हुए अपने यशस्वी नेतृत्व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी निरंतर जीत की ओर अग्रसर है और निरंतर एक नई जीत के माध्यम से एक नया रिकॉर्ड प्रस्तुत करती है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का यशस्वी नेतृत्व और उनके विजन के आधार पर हम लोग निरंतर अग्रसर हैं, आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आज की विजयश्री उसी विजन का परिणाम है जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को दिया है। मैं एक बार फिर से इस पूरी जीत के लिए
All right, let me quickly cut across to the by-poll win for the BJP there. Certainly a big win. Saffron Party manages to secure victory on 3 out of the 4 seats in the by-poll elections. We're looking at Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha, who won from town Bodwali seat, while Congress managed to win the Agartala seat. In UP, BJP won Rampur seat with more than 42,048 votes, a comfortable majority, while BJP's Nirahua has gained massive leads in SP Sturf Azamgarh. Big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party though in Punjab. The Akali Dal, Amritsar's Simranjeet Singh Mann has won the Sangrur seat. AAP's Durgesh Pathak won Rajendra Nagar by a margin of around 1,15,000 votes. That was an approximate margin that he's won over. Counting is currently underway in Mandar in Jharkhand's Ranchi district and Atmakuru in Andhra Pradesh.
उनको इस बात का डर है कि आज वो भयाक्रांत हैं कि कभी मेरी सत्ता नहीं हिल जाए और उस सत्ता को हिलाने का, चाहे वो सचिन पायलट के ऊपर हो या कोई और भी दिखेगा, तो उसके ऊपर उनको डर लगता है कि मेरी सत्ता को हिला सकते हैं। और उसी कारण से अनर्गल, बेसलेस और भद्दे आरोप अपने ही लोगों के ऊपर लगा रहे हैं। अपने ही विधायक के ऊपर उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से विधायक ही नहीं बल्कि पूर्व प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हैं उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाकर इस बात को सिद्ध कर दिया कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने अंतर कलह से इतनी जूझ रही है कि उसके कचरे की टोकरी को दूसरे के ऊपर डालने के पूरे प्रयास में लगी हुई है। जरूरत है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी अपने घर को संभालें।
All right, we're going to cut across to a short break. We'll be right back with Maharashtra's political meltdown that enters day 6. Protests, counter-protests rock several regions of Maharashtra. More details up next. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
All right, here we are looking at the rebel camp only growing in numbers. A big embarrassment of sorts here for the Shiv Sena under Thackeray. Sena eyes disqualification of at least 16 rebels, but that too hasn't really deterred the rebel camp at this point. They seem defiant. Right now, visuals there you see on your screens are of just an hour ago where Eknath Shinde and the rebel camp came together. They were very much comfortable in posing for the shutterbugs to show that they're united and they stand firm on their decision. While that said, Uddhav Thackeray also digging his heels, his legal expert coming forward and saying that there's no way 16 of those rebels who have been issued a disqualification notice can escape from being disqualified until unless the whole rebel camp decides to merge with another party. Here, the other party, possibly the likelihood being the BJP. If a merger happens, only then will there be any respite from disqualification, is what the Sena lawyer has just said. But despite all these adversities at this point, it seems like more MLAs are pulling out their support from Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray camp. Here, yet another MLA, a minister, 39th one, joins the Shinde camp. Uddhav's legal stand here is quite certain that all those who have carried out anti-party activities are very much eligible for disqualification. He's also, the legal expert also came forward and quoted para 21A saying that MLAs who have left the party are certainly eligible for disqualification. All the more, any anti-party activities will call for disqualification. And here, according to them, leaving the state of Maharashtra, camping in a state like Surat, Gujarat, and then Assam, Guwahati, that itself loudly states and speaks of anti-party activities. That's exactly what the Uddhav camp says, that since there were anti-party activities that were carried out, and considering that these MLAs have decided to quit from the Shiv Sena, the party itself, under para 21A, they are eligible for disqualification. Let me cut across to Dev Dutt, the legal expert who spoke on this. Let's hear it.
As per the situation, and we are going to urge that all these 16 MLAs will be disqualified, have to be disqualified in accordance with the provisions of 10th schedule, and they will have to face the electorate. कि बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 है एंड देयरफॉर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं लगता है. ये यू कैन आस्क एनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉयर दैट दिस इज टोटली रॉन्ग. द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ 2/3 applies only if there is a merger. ये सिर्फ बोलने से कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पे. जब तक आप अपनी जो MLAs है कोई और पार्टी में मर्ज नहीं कर सकते, that till that time disqualification applies. Now in this case, till today as we speak, there is no merger. They have already committed the act of voluntarily giving up. Disqualification petitions have already been filed, and आज तक कोई मर्जर नहीं है. ये जो मर्जर का कॉन्सेप्ट आया 2003 में, इसके पहले जो था स्प्लिट का प्रोविजन था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कि आप 1/3 लेके फैक्शन बना सकते हैं. तो इनको जो भी लीगल एडवाइस दे रहे हैं उनको सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये क्या डिलीटेड अमेंडमेंट पे ये पूरा कार्रवाई हो रहा है, या जो अभी जो मौजूदा सिचुएशन है कि जब तक मर्जर ना हो ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बच नहीं सकते.
While you have both the camps fighting it out and who remain defiant, on the ground we're seeing the Shiv Sena cadre running amok, indulging in violence, large scale. And so far, despite Section 144 in place, doesn't seem like those prohibitory orders have been adequately imposed by the Uddhav Thackeray government and their police. The Uddhav Sena versus the Shinde Sena. The fight has now spilled out on the streets as supporters have taken out rallies in protest across various parts of Maharashtra. And following the threats of violence and vandalism against rebel MLAs on Saturday, the supporters of both Uddhav and Shinde have taken out these massive rallies today just to try and show their might and strength. Of course, the Thackeray supporters, though, outnumbering the Shinde supporters on ground. Barring Thane, it appears that Shiv Sena under Thackeray has managed to gather support from the grassroots level cadre. They have come out in large numbers holding bike rallies and condemning, protesting. In fact, some areas also reported violence and vandalism, particularly to the homes and offices of some of those rebel MLAs. Absolutely condemnable, but so far we haven't really seen a strict word of warning from the Uddhav Thackeray-led government at this point, asking the Shiv Senics who are troublemongering there to stop their act of violence. They're letting this, allowing this to fester, allowing this to burn at this point, because clearly we see that Uddhav Thackeray and camp right now have been put to the margins. They have lost out on the support. Their numbers are so bleak at this point. It raises a lot of questions on whether at all Uddhav Thackeray can be executing powers as the Chief Minister of the state as yet or not. For now, he does. But looking at the fact that he does not have the numbers anymore, basically the Mahavikas Aghadi itself barely have the numbers to prove their majority at this point. Clearly looks like governance itself is in the back burner. It seems like all kinds of the state itself is now seeing a state of anarchy. Absolutely no law and order. Clearly no strict mandate coming in from the Uddhav Thackeray-led government or police at this point to stop this kind of violence and protests.
लगातार जो यहाँ से मुंबई से सूरत गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी गए, उनको चार्टर प्लेन मुहैया करवाया गया। वहाँ असम जो इस समय बाढ़ग्रस्त है, वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री को बाढ़ पीड़ितों की मदद करनी चाहिए। वह वहाँ पर जो है गद्दार विधायक, जो बागी विधायकों की मेहमान नवाजी की जा रही है। इस तमाम प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर, खेल के अंदर जो करोड़ों रुपए का इस्तेमाल हो रहा, उसकी जांच की जानी चाहिए। और इसके साथ ही मैं नसीहत देता हूं कि तमाम जो बागी विधायक हैं वो गद्दारी शिवसेना के अंदर ना करें, वापस लौटें।
All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with more information on that. Do stay with us. India Today's accurate, relentless and in-depth coverage on the Maharashtra's political meltdown. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. You're watching India Today's relentless coverage on the Maharashtra political meltdown. Day 6 of this political turmoil. doesn't seem like there's any solution in sight. I'm going to take you through those details. First, the headlines. Maharashtra political turmoil enters day 6. Protests, counter-protests rock several regions of Maharashtra. An emotional Shinde appeals to the Shiv Sainik, says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Mahavikas Aghadi union. Uddhav Sena takes legal advice on political drama. Uddhav Sena now to pursue for disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs, says under constitution, rebel MLAs are entitled to be disqualified if they've carried out anti-party activities. Top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra BJP chief Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara. Dead of the night, a meeting took place, but yet no clarity on what was the agenda. Continuing the Lok Sabha counting of votes, by-polls in Azamgarh and Sangrur, counting still underway. And 4 states, 7 assembly seats, that's going to be revealed in just a little while from now. Massive victory though for BJP in Rampur. A rousing welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Germany. He will be holding meetings with over 12 world leaders, focus on global economy, post-COVID recovery as well as Ukraine crisis on the table. All right, Sena eyes disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Despite Sena warning, rebel ranks, though, on the other hand, swell. 39th Uddhav MLA now joins the Shinde Sena. Uday Samant is another MLA within the Shiv Sena who's pulled off support from the Thakres and now joined the Shinde camp. Uddhav's legal stand, though, as he digs in his heels and asserts that these MLAs are eligible for disqualification. He puts forth his legal expert, Devdutt Kamath, who comes forward and explains before the media on why these rebel MLAs could be staring at a crisis and why they should be worried at this point. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray's legal stand here stands with 3 sticking points as per what the legal expert has said, who is right now appearing for the Shiv Sena. He says the first point is that based on para 21A, MLAs who have left the party are eligible for disqualification. He says any anti-party activities calls for disqualification of these MLAs. Second, harping on the fact that 2/3 majority is what the Shinde camp has. He says all that narrative falls flat and it will hold good. In fact, a 2/3 majority will hold good only and only if there is a case of merger. If at all, the Shinde camp decides to merge with another party, with the BJP, for example, only then will a 2/3 majority help. But we do know that the Shinde camp so far is not willing to merge. They want to be recognized as a separate political party and then maybe ally with the BJP, but don't want to merge with the BJP. They don't want to join the BJP family, but want to ally with the BJP as a separate party. Now, will the 2/3 majority in this eventuality hold good at this point? Of course, the Sena, Thackeray Sena and his lawyer says 2/3 majority means nothing unless and until they decide to merge. And then you have another point that he reiterated, the legal expert of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray camp. He says the Deputy Speaker most definitely has the jurisdiction to issue disqualification notice to all those rebels. He has all the rights under Article 180 of the Constitution. He says very clearly that the Deputy Speaker has the jurisdiction to also strike down the no confidence motion because he was not satisfied with the signatures and the no confidence motion that was initiated. He was not satisfied whether this was out of will or by force. Let's take a listen quickly to the lawyer of Thackeray Sena, who stressed on the legal viability of these rebel MLAs right now, whether they can escape disqualification or not. Let's have a listen.
As per the situation, and we are going to urge that all these 16 MLAs will be disqualified, have to be disqualified in accordance with the provisions of 10th schedule, and they will have to face the electorate. कि बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 है एंड देयरफॉर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं लगता है. ये यू कैन आस्क एनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉयर दैट दिस इज टोटली रॉन्ग. द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ 2/3 applies only if there is a merger. ये सिर्फ बोलने से कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पे. जब तक आप अपनी जो MLAs है कोई और पार्टी में मर्ज नहीं कर सकते, that till that time disqualification applies. Now in this case, till today as we speak, there is no merger. They have already committed the act of voluntarily giving up. Disqualification petitions have already been filed and आज तक कोई मर्जर नहीं है. ये जो मर्जर का कॉन्सेप्ट आया 2003 में, इसके पहले जो था स्प्लिट का प्रोविजन था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कि आप 1/3 लेके फैक्शन बना सकते हैं. तो इनको जो भी लीगल एडवाइस दे रहे हैं उनको सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये क्या डिलीटेड अमेंडमेंट पे ये पूरा कार्रवाई हो रहा है या जो अभी जो मौजूदा सिचुएशन है कि जब तक मर्जर ना हो ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बच नहीं सकते.
All right, I'm cutting across to Vidya and Mustafa, both of them tracking those developments. Mustafa, over to you first. The legal options that the rebel MLAs have at this point, that's broken down in simple words by Shiv Sena's, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, their lawyer who they've appointed, Devdutt Kamath, who explains exactly why the rebel camp should be worried. Why don't you break it down for us? What are the sticking points that he made at this point?
Well, yes, Nabila, you said it correctly that at this point of time, what Devdutt Kamath was claiming is that everything is working in their favor. For example, the MLAs can be disqualified even after having 2/3 of the majority of the MLAs. They have to merge with some other political party, mostly existing political party, for them to form a separate government, which they have not done as of now. He also went on to say that party head has the right to appoint CLP, and hence Eknath Shinde has been changed from Eknath Shinde. Now Ajay Chaudhary is the CLP leader, because all those things will be very important when it comes to a floor test. So these are things which Devdutt Kamath has told us. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow when in the Vidhan Sabha the hearing for disqualification is to take place, whether these 16 MLAs against whom the disqualification has been moved, whether they come to Vidhan Sabha, attend it physically, or send their lawyers for a representation, and what then again is decided. Also, secondly, we are hearing that the Eknath Shinde camp is likely to move Supreme Court against the disqualification notice. So we'll have to wait and see how this progresses. Back to you.
Yeah, Mustafa, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to Vidya as well. Vidya, all this point, the Shinde camp have been harping on 2/3 majority, saying that we have 2/3 majority, you can't touch us, we have the strength, we are the real Sena, etc. But doesn't seem like the Uddhav Thackeray camp resonates with that idea at all. They're in fact pulling out legal strings, and Devdutt Kamath, appearing for the Uddhav Sena, has very clearly stated and quoted the constitution that under Article 180, it's very well within the jurisdiction of the Deputy Speaker to issue a disqualification notice, and that the rebel camp can attract disqualification based on anti-party activities, and if at all they've left the party, the primary membership of the party itself, then they are very much eligible for disqualification. Multiple points that the lawyer has made, which really now raises concerns on the future of the rebel camp altogether.
Nabila, that is precisely the reason why Eknath Shinde camp did not really move forward, in spite of having the numbers in their, in their court. But in fact, at this moment, they too are consulting various lawyers. There are lawyers in Mumbai, there are lawyers in Delhi, very senior lawyers who are being consulted and who are waiting really to see what happens really on Monday. Remember, there are two things that the Eknath Shinde camp will really have to challenge. One
is, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Sharad Pawar, who's speaking to the media there.
हमारा पार्टी का टोटल सपोर्ट उद्धव ठाकरे जी को है. हमें विश्वास है कि उनके कुछ एमएलए असम लेके गए, वो जब वापिस आएंगे और वोटिंग लेने का मौका मिलेगा, तब ये बात साफ होगी कि उद्धव ठाकरे अपनी सरकार चला सकती है।
सर आप इतनी हलचल है महाराष्ट्र में, आप दिल्ली पहुंचे हैं, क्या मेन पर्पज है दिल्ली आने का सर? किन किन लोगों से आप मिलेंगे?
किसी को मिलेंगे नहीं, कल हमारी एक मीटिंग है पार्लियामेंट में और नॉन बीजेपी पार्टी का जो प्रेसिडेंशियल कैंडिडेट है इसका हमें नॉमिनेशन भरना है, मिस्टर यशवंत सिन्हा, और यशवंत सिन्हा के नॉमिनेशन के लिए हम लोग यहाँ आए हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है कि मैं अकेला नहीं मगर अन्य नॉन बीजेपी पार्टी के नेता वो भी यहाँ आएंगे। अभी मैंने देखा अखिलेश उसी दूसरे साइड से आ रहे, ये सब कल 11:30 बजे पार्लियामेंट में हम यशवंत सिन्हा जी का नॉमिनेशन भरेंगे।
संजय राउत ने ये बोला है कि गुवाहाटी से 40 लाशें आएंगी। अभी उनका बयान है कि 40 लाशें गुवाहाटी से आएगी। संजय राउत ने ये बोला है, क्या आप मानते हैं कि ऐसा कहना सही है?
मैंने सुना नहीं।
उन्होंने कहा कि अपने बाप के नाम पे वोट मांगे, इस तरह की भाषा जो हो गई।
All right, that's NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, who's just about spoken to the media there, asserting that Uddhav Thackeray is the leader. They're of course pushing all their support and might behind Uddhav Thackeray at this point, and he can most definitely still continue to run the government. Of course, this political meltdown within the Mahavikas Aghadi aside, as per legalities, Uddhav Thackeray still remains the Chief Minister. He hasn't yet resigned. He still continues to have the authority to run the state of Maharashtra until there's a whole change made with the governor overseeing that development. For now, it seems like the Mahavikas Aghadi still continues to govern the state of Maharashtra, and that's what NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has just asserted. Let me cut across to Vidya on that. Vidya, of course, the NCP not having much to say. It seems like a helpless situation for both the NCP as well as the Congress party at this point. And Sharad Pawar, who's been hectically trying to meet with his own party members, he's also met with Shiv Sena leaders, including Uddhav Thackeray. Time and again, the decision that they've come down to is that this is Sena's internal matter and we're not going to intervene. Let them sort this out themselves. We are, of course, undoubtedly, unanimously supporting Uddhav Thackeray and backing him through this entire turmoil. Give us an understanding, Vidya, on what exactly Sharad Pawar intends to say through that message.
Well, you know, Nabila, of course, with the Shiv Sena facing their trouble, the entire impact will obviously come on the MVA. The MVA will be the biggest sufferer of this entire issue that is actually emanating in the Shiv Sena. But there's hardly anything that they can really do at this juncture, except say that it is an internal matter of Shiv Sena. Because remember, this entire fight that the Eknath Shinde camp has really started, it is against not Uddhav Thackeray per se. It is against the NCP and the Congress alliance. It's not against Thackeray as the chief minister. It is against the alliance that he has formed, and it is this alliance which is creating trouble for Thackeray. Well, Thackeray refusing to accept that at the moment. But remember, there is hardly anyone left in the party right now. Most of the people who were standing by with him in, and even till yesterday, they are all most of them are already leaving and reaching Guwahati, joining hands with Eknath Shinde. So certainly as of now, even the threats are being meted out by the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray to tell those, revolters, those who have gone away to Guwahati, saying that, if you go away, then you'll have to merge with someone. Of course, they'll have to probably take a political step. But remember, BJP is not the only party with which they have to merge. They can merge with any other party as well. There are independent MLAs, independent parties, smaller parties that are there in Guwahati with them. They can merge with them as well. But it, of course, all depends on what Eknath Shinde really decides thereon. Of course, for existence they might, though they are still calling themselves Eknath Shinde's camp is still saying that they are Shiv Sainiks. They do not want to be away. They just want Uddhav Thackeray to take a decision of joining hands with BJP. That is not acceptable to Uddhav Thackeray. So it really remains to be seen what what can be done in this situation for both sides. But at this juncture, obviously, neither of the parties giving way. And it is for Eknath Shinde to now make a move, because remember, Eknath Shinde is the one who has to challenge two, orders. One, of course, will be passed tomorrow. We'll have to really see what remains in that. But one is, of course, the order passed by the Deputy Speaker, wherein Ajay Chaudhary was appointed. That also has to be challenged by Eknath Shinde in any court. It could probably be Supreme Court, but he has to put up a challenge to it, or else without it, right now, at this juncture, Ajay Chaudhary is the leader of the Legislative Assembly who can issue a whip, and not Eknath Shinde. So all those challenges, legal issues will now really start, and the Eknath Shinde camp will also have to take their legal steps forward now.
Right. Vidya, at this point, we see that Sharad Pawar has spoken for the first time in 24 hours. Am I right? It seems like he had kept a studied silence, wasn't divulging details on what the NCP really plans to do in case the Shiv Sena is not able to get their house in order. This is for the first time in 24 hours he's spoken out.
Well, he hasn't been really speaking much. If you look at it, probably once in a day or once in 2 days, he has been speaking on this issue, but rarely, because he knows that he is not in a position where remember in 2019 it was his own party which had witnessed this similar kind of a revolt, wherein his own nephew Ajit Pawar had run away with quite a few MLAs and had become incommunicado, but he was the one who got them back by threats, asking the MLAs, the supporters to call up the MLA, tell them that, if you don't come back, we will not be supporting you any further. All these tactics which were used by him are being replicated actually by the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray camp as well. So first it was with love and care that they actually asked them to come back. Later on, it of course became the threats which are continuing right now. Even Aditya Thackeray, who until now used to never speak the kind of language we have seen him speak, he is actually calling people traitors. He is the one who is also telling that their doors are closed for them. So the kind of languages now being used by Aditya Thackeray has also changed. So it's not just Uddhav Thackeray or Sanjay Raut, but even the other people who are still remaining in the party are also using the similar language of Uddhav Thackeray and Sanjay Raut at the moment.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to Mustafa Sheikh, who's tracking those developments as well. Mustafa, NCP stance here. We know that Shiv Sena has looked up to Sharad Pawar and his views, his guidance, as he is quite a stalwart when it comes to situations like this, a political stalwart, as he's known as a father figure. The Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, has constantly tried to take guidance from Sharad Pawar, but possibly for the first time in his political career, we don't see much coming from Sharad Pawar. He seems quite subdued, not responding adequately. His government is falling. It's not just the Shiv Sena that will face setback, it's also the NCP and the Congress who lose out on power in Maharashtra. At a time like this, one hoped that there would be a lot more coming from the NCP chief and even from the Congress, but on both ends, they seem rather silent. Sharad Pawar, he just spoke. Give us an understanding on what he really meant.
Well, yes, if you look at it, and Vidya was also saying something like this, that because the number of MLAs with Eknath Shinde are rising, so situation even now is very volatile and it can go any which way, and hence maybe Sharad Pawar and other senior leaders are talking less and strategizing more. So they are having meetings after meetings. Even when they are in Mumbai, you always see senior leaders from the NCP meeting Sharad Pawar, senior leaders from the Congress meeting Sharad Pawar. So they are strategizing and trying to understand and assess the situation, and also to understand that there is not much that they can do, because it's a very internal issue of the Shiv Sena, for the Shiv Sena, and there is nothing much that Sharad Pawar or any other person from NCP or Congress can do, because it's Eknath Shinde's rebellion. And remember, the Eknath Shinde rebellion is mostly against NCP. In fact, they are saying that you listen too much to NCP, too much to Sharad Pawar. There is no funds. They are meddling with our ministries, Mr. Affairs. So somewhere it is a problem for Shiv Sena, which they have to handle. As of now, the tricks have not worked. Shiv Sena's last hope is that once the MLAs come back to Mumbai, maybe they'll change stance, but that is something which they are still unsure about. Till now, what they have in hand is the disqualification threat, which they have already given as a notice. Tomorrow a hearing has to take place. We'll have to wait and see how this progresses. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to exactly what NCP chief Sharad Pawar said right now when he spoke to the media for the first time in 24 hours. Remember, they seem quite dull, upset, but not divulging details on what their next course of action would be. But here is Sharad Pawar, who continues to repose faith in Uddhav Thackeray's leadership. He says Uddhav Thackeray has all the power to still run the government as he stands firm with Uddhav at this point. Here's what he says.
हमारा पार्टी का टोटल सपोर्ट उद्धव ठाकरे जी को है। हमें विश्वास है कि उनके कुछ एमएलए आसाम लेके गए वो जब वापिस आएंगे और वोटिंग लेने का मौका मिलेगा तब ये बात साफ होगी कि उद्धव ठाकरे अपनी सरकार चला सकते हैं।
All right, now both our reporters there, Vidya and Mustafa, on top of the story, giving us a complete breakdown on exactly what the situation is unfolding, what the situation is like as it unfolds in the state of Maharashtra. Vidya, again over to you. We heard what Uddhav Thackeray, we heard what Sharad Pawar said in a first reaction in 24 hours. Let me remind our viewers, the NCP is equal partners in the Mahavikas Aghadi. They, of course, have received a big blow, not just for the Shiv Sena. This has come as a big blow to the NCP as well as the Congress. But so far, we haven't heard explicit statements coming in from both those allies. In fact, NCP chief Sharad Pawar, who seems to be the man ideally firefighting a situation like this time has taken a back seat. He says, I'm not going to interfere in this. This is Sena's internal matter. I'm going to just, if need be, I will also sit in the opposition. That's as much he's gone on to say, almost in a way accepting defeat. He just spoke in the first reaction in 24 hours. Vidya, again over to you. Sharad Pawar not looking very confident at this point.
Well, remember in the last couple of days itself, since the government has really, come into a minority already, though floor test has not happened, there are many government resolutions that have already been ordered. In fact, the government resolution passed by Maharashtra government are under question by many people, saying that what is the hurry in passing so many government resolutions suddenly in the last few days when the government is not even really functioning the way it should have been. There are being questions that are being raised as well, but at this juncture, neither Sharad Pawar nor the Congress party, led by people like Nana Patole and Balasaheb Thorad, they really do not really have much of an option rather than wait and watch as to what really happens inside Shiv Sena. Remember, day by day, their numbers are really dwindling and have come down to a place where only Aditya Thackeray is the only minister from Shiv Sena who is left with Uddhav Thackeray, his father. And apart from them, most of the MLAs, most of the ministers have also gone to Guwahati. So certainly a strong stand has to be taken. At this point, Uddhav Thackeray seems more at trying to preserve his party rather than the government at this juncture. Though no steps have been taken at this moment, they still feel that the people, the MLAs, even now, every few seconds that you see a Shiv Sainik actually tweet about this entire issue, they say that, if you have seen enough of Kaziranga, if you have seen enough of Guwahati, the greenery around there and the water that is flooding the entire state right now, come back and see Mumbai, what's really happening here. These kind of threats being given out is certainly, for the point when the MLAs will really return. They are being told that, when you, the Shiv Sena is very confident, led by Uddhav Thackeray, that when these MLAs return, all of them, at least some bit of them will actually come back to their own party. Uddhav Thackeray and Sanjay Raut, all of them still believe that most of them are not there out of their own will. There are some who will come back to the party fold when everyone comes back to from Mumbai from Guwahati. So they are really harping on this factor as yet, and while hoping that things will turn out in their favor because of all the, as what you heard Kamath say, that they'll have to merge. Obviously, if they merge, they'll lose their identity. They will not be a Shiv Sainik. With them not being a Shiv Sainik, why will the party? They have not really come back to the Shiv Sainiks will not vote for them any further. So they might lose their ground. So all these tactics still being used. Apart from
Stay
that,
with us, Vidya. I'm cutting across to Sanjay Raut speaking on this. A live reaction coming in.
माननीय श्री संजयजी राऊत साहेब यांना
व्यासपीठावरील शिवसेनेचे सर्व
प्रमुख पदाधिकारी, विश्वनाथजी नेरुरकर, विलास पोतनीस, संजय घाडी, म्हणजे सगळेच ज्याने या मुंबईमध्ये आणि जो विभाग क्रमांक 1 मध्ये वर्षानुवर्ष शिवसेनेचा बालेकिल्ला, शिवसेनेची खिंड लढवत ठेवली, असे शेकडो शिवसैनिक, हजारो. मी व्यासपीठावरून समोर पाहत होतो. व्यासपीठावरून माझा आवाज येणार, माझा आवाज आता गुवाहाटीपर्यंत पण पोचतो, ऐकतायत ते. मी पाहिलं की माझ्या समोर हे सगळे जुने शिवसैनिक आहेत. बाळा राणे असतील, दारूवाले असतील, सगळे ज्याने वर्षानुवर्ष ही संघटना वाढवली, उभी केली आणि आजही त्याच उमेदीमध्ये समोर बसलेले आहेत. ही शिवसेना तुम्ही कशी हायजॅक करणार? महिला पहा, मी आता इथून उद्धव साहेबांना फोटो पाठवला. त्यांना जरा माझ्याशी बोलायचं होतं. मी म्हटलं कसं बोलणार, समोर बघा काय आहे ते. संपूर्ण मुंबईमध्ये अशा प्रकारचे मेळावे सुरू आहेत. गुवाहाटीला आपण पण जाऊन यायला पाहिजे. ते एक आमदार आहे कोणतरी, शहाजी बापू का काय म्हणतो, लई चांगले डोंगर आहे, झाड आहे, पाणी आहे. मग महाराष्ट्रात का स्मशान आहे का? हा, महाराष्ट्रात डोंगर नाही. अरे महाराष्ट्रात हॉटेल नाही. रॅडिसन ब्लू मध्ये मी आतापर्यंत 10 वेळा राहिलोय. मला माहिती आहे रॅडिसन ब्लू काय आहे. ते तिकडले मुख्यमंत्री आहेत हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा, काल सांगत होते की उद्धव ठाकरे आणि त्यांच्या लोकांनी सुद्धा इथे पर्यटनाला यावं. मी त्यांना आज सकाळी मेल पाठवलाय की रॅडिसन ब्लू मध्ये 340 खोल्या आहेत. मला माहिती आहे त्यातल्या 80 खोल्या या लोकांनी घेतलेल्या आहेत. मला 20 रूमचं बुकिंग तिकडे हवं, देताय का? हिंमत आहे का? मी त्यांना ऑफिशियलच मेल पाठवलाय त्यांच्या पर्यटन विभागाला आणि त्या मुख्यमंत्र्याला की मला 20 रूम पाहिजे, डबल पैसे घ्या. आसामला गरज आहे, पूर आहे. रॅडिसन ब्लूच्या आसपास जो पूर आहे त्याच्यामध्ये प्रेत वाहत आहेत अक्षरशः. पाटलास आम्ही आसामला येतो आणि महाराष्ट्राकडून तुमच्या आसामच्या त्या पूर निधीसाठी 5-10 कोटी रुपये देतो. हे 50-50 कोटी आमदारांना देतायत ना, आम्ही तुम्हाला देतो. आम्हाला 20 रूम फक्त द्या. उत्तरच नाही. आमचे 5 लोक जरी आतमध्ये गेले शीतल म्हात्रे बरोबर.
What he's repeated earlier that he had asked for some rooms in Radisson Blu, but he was denied the permission to be taken any. He was not given any rooms in the hotel.
अरे प्रकाश सुर्वे येऊन दाखविते. याचा काय शिवसेनेशी संबंध आहे? ठीक आहे, आले. हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे ते आहेत ना, ही जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या. हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत. त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला असेल, लटपट आहेत तिकडे. हे 40 लोक जेव्हा उतरतील तेव्हा ते जिवंत नसतील मनानं. त्यांना माहिती आहे इथे ही जी आग पेटलेली आहे या आगीमध्ये काय होऊ शकेल. येऊन दाखवावं त्यांनी. आणि प्रकाश सुरेने ते येऊनच दाखवा, माझं चॅलेंज आहे. काय बोरकर बरोबर ना? मी पाहतो तो चित्र, ते रॅडिशन ब्लू नावाचं हॉटेल आहे ना, ते हॉटेल वाटत नाही, बिग बॉसचं घर वाटतंय. बरोबर ना?
Blue Hotel is not a hotel, it's a Big Boss house.
घर वाटतंय मला, वाटतं तिकडे बिग बॉसचं शूटिंग चाललंय. बसतायत, पितायत, खातात, खेळतायत. हा, बिग बॉसचं घर वाटतंय.
क्या बोल रही है?
आणि त्यातले अर्धे लोक एलिमिनेट होणार. अरे कब तक छुपोगे गुवाहाटी में, कब तो आना होगा मुंबई के चौपाटी में. यावंच लागेल मुंबईच्या चौपाटीवर तुम्हाला. व्हॉट इज गुवाहाटी? येऊ द्या ना. ही शिवसेना आहे, ही शिवसेना आहे, लक्षात घ्या. आणि या शिवसेनेला एकच बाप आहे आणि कोणाला बाप चोरता येत नाही. आता जे काय आहे.
All right, this is a defiant Shiv Sena under the Thakres, who are now openly threatening the rebels, almost in different words. A threat that's come out from Sanjay Raut's mouth as he just spoke. He says their bodies will come. This is a remark that Sanjay Raut has made, that the rebels are living corpses. They are dead souls. They won't come, but their bodies will come. We'll send rebels' bodies for autopsy to the assembly. This is exactly what Sanjay Raut has said as he makes that public speech there to try and connect with the party cadre. Remember, this is an attempt by the Sena, led by the Thakres, to try and reach out to the grassroots level workers at this point to build confidence. He's made a statement like this. Let's take a listen.
हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे तर आहेत ना, ही जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या. हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला लटपट आहेत तिकडे. हे 40 लोक जेव्हा उतरतील तेव्हा ते जिवंत नसतील मनानं. त्यांना माहिती आहे इथे की जी आग पेटलेली आहे, या आगीमध्ये काय होऊ शकते. येऊन दाखवावं ते, आणि प्रकाश सुरेने ते येऊनच दाखवावं, माझं चॅलेंज आहे.
Cutting across to Vidya for more on that. Vidya, not sure if these statements of such nature really help the cause of the Shiv Sena. You heard Sanjay Raut saying, calling the rebels as dead bodies. At this point, they have no soul and their bodies will come, but they won't. In fact, he further says that they're living corpses and their dead bodies will be sent for autopsy to the assembly. Not very tasteful. Sanjay Raut is known to make some really controversial statements, but at a time like this, in a bid to try and coax or persuade the rebel camp, it seems like Sanjay Raut is now doing the opposite.
This is a way of trying to get through to the MLAs also. In fact, this is the style of Shiv Sena that people have actually known, Nabila. In fact, earlier, if you remember, this is the kind of language that Bal Thackeray himself used to also speak. But then certainly, after many years, probably this kind of a language is still again being spoken by someone like Sanjay Raut. We don't really generally see him also speak like this. But certainly, the kind of words, the choice of words that he has used, the kind of expressions that are used, could certainly also get him into trouble for using threats, towards the people who are in Guwahati. So we have been seeing how people have certainly complained about such kind of threats being meted out to the other, and this could be another one where people could actually, either the MLAs themselves, or because remember last few days the security of these people have also been withdrawn, their families have also are now facing threats because the security has been withdrawn, and now the central government has provided the CRPF. So the kind of things that have been happening along with this threat, if they are seen together, would certainly lead people to think that this is a kind of a threat that he is giving out to the people who are in Guwahati, and there could be action against the Raut also. But at this juncture, this is the kind of mode that the Thakres at this moment are going to use, it seems like that, to try to still persuade the MLAs in Guwahati to come back to Mumbai into the party fold.
All right, at this point, we're also seeing Sanjay Raut almost appealing to the grassroots level leadership of the Shiv Sena. So it seems like hectically the Uddhav Sena right now have unleashed all their men across different parts of Mumbai and Maharashtra to try and carry out rallies and appeal to the cadres, grassroots level cadres, to support them and stay with them and build trust which may have been lost post the defection. So is that in any way helping their cause? Do you see that the Shiv Sainiks are resonating with what the Thakres and their main man Sanjay Raut is now speaking?
Nabila, in fact, if you look at it in the audio, we can hear the audience laugh about it. No one has really taken it very seriously, because obviously they are all Shiv Sainiks and enjoying the joke. But the joke probably, can be on them if any complaints are actually filed against them. But certainly at this point in the video, if you see, there are people laughing in that entire function where Sanjay Raut is actually making that speech. Most of the Shiv Sainiks have actually never, even when Bal Thackeray used to make his speeches using abusive languages, using such kind of phrases for people whose opponents. The Shiv Sainiks had never objected. They have actually thoroughly enjoyed these kind of speeches that were used to be given. And Sanjay Raut probably resonating on that and taking those words of Bal Thackeray ahead while addressing the people, the Shiv Sainiks specifically.
All right, so you're saying that this is the true nature of the Shiv Sena. The true Shiv Sena, they're critical, they're harsh, their language may not be the most polite, and this is exactly what the supporters as well enjoy extensively. That they're showing their faith and support to Uddhav Thackeray, and they seem to be enjoying the kind of statements coming in from Sanjay Raut. But if I could ask my producers to play that out once again. Sanjay Raut, where he makes that really distasteful statement, where he threatens the rebels, saying that their bodies will come back. He goes on to say that rebels are living corpses, they are dead souls. Their bodies will be sent for autopsy to the assembly. A joke, probably made in jest, but will the rebels receive it well? At this point, let's have a listen.
हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे आहेत ना, हे जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या. हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला लटपट आहेत तिकडे. हे 40 लोक जेव्हा उतरतील तेव्हा ते जिवंत नसतील मनानं. त्यांना माहिती आहे इथे की जे आग पेटलेली आहे, या आगीमध्ये काय होऊ शकते. येऊन दाखवावं ते, आणि प्रकाश सुरवणे ते येऊनच दाखवावं, माझं चॅलेंज आहे.
All right, I'm going to cut across to some more big breaking news coming in. Development coming in from the state of Maharashtra. Governor's letter on security threat has been accessed. The governor calls 38 Shinde loyalists as Sena MLAs. This is what, as it's mentioned in that letter, he calls those 38 Shinde loyalists as Sena MLAs. Maharashtra governor seeks security for these rebel MLAs. Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari writes to the Maharashtra DGP seeking more security for the rebel camp. This, of course, comes in the backdrop of much security threat for all these rebels. We saw that Shiv Sainiks largely in many parts of Maharashtra, have vandalized property of the rebel MLA's office and many of them their homes as well. We saw the Shiv Sainiks there camping and intimidating family members. So at this point, clearly, while on one hand you have the centre deciding to give Y+ security for at least 18 of those rebels, you have Bhagat Singh Koshari, the governor of Maharashtra, who've addressed the rebel camp as Sena MLAs, asking for more security for these dissidents with immediate effect. He's written to the DGP of Maharashtra saying, issue more security for these rebellions, these rebel camp MLAs at this point because of the threat that they've received. Let me cut across to Sahil Joshi on that. Sahil, who has that letter, the governor's letter on security that he's written to the DGP of Maharashtra, he very clearly asks for at least 38 of those Shinde loyalists to be given additional security. What more is in that letter, Sahil? Would you be able to read that out for us?
Well, Nabila, the story in that letter is not the security because it's already been, it's already been given by the CRPF, by the centre. The story is that that governor is calling these group of MLAs as Shiv Sena MLAs. He's referring to them as MLAs from Shiv Sena, whereas there are they are coming out as a splinter group. The Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly is sending notices to the MLAs basis on the complaint and petition filed by the Shiv Sena, saying that these MLAs should be disqualified, and he's calling all these MLAs as Shiv Sena MLAs. That is the big story. The governor is saying that this group is basically Shiv Sena MLAs, and more importantly, he has mentioned in that letter that on 25th of June, he received a letter from these 38 MLAs, 2 from Prahar and 7 from Independent. So that means in all, there are 47 MLAs at this point of time in Guwahati. These MLAs sent him a letter on 25th of June, and immediately taking cognizance of that, the governor dashed a letter to the DG, and while referring to these group of MLAs who are supposed to be the rebel MLAs, he has called them the Shiv Sena MLAs. That is something which is really interesting. That shows that where this whole fight is going to be. And more importantly, Bhagat Singh Koshari, who is just back today, he was hospitalized because he was contracted with COVID on 21st of June when this rebel started. And today, when he is back at the governor house, the first thing he does is to send a letter to DG and asks him to provide the security, and also refers this group of MLAs as as Shiv Sena MLAs. He doesn't. Normally, the governor forwards the letters to the Home Minister or the Chief Minister that this is what I've received, please act on it. Right now, what we can see is that the governor is directly writing to the Director General of Police and asking him to report back. That is something which shows that the governor is trying to take control of the administration. The governor is directly writing the letter to DG and ask him to act on it, rather than forwarding it to the Home Minister that he has received some kind of a
what do you think could have been the alternative? At this point, Sahil, from what we see, that the Uddhav Thackeray-led government aren't really acting on this law and order collapse. Clearly, we're seeing Shiv Sainiks running amok. There's vandalism and violence reported from different parts. We see those visuals as well. Despite Section 144, those prohibitory orders have not even been imposed. So maybe it was mandated for the governor to intervene, to step in and issue a letter to the DGP. Do you think this is certainly not a regular affair? But since there seems to be trouble in the government acting on the prohibitory orders, it seems like the governor has decided to step in himself.
Well, we have to understand certain signs from the letter. There is always a protocol. The government has not fallen yet. The government is still in existence. There have been complaints in the past against the government, and the governor has always chosen this path to send the letter, forwarding those letters to the Chief Minister, marking its comments on it, that you should please act on it, or for your pursual, or XYZ. That is what normally the governor does. He never gives orders to the administration directly that you should be doing this. The DG doesn't report to the governor. Right now the government is in place. The government has not been dismissed. The government has not lost the vote of confidence. Right now there is a full-fledged government is in place. Whether the numbers clearly can show that they don't have the numbers at this point of time, but whether they have the confidence of assembly or not, that will be decided only on the House. We cannot decide that. The governor has chosen to directly write the letter to DG and asking him to report back, gives a sign that it looks like that now that the governor might take the things under control, and there will be another friction which will begin from the government side as well as from the governor's side. And more importantly, when the deputy speaker is acting against these MLAs, the disqualification procedure, the petition filed by the Shiv Sena MLAs, rather than referring to them as 38 MLAs have sent him the letter, he has specifically mentioned that these 38 MLAs belong to Shiv Sena. That is something which is more important. Even Shinde group calls itself the original Shiv Sena group, and it looks like that the governor is endorsing it. That is something which we have to look at.
Well, whether the governor has really endorsed it deliberately, or was this just momentary while he writes that letter? Because so far we address those MLAs as Sena MLAs. It's natural to call them Sena MLAs because they have won on a Sena ticket. But whether the governor is really endorsing this whole separate party demand that Shinde camp is making or not, that remains to be seen. But at this point, Sahil Joshi, of course, raises all the doubts, asking if whether the governor right now is really supporting the rebel faction and their demands for a separate party. No official word has come on that, but the writing in that letter is quite clear. With the governor calling them Sena MLAs, it appears that there seems to be some tacit support already. But again, we can't cast aspersions at this point. But Sahil, a quick word on the legalities of this. We're looking at the Shinde camp wanting to float a whole separate party, calling this separate faction as the Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. That's exactly what they want to call it. While Uddhav Thackeray digging in his heels, saying that you can't use my father's name in your party. Go use your own father's name. This is the kind of low-level politics that we're seeing among the Sena MLAs extensively in Maharashtra at this point. But where, what kind of legal intervention can the Shinde camp really seek to assert their demands? Can they really form and float a new party? Can they call it Shiv Sena Bala Sahib? Can they escape defection, disqualification at this point?
Well, Nabila, there are multiple aspects of this. The first part, if you want to know, that Shiv Sena Bala Sahib, what they were trying to say, their spokesperson Deepak Kesarkar tried to say is that they are forming a separate group inside assembly. So he meant to say that there will be two groups of Shiv Sena, one Shiv Sena original and this will be Shiv Sena Bala Sahib, is what he meant. But as per the new law, as per the new amendments in that procedure, now the splinter group will have to merge into some other party inside in the assembly, which is already existent in the assembly. So they cannot have a separate party altogether in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. So eventually these guys will have to get themselves merged either into the BJP or any other party, whichever they choose. But obviously in this case, it has to be BJP because that is what they want, that they want to have an alliance with the BJP and form the government. That is part one. Part two is that what they are looking at this point of time is to challenge the notice which has been sent by Deputy Speaker to them and to respond within 48 hours. By tomorrow evening, they have been asked to respond. Now, as per the procedure, they should have been given more time. That is 5 to 7 days, but they were not given more time, and that is what they are going to challenge in the court, is what I'm hearing at this point of time.
I'm going to hold you on right there. In fact, we have some big breaking news coming in on that. I'd like your intervention too on that regard. Big claim coming in by Aditya Thackeray. It's a huge development in this entire scheme of things in Maharashtra. Aditya Thackeray says, making a big claim that Uddhav Thackeray had offered Chief Minister's post to Eknath Shinde back in 30th May itself. It's not a new development that on 30th May itself, Uddhav Thackeray had offered the post to Shinde. The BJP, if the BJP is not involved, then why are their people meeting the MLAs there? This is exactly what Aditya Thackeray has said. A claim that one can't prove whether it's true or not. It's mostly one person's claim against the other at this point. But Sahil Joshi, who joins us. Sahil, here is Aditya Thackeray who makes this claim. Again, one can't establish if this is a fact or he's just firing in the air at this point. But Aditya Thackeray is saying that Uddhav Thackeray had offered the Chief Minister's post to Eknath Shinde on 30th May. If BJP is not involved, then why are their people meeting the MLAs there? one can't quite understand exactly where Aditya Thackeray is getting at. He almost tries to, he is basically indirectly trying to say that Eknath Shinde, all he wants right now is to become the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and that Uddhav had already offered that post to him. Then why is he doing something like this? So basically BJP is involved. So what exactly is the sentiment of the Sena led by the Thackerays?
Well, right now what they are involved in is they are taking their meetings with the workers and their officials at this point of time, because they have understood that they have lost the MLAs. But at least to keep the party intact at this point of time, Aditya Thackeray specifically, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, they are taking meetings in various wards and addressing their workers to explain the situation from their side, that these MLAs, what they are saying and what they have been releasing on the social media, the cadre shouldn't believe that. It all started with Uddhav Thackeray explaining to his cadre that he is not behind this revolt, because to avoid any kind of a confusion. There were a lot of people who were thinking that how can so many MLAs go to Guwahati and the Chief Minister doesn't know about it. If they are deserting the original party, which had never happened before, that means the party chief himself might be part of this whole rebellion, because eventually he wants to go with the BJP. So he wanted to clarify that, which he did a day before yesterday when he spoke to his workers. Now what they are trying to say is that the claims made by Eknath Shinde, specifically when Eknath Shinde said that he never wanted to become the chief minister, he always wanted an alliance with the BJP and not make any compromises on the ideological front. So how that claim is completely wrong, and how Eknath Shinde earlier also were called by Uddhav Thackeray and asked him that what is wrong with you, why are you upset with the party? If you want, you can get the chief minister, is what Aditya Thackeray has claimed at this point of time. So very interestingly,
Sahil, you're basically trying to tell us that Eknath Shinde showed signs of resentment within the party as early as May itself, much ahead of this entire defection that he's pulled off. At least towards the end of May itself, the Uddhav Thackeray and camp had realized that Eknath Shinde wasn't acting the way they may have wanted him to. He was showing signs of dissent. Yeah?
Absolutely.
And to convince him, they offered him a post for chief minister.
Well, that is part of it. What they are trying to tell them is that how Eknath Shinde has always been unhappy because he couldn't become the chief minister in 2019, because he was the leader of the party. He was the legislative party group leader, and despite that, because Sharad Pawar insisted that it should be Uddhav Thackeray, because he will be accepted by the Congress and NCP senior ministers, and that's why Uddhav Thackeray should lead this front, not Eknath Shinde, and that is the reason why Eknath Shinde has been upset. After Uddhav Thackeray got to know about this, he also offered him that why don't you become the chief minister? He will convince Sharad Pawar, but which eventually didn't happen. So basically, the Sena camp is trying to tell its workers that whatever they are doing is not because Shiv Sena has gone with Congress and NCP. They have their own ambitions and they have their own issues, and that is the reason why they have switched over and now will be aligning with the BJP.
All right. Sahil, thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you on this. In fact, India Today's relentless coverage continues. We're bringing you in-depth, accurate analysis and updates coming in from the state of Maharashtra. Sahil Joshi on top of things there, and our battery of reporters who are from different parts of the country right now, bringing us all those developments. On the other side of a short break, coming up is Paulmi Saha, who's right there at the Guwahati resort where all the rebel camp MLAs are currently lodged. What exactly are their sentiments in the face of this disqualification notice that's been issued to them? More on that and much more, in fact, on this political crisis by Paulmi Saha on the other side. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Right, cutting across to NCP Chief Sharad Pawar addressing a presser on that. Let's have a listen.
लोग यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए हैं। अभी मैंने एक फोटो देखा, समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता भी थे, अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के नेता भी आ रहे थे। हम सब मिलकर कल यशवंत सिन्हा जी का नॉमिनेशन वहाँ भरेंगे और इसके आगे की जो स्ट्रैटेजी होगी वो तय करेंगे।
सर, आप राष्ट्रपति चुनाव पे सर मराठी
चलिए
बोलिए। एक सवाल राष्ट्रपति चुनाव से जुड़ा हुआ है। मुर्मू जी के आने से विपक्ष की जो उम्मीदवारी है विपक्ष की तरफ से वो कितना कम्पिटेटिव रहेगा? पहले से भी ये माना जा रहा है कि आंकड़ों में विपक्ष कमजोर है और सत्ता पक्ष के उम्मीदवार का जीतना तय है, तो आपके उम्मीदवार की उम्मीदवारी कितनी मजबूत होगी? और दूसरा सवाल सर महाराष्ट्र से जुड़ा हुआ है।
एक ये खत्म होने दो। मैं जहाँ तक राष्ट्रपति का इलेक्शन की बात है तो इससे एक बात जो कैलकुलेशन हमने देखे वो सब देखने के बाद हम लोगों की स्थिति बहुत कुछ यानी बहुत खराब है, ऐसी भी स्थिति नहीं है। मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी मगर रूलिंग पार्टी की स्थिति कंपैरेटिवली ठीक दिखाई देती है। मगर जब हम चुनाव लड़ते हैं तो चुनाव जीतने के लिए लड़ते हैं, मगर जब दोनों कैंडिडेट होते हैं तो दोनों जीतते नहीं। कुछ ना कुछ एक स्थिति अलग अलग होती है हर क्षेत्र की, मगर एक प्रिंसिपल की लड़ाई हो सकती है। और यहाँ अपोजिशन ने मिलकर यशवंत सिन्हा का नाम तय करने के बाद हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है इनके कामयाबी के लिए जितनी उनको मदद कर सकते हैं मदद करेंगे, करनी चाहिए। रिजल्ट आएगा वो बाद में देखेंगे।
लेकिन जो भी आंकड़े देख रहे हैं उसमें तो लग रहा है कि विरोधी पार्टी का जो कैंडिडेट है वो काफी कमजोर दिख रहा है।
नहीं, आंकड़े कुछ भी कहे तो आंकड़े सब दिखे तो चुनाव लड़ना नहीं। जब हम पार्लियामेंट में या विधानसभा में इलेक्शन कॉन्टेस्ट करते हैं तो हर क्षेत्र में कुछ न कुछ एक अलग स्थिति हुए, मगर कुछ प्रोग्राम लेके प्रिंसिपल के आधार पर चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी राजनीतिक दलों की होती है और वही मद्देनजर रखते हुए हमने इसमें ध्यान दिया है।
सर अब महाराष्ट्र पे
हाँ
सर
महाराष्ट्रात ज्या घडामोडी सुरू आहे त्यानंतर आता तुम्ही दिल्लीत पोहोचलेला आहात। दिल्लीत काही बैठका होणार आहेत का किंवा कोणाशी चर्चा होणार आहेत का किंवा इथून नजर ठेवण्यात येणार आहेत का?
नहीं, इसे याचं माझं मुख्य कारण राष्ट्रपतीची निवडणूक आहे। महाराष्ट्राची जो स्थिती आहे या स्थितीच्या संदर्भात इथं काही चर्चा करायला होणार नाही। महाराष्ट्राची स्थिती इथं आम्ही लोकांनी बसून ही कशी सुधार होऊ शकते याचा निकाल आम्हाला तिथे घ्यायचा।
तर शिवसेनेनं वारंवार अल्टिमेटम देऊन सुद्धा जे आमदार बंडखोरी करून गुवाहाटीला गेलेत ते अद्यापही परतलेले नाहीयेत। त्यामुळे अनेक चर्चांना उधाण येते की सोमवारपासून महाराष्ट्रामध्ये भाजपा ॲक्टिव्ह होईल आणि एक गट स्थापन करून वेगळी सरकार स्थापन करण्याचा प्रयत्न जो आहे तो केला जाईल. त्याबद्दल काय म्हणाल?
नाही, साधी गोष्ट बघितलं.
So there you heard Sharad Pawar, NCP chief, of course, speaking on the presidential elections, the nomination of Yashwant Sinha, the opposition candidate, to be filed tomorrow. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
I bought a toothpaste and a Marmite and I saw it finish. And then I went to the shop to buy again and I was like, I haven't seen a toothpaste finish for the last 15 years. So I've not gone away because of COVID. I just moved and I loved those 2 years away. You know, when I first went there, I bought a toothpaste and a Marmite and I saw it finish. And then I went to the shop to buy again and I was like, I haven't seen a toothpaste finish for the last 15 years. Because I've been traveling so much. I have some 4 or 6 sets of things, right? One in London to travel.
are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. We're coming to you live right now from Guwahati in Assam, from outside Hotel Radisson Blu. In fact, that is the hotel behind me where Eknath Shinde camp has been in fact holed up for many days now. I'm Paulami Saha, and the top story that we're focusing on this evening is the legal face-off that this Shiv Sena implosion has now taken shape of, because it is looking likely that very soon this battle between the two factions of the Shiv Sena could very well end up in a courtroom. That is what we're hearing. Now, the rebel faction, the Eknath Shinde faction, in fact, is saying that they have 2/3 majority. So any decision that has to be taken vis-a-vis the legislative party has to be their decision because they have the majority ranks with them. But in fact, the Shiv Sena has claimed that the concept of 2/3 majority only holds good in case of a merger and not a split, something that in fact the Eknath Shinde camp has said that they will not be going in for a merger. But that is what the law says, is what the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, in fact, which is seeking legal opinion and is now likely to be represented by a senior advocate of the Supreme Court, Devdutt Kamath, is saying Shiv Sena in fact claimed that the party has the right to disqualify the MLAs over the defection under the 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Shiv Sena has also challenged the rebels over the no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker. Let's listen in to NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, who's speaking with the media.
ये सब बात सिर्फ मिस्टर शिंदे और जो मेंबर इसके शामिल हुए उनको ही होगा, हम लोगों को इसकी मजबूत नहीं।
सर मेरा एक मिनट मेरा सवाल है सर, आपकी बातचीत हुई उद्धव ठाकरे जी से, वहाँ नंबर गेम को लेकर बहुत सारे कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं। शिंदे साहब के, एकनाथ शिंदे के पास बहुत नंबर है, वो आके सरकार बना सकते हैं, तो कहाँ देरी हो रही है? अगर वो फैक्शन ग्रुप है, अलग ग्रुप अपने आप को दावा कर रहे हैं, तो आपको क्या लगता है उनके पास नंबर है एकनाथ शिंदे के पास दूसरी सरकार बनाने के लिए या नहीं?
वो नंबर क्लेम करते हैं, वो बोलते हैं हमारे पास नंबर है। हमें एक ही बात अच्छे से लगता है कि वे नंबर है तो वहाँ क्यों बैठे? वहाँ मुंबई में आकर वहाँ गवर्नर या कहीं जो डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप है वहाँ जाकर खूब कर दो।
सर एक सवाल और है, जो एमएलए गुवाहाटी में इस वक्त रुके हुए हैं उनका ये कहना है कि हम अलग इसलिए होना चाहते हैं क्योंकि एनसीपी के साथ हम नहीं रहना चाह रहे और कहीं ना कहीं वो एनसीपी को दोषी ठहरा रहे हैं। इस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? इसलिए वो कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग किसी और के साथ अलायंस कर लेंगे, एनसीपी के साथ अलायंस तोड़ दीजिए।
2.5 साल ये शिंदे साहब और उनके साथी जो बोलते हैं वो एनसीपी के साथ गवर्नमेंट में थे। 2.5 साल में उनको कोई एनसीपी या अन्य पार्टी की कोई तकलीफ हुई नहीं, आज ही क्यों हो गई? ये खाली एक्सक्यूज है जो उन्होंने कदम उठाया ये एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए।
आपका कहना
सर या सगळ्यामागे भाजप कुठेतरी आहे असं तुम्हाला वाटतं का? कारण अशी सुद्धा चर्चा होती की हे सगळं भाजपनं आखलेलं एक षडयंत्र आहे.
कारण की असं जोडतोय फडणवीस आणि शिंदेच्या बैठकी बडोदा, सुरत, दिल्लीमध्ये होत आहे अशी चर्चा आहे. तुम्हाला काय वाटतं सर?
मला माहिती नाही त्याची, पण जी राज्य लोक घेऊन जायला निवडली एक गुजरात होतं आणि एक आसाम होतं. ये दोनों स्टेट यहाँ हुकूमत किसकी है? यहाँ हुकूमत बीजेपी की है. बीजेपी इसमें कहाँ तक है ये मुझे मालूम नहीं, मगर जो ग्राउंड लेवल सपोर्ट देने वाली जो ऑर्गेनाइज है वो देखने के बाद आप जो कहते हैं ऐसी स्थिति हो सकती है. मगर दूसरी एक बात है कि शिंदे साहब ने कल एक बयान दिया था कि एक नेशनल पार्टी का हमें समर्थन है. ये बात पावरफुल नेशनल पार्टी, तो मेरे पास लिस्ट है अभी रिकग्नाइज नेशनल पार्टी देश में जो है इसमें CPM, CPI, कांग्रेस, बीजेपी, एनसीपी. अभी एनसीपी का समर्थन नहीं, CPM का नहीं, CPI का नहीं, तृणमूल कांग्रेस का नहीं, तो कौन सी रही नेशनल पार्टी?
तो सर क्या ये संभावना है कि उद्धव ठाकरे के बदले कोई अगर उस बूथ से कोई दूसरा मुख्यमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार आता है तो उसको महाविकास अघाड़ी आप और कांग्रेस की पार्टी उनका समर्थन करेगी? अगर ऐसा
हमारी लाइन क्लियर है, हम आखिर तक उद्धव ठाकरे को सहयोग देंगे.
सर उद्धव ठाकरे
हमारी कमिटमेंट शिवसेना को, उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व वाले शिवसेना को है.
उद्धव ठाकरे के मुख्यमंत्री का जो आवास है वहां से निकले और वो हर बार कहते हैं कि मैं मुख्यमंत्री पद छोड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ. जो बागियों का गुस्सा है वो उनके खिलाफ है या सरकार के खिलाफ है या एनसीपी के खिलाफ है?
ये मैं कैसे बता सकता हूँ, मगर ये जो बागी लोग हैं पिछले 2 साल हमारे साथ अच्छी तरह से काम करते थे.
सर एक
इसलिए गुस्सा हमारे ऊपर रहने की कोई कारण नहीं.
सर केंद्र सरकार ने बागी विधायकों को गुवाहाटी में वाई सिक्योरिटी प्रदान की है, इस पर आपका क्या प्रतिक्रिया?
और महाराष्ट्र में भी जो उनके घर है उनके घरों पे CRPF लगा दी है. इस निर्णय को किस तरह देखते हैं आप?
मैंने महाराष्ट्र के होम मिनिस्टर का स्टेटमेंट पढ़ा. महाराष्ट्र के होम मिनिस्टर ने ये कहा है कि ये जो विधायक है उनके रेसिडेंस पर कोई गलत चीज़ होनी नहीं चाहिए, इसलिए उनको जो पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन है वो पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन हमने दिया.
तर हे सगळे आमदार गुवाहाटीला निघून गेलेले आहेत, त्यामुळे कुठेतरी महाराष्ट्रात आता चर्चा होते की ही सगळी मॅच फिक्सिंग आहे. याबद्दल शिवसेनेलाही माहिती असावी.
नहीं, मॅच फिक्सिंग है तो काय के लिए हम ये सब बातें करते? कौन अपनी चीफ मिनिस्टर की कौन छोड़ेगी? शिवसेना काहे के लिए अभी मेहनत करती है. आज मुंबई में 4 जगह पर शिवसेना के बड़े मीटिंग हो गई और अलग अलग डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अभी उनके सम्मेलन एग्रेसिवली हो रहे हैं. ये काहे के लिए?
सर कार्रवाई होने की बात कही जा रही है कि जिन जैसा उन्होंने काम किया है उन पर कार्रवाई होगी, तो क्या अगर वो घर वापसी करते हैं, क्या वापस आते हैं तो सब कुछ समान हो जाएगा या फिर कोई कार्रवाई की जाएगी?
ये कार्रवाई का इशू हमने उद्धव ठाकरे जी के ऊपर रखा है. जहाँ तक मेरी इंफॉर्मेशन है शायद आज या कल जो हमारी फ्रंट है, ये फ्रंट की तरफ से स्पीकर साहब को कुछ रिक्वेस्ट की जाएगी जिससे कुछ न कुछ सख्ती से कदम उठाएंगे.
सर मंत्रिमंडळामधून अजून काढलेलं नाहीये, मंत्रिपदाचा राजीनामा घेतलेला नाहीये.
सप्लीमेंट्री है सर, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि फ्रंट की तरफ से डिप्टी स्पीकर को कहा जाएगा, कितने विधायकों के खिलाफ?
ये मुझे डिटेल मालूम नहीं, पर मैंने जो सुना है कोई 16 या 14 ऐसा कुछ नंबर है।
सर एक अंतिम सवाल, क्योंकि आप तो पिछली बार भी आपको याद होगा जब अजीत पवार के सहयोग से वहां शपथ ग्रहण हो गया था, क्या आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र विकास अघाड़ी की सरकार, जिसमें आपकी सबसे बड़ी भूमिका मानी जाती है, वो महाराष्ट्र में अपना कार्यकाल पूरा करेगी, इस घटनाक्रम से उबर पाएगी, आपको लगता है?
अभी बात ऐसी है कि जब सरकार बनी तब कई मीडिया और अपोजिशन के लोग कहते थे कि 15 दिन का सरकार है, 1 महीने का है, 2 महीने का है, 6 महीने का है, 1 साल का है, 2.5 साल तक है। तो ऐसे आगे भी करना चाहिए। इसके लिए जो करना है ये हम लोगों की जिम्मेदारी हम मिलकर कर रहे हैं। देखेंगे जब लोग वापस आएंगे तब अंदाजा आएगा।
सर खबर आहे मंत्र्यांचा राजीनामा अजून घेतलेला नाहीये, मंत्र्यांचा राजीनामा अजून घेतलेला नाही जे
ते कुणी घ्यायचं नाही।
महाविकास आघाडी तुमच्यामुळे
सर खबर कशाचा हा डिसिजन मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा आहे, ते घेतील, आज घेतील, उद्या घेतील, काहीतरी घेतील।
संजय राउत ने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा था कि यदि संजय राउत ने कि यदि सभी बागी एमएलए 24 घंटे के अंदर लौट कर आते हैं तो हम लोग गठबंधन से अलग होने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन एनसीपी की तरफ से आपने अभी अभी कहा कि हम लोग उद्धव ठाकरे को यानी कि शिवसेना को पूरी तरह से समर्थन देंगे एंड तक।
बात ऐसी है कि बागी विधायकों ने ये स्टेटमेंट किया था कि हम एनसीपी और इनसे नाराज है, तो इसलिए शायद ये स्टेटमेंट राउत साहब ने किया होगा। ठीक है, नाराज तो हम बाहर जाते हैं, अब सब छोड़ते वापस आओ, तो कोई आया नहीं, किसी ने हाल नहीं कहा नहीं।
सर ऐसी खबर आ रही थी कि एक एमएलए और गुवाहाटी आज मूव हो रहे हैं, तो क्या रीजन है कि कुछ लगातार जो एमएलए बचे हुए 16 के आसपास वो भी गुवाहाटी की तरफ मूव हो रहे हैं, एकनाथ शिंदे की तरफ?
मुझे बहुत साल हो गए गुवाहाटी में जाकर, वहाँ क्या अट्रैक्शन है, क्या जादू है, क्या ये मुझे मालूम नहीं।
सर महाराष्ट्रातलं राजकारण दिवसेंदिवस ढासळत चाललंय स्तर राजकारणाचं, आणि यासाठी नेमकं जबाबदार कोण आहे तुम्हाला काय वाटतं? महाराष्ट्राच्या राजकारणाचा जो स्तर आहे तो दिवसेंदिवस ढासळतो असं वाटतंय?
नाही, पॉईंट असं आहे की एवढ्या मोठ्या प्रमाणात विधायक दुसऱ्या रस्त्याला जातात काही कारण नसताना, याचा अर्थ काही वेगळी आश्वासनं किंवा काही गोष्टींची पूर्तता ही केली असायची शक्यता आहे, अशी शंका लोकांना येते।
फ्लो टेस्ट जब होगा तो समर्थन आपके पक्ष में आएगा सर, वो गणित कैसे है सर जब 40 विधायक उधर हैं, तो जब वो विधायक
हमें समझो हमें लगता है और शिवसेना के नेता लोगों को लगता है कि ये लोग वापस आएंगे, इनमें से कई लोग मेजॉरिटी
ठाकre led Shiv Sena, and that is what they're going to support till the end. So that is what Sharad Pawar has to say, and here's how the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav ठाकरे led Shiv Sena, is strategizing in terms of the legal battle that they have to fight. Listen in to their counsel advocate Devdutt Kamath.
As per the situation, and we are going to urge that all these 16 MLAs will be disqualified, have to be disqualified in accordance with the provisions of 10th schedule, and they will have to face the electorate. कि बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 है एंड देयरफॉर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं लगता है। ये यू कैन आस्क एनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉयर दैट दिस इज टोटली रॉन्ग। द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ 2/3 applies only if there is a merger. ये सिर्फ बोलने से कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पे। जब तक आप अपनी जो MLAs है कोई और पार्टी में मर्ज नहीं कर सकते, that till that time disqualification applies. Now in this case, till today as we speak, there is no merger. They have already committed the act of voluntarily giving up. Disqualification petitions have already been filed, and आज तक कोई मर्जर नहीं है। ये जो मर्जर का कॉन्सेप्ट आया 2003 में, इसके पहले जो था स्प्लिट का प्रोविजन था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कि आप 1/3 लेके फैक्शन बना सकते हैं। तो इनको जो भी लीगल एडवाइस दे रहे हैं उनको सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये क्या डिलीटेड अमेंडमेंट पे ये पूरा कार्रवाई हो रहा है, या जो अभी जो मौजूदा सिचुएशन है कि जब तक मर्जर ना हो ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बच नहीं सकते।
जहाँ तक एनसीपी है हमारा पार्टी का टोटल सपोर्ट उद्धव ठाकरे जी को है। हमें विश्वास है कि उनके कुछ एमएलएस आसाम लेके गए, वो जब वापिस आएंगे और वोटिंग लेने का मौका मिलेगा तब ये बात साफ होगी कि उद्धव ठाकरे अपनी सरकार चला सकते हैं।
My colleagues Vidya and Anupam Mishra are now joining me live on this broadcast. Vidya is, of course, standing by in Mumbai. Anupam is joining us from Guwahati. Vidya, I'll come across to you first. We heard the sort of a legal argument that is likely to be presented by the advocate of the council for the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, and what he is, of course, saying in justification of their case seeking the disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs of the Eknath Shinde-led faction. How is the Shinde faction going to counter this, Vidya?
Well, at the moment, you remember, they are taking legal opinion. They have consulted lawyers in Mumbai as well as Delhi. Very senior lawyers are being consulted. So, at the moment, that entire bit is still happening. But of course, before they go on to the issue of whether the merger has to happen or not, and whether they have to merge with another party. But the issue that they will actually start before getting on to that issue, they'll be questioning two things. One, of course, is the the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as the Legislative Assembly leader for the party by Shiv Sena, that is led by Uddhav Thackeray, and removing Eknath Shinde. So that has to be challenged by Eknath Shinde in a court of law, which will certainly happen probably in the Supreme Court. Apart from that, this disqualification issue that has raised its head. Probably by Monday we should be seeing an order, in spite of Eknath Shinde's team asking for about 7 more days to really go on to file a reply in this. It seems unlikely that they'll get the time, and they'll have to file a reply tomorrow itself, and the decision will be taken by 6 o'clock today. So certainly both these issues have to be dealt with on priority by the Eknath Shinde camp before they can actually go ahead onto the decision of whether a merger has to happen or not, or which party they will merge with. Polemy.
Right, Anupam, coming across to you right now. You're, of course, standing by Hotel Radisson Blu right now. In a short while from now, another Shiv Sena MLA, Uday Samant, is likely to join the ranks of Eknath Shinde. A huge blow, again, for the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, because it appears he has no MLA ministers left in his, in his faction and camp at the moment, except for his own son, Aditya Thackeray, Anupam.
Yes, Polemy, what we are hearing that Uday Samant, the minister, has already landed in Guwahati airport, and he will be heading towards this Hotel Radisson where Eknath Shinde camp is holding up. So this is a big blow, because what we know, the numbers were actually around 38. So now if Uday Samant comes, and the entry of Uday Samant adds up to 39 MLAs, 7 to 8 ministers, and 9 other MLAs. So it takes up to around 48 MLAs with Eknath Shinde camp. And now the first part of the operation, the part of adding up the numbers, is almost over. And what we are hearing from inside, our sources are telling us, the second part of the operation, formation of the government, has already started, because a crucial meeting was held inside a few hours back by Eknath Shinde, and our sources are saying that Eknath Shinde has clearly told the MLAs that you don't have to fear about the security after landing in Mumbai, because there is a big concern about security when they land to Mumbai. So this concern was raised by a lot of MLAs. So Eknath Shinde clearly told them that you don't have to fear about security. If needed, we will deploy CISF and central forces till the formation of the government. And the second part of this operation, the formation of the government, which our sources are saying that it is likely to start from tomorrow, and tomorrow it is likely that they will start communicating with governor. So the second part, the crucial part, has already started, and we are going to see a lot of happenings tomorrow. Follow me.
Right, Anupam, coming across to you right now. You're, of course, standing by Hotel Radisson Blu right now. In a short while from now, another Shiv Sena MLA, Uday Samant, is likely to join the ranks of Eknath Shinde. A huge blow, again, for the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, because it appears he has no MLA ministers left in his faction and camp at the moment, except for his own son, Aditya Thackeray, Anupam.
Follow me.
Okay, so we're going to expect much more in terms of developments and hectic, fast-paced developments, political developments from both sides. In fact, as far as this potboiler of a story is concerned, Anupam and Vidya, I'd request you to stay on with us. Also, what we learnt, it's a mega India Today scoop. What we learnt is that on Friday night, in the dead of the night, Eknath Shinde flew out of Guwahati and he landed in Vadodara city. And guess who joined him over there? Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. We believe that Devendra Fadnavis flew out of Mumbai again in the dead of the night, flew to Indore and flew to Vadodara. It was a meeting which lasted possibly about half hour to 1 hour. They landed at the time at about 2:30 a.m. and it's likely that between 3:30 is when they in fact left from Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis flying back to Mumbai, Eknath Shinde flying back to Guwahati. Watch this very special investigation by the India Today battery of reporters.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
National Party है, ते महाशक्ति है, यानी आख्या.
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m, reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night, without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs.